that they can get.
Well, if he hasn't talked to them yet, I would have to imagine that a Davante Adams trade would compel him to call and say, okay, look, if you guys are selling, what's the price on Max Crosby? Right?
Right, sure. And the Raiders may just say that, he's not for sale.
Now,
which apparently is the message that was sent before the season began.
And that's what we keep hearing, and I tend to think that's the case. I think the odds of the Lions landing Max Crosby was less than 5%. And I think with the Davante Adams trade, it might be 5%. But it's still awfully unlikely, in my opinion.
Well, I think the percentages may have gone up because, beginning of the season, your record is you're undefeated. You're 0-0. Now through 6 weeks, the Raiders are 2-4, and they just traded off their wide receiver. The only weapon they have on offense. One of the few weapons they have on offense. So does this make it likely they'd entertain offers?
Let me be clear. If you're responding to what I said, before they traded Adams, I think it was less than 5%.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Now that they've traded Adams, it might be 5%. 248-539-9797. All right, Dan Campbell was asked this morning, what kind of player would you be seeking if you go outside the organization? We'll play you his answer and kind of get into our predictions as to what is going to happen with the Lions. I mean, lots of movement today, right now, in the NFL. Could the Lions get involved here? Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. With the loss of Aiden Hutchinson, the Lions are making a small defensive move, signing Bengals practice squad lineman Isaiah Thomas for some pass rushing depth. Dan Campbell jumped on 97-1 the ticket earlier this morning, said that if they did want to bring in a role player, if anything, from the outside, it would be just that, a role player. Elsewhere in the league, star wide receiver Davante Adams reuniting with Aaron Rodgers. The Jets trading for the disgruntled pass catcher who hasn't been happy in Las Vegas. Also, a conditional mid-rounder that could become a second was the compensation. An irregular heartbeat will not keep Jim Harbaugh off the Chargers sideline. He saw doctors and will be wearing a heart monitor for at least a couple of weeks. He said it would have to completely stop to keep him off the field. The Tigers versus Guardians rubber match was the most watched Division Series day game in 17 years. Playoff viewership up 18% compared to last year. And tickets for the 2025 Ryder Cup drawing a lot of criticism right now. Fans claim they're being priced out of the beloved golf event, which will be on U.S. soil. Tickets for the practice rounds at Bethpage Black were listed at $250 each, over $400 for the celebrity matches, and nearly $800 apiece for the 3 match days. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Okay. Look, since the show has started, there's been news in the NFL, and you have to wonder how much of it is impacting Detroit. Late in the morning show, and if you're just joining us, maybe you haven't heard this, but the Jets have given permission to Hassan Reddick to seek a trade. There was a report that they kind of made one final offer last week on a 1-year deal. He rejected it. Reddick had been traded for by the Jets from Philadelphia. They weren't able to agree to a contract. He hasn't played a game for them. Now they're looking to move him, and they're giving him a chance to seek a trade. It might be directly related to the fact that Aiden Hutchinson got hurt. They're like, okay, well, let's just see what the Lions might do, which is probably what they should do. But noting that, then the Jets traded for Davante Adams from the Vegas Raiders, which you can't help but wonder, all right, has Vegas started a sell-off? If Brad Holmes, the Lions GM, has not spoken to the Raiders already, it might be time to, given that Max Crosby, one of the best pass rushers in the NFL, and a guy who's like in that category with Aiden Hutchinson, amongst the best in the league, if it's a sell-off, it would be a player worth buying. Now, that would come with some potential. It would come with, I'm going to guess here, a big return. I'd be shocked if it wasn't a huge return, even though Davante Adams got less than what I would have expected, which is a 3rd-round pick that could become a 2nd-round pick if Davante Adams, like if he's on the roster for the AFC title game or as a all-pro player, like there's some conditions to it. So he'd have to be very good for them, and they'd have to have great team success. But that could mean that they're in a sell mode. So I would imagine that Brad Holmes had talked to them already, probably was circling back today about Max Crosby. So here we sit with all this news to digest. I still don't think Max Crosby's likely to end up here, but you have to ask.
You have to ask. And no, I don't think he's likely to end up anywhere other than Vegas, because I think if Vegas is going to sell off Davante Adams, I think they want to hang on to Max. And I don't know if you have more trade value right now, or do you have more trade value at the end of the season? Do you have more trade value on draft day when everybody gets a little desperate because you're telling the picks right now? But if I were the Raiders, I mean, you want to hang on to a guy like Max Crosby because it's so hard to find impact players like him that you build around it. But it's not like Max Crosby's 23 years old, so you have to think about it. And I would hope that Brad Holmes has made contact with the Raiders and just simply said, look, we just saw what you did with Davante Adams. We understand that, we have a need here, obviously. You've got a player we love. If you're thinking about moving him, you got to give us at least a right of refusal.
Okay, so here is Brad Holmes this morning, the morning show. Not Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell. The morning show spoke with Dan Campbell, Lions coach, and they talked about Hutch and who can replace him and a bunch of questions. Right at the end, though, Costa circled back and said, Coach, if you do go outside the organization, what kind of player is it likely you will be targeting? And here's what Dan Campbell said. Okay, so he's speaking there in very rational, realistic terms. Because if you think about it, the edge guys, the elite edge rushers, don't get moved as much as the ones that are just good or the ones that are role players. So if you're in the market and you're trying to help out your edge rusher spot, it's going to be harder to consummate a trade for an elite player than it is. So he's just speaking in real terms.
Sure.
He's speaking in real terms.
But it doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
It doesn't mean it doesn't
because
happen.
we've seen it happen with the Khalil Mack, and we've seen it happen with Von Miller. These guys are elite, and they've been moved. Was J.J. Watt traded to Arizona, or did he sign as a free agent?
I thought that was a free agent.
It may have been a free agent signing. I'm just trying to think of other elite defensive ends,
you don't
edge
need
rushers.
to.
But
You've given me two examples. That works. But if you look at it, the way he's talking, I think he's preparing us for the more likely of the scenarios.
Well, and you and I, during the break, I said a name to you, and you had an opinion immediately. So I feel like you and I both zeroed in on another guy that would fit in that camp.
And Kang made a prediction to me earlier today. But let's start with the elites are Max Crosby and Myles Garrett. You're probably, you can call, you could try, but you're probably not going to get them. The very goods are the
Cleveland. Do you feel like Cleveland's a more likely scenario, though?
Yes, because I think Cleveland's more likely to give up on the season.
Because Cleveland is such a dumpster fire.
Yep. It might be we need a full scale. I don't know how they get out from under Deshaun Watson's contract, but this might be one of these deals where they take a massive cap hit, get out from under his, and just say, we're going to stink here, and we're unloading everybody, but we're loading up on future assets. So I do think, but those are the elites. Then you get into the very, very goods, Trey Hendrickson, Hassan Reddick, Trayvon Walker, which you may not be able to access any of those. The more accessible players, we mentioned yesterday, Keon White, who has 4 sacks in New England, Zadarius Smith in Cleveland, who's 32 years old, Josh Allen from Jacksonville, who's only got 2.5 sacks, former first-round pick, but could be useful here.
He's got a big contract.
I think the name that they would go after, again, a team that's pulled the plug, great familiarity, very good player, and I think the Lions, they'd have to pay for him. It'd probably be 2 picks, not a first rounder, but 2 picks, or maybe 2 picks and a player, or a pick and a player. I think Harold Landry from Tennessee.
Well, that's a name that I kind of looked at during a break, and I was going over different teams and thinking to myself, where does this fit? Tennessee is 1-4, so that's a team that's bottom end here. They're going nowhere at this point. They're experimenting with a second-year quarterback in Will Levis. They're not having a great return on that just yet. And, Harold Landry is this outside linebacker type guy, and he's been productive in his career. In the last couple of seasons, he had 12 sacks in 2021, missed all of 2022, came back in 2023, had 10.5 sacks, and this year he's got 4 sacks in 5 games. 6'2", 252. He's got enough heft on him that he can, maybe play that defensive end position, and yet he's quick enough where he's an outside backer type. I tend to think that's like more on the safe side, and there's nothing wrong with being on the safe side. Although it is a big, it's almost what, $20 million, $17 million a year.
Yeah, he played for Terrell Williams, the Lions D-line coach in Tennessee. You have to wonder a little bit, some of these linebacker types, how they have to reshape the defense to get them to be their most effective. But in his last 39 games, okay, so that's 2 years ago, last year, and now 5 games into this year, he has 26.5 sacks. Aiden Hutchinson has 28.5. You'd have to pay to get him, but that seems to be a team that could be prime to move a player.
Yeah.
Kang, you got a prediction?
Yeah, I would love a tier 1 game-changing player like Max Crosby or Myles Garrett. I just don't think it's in the cards for the Lions. It's not part of what Brad Holmes has shown us, and he can always stray from that, but what he's shown us is that's not what they're willing to do, is trade up, give up a lot of future assets for something like that, especially when Aiden Hutchinson will be back next year, people. So this is kind of like you don't sell the farm.
They've got a plan beyond this season.
Exactly. They want to be sustainable for years to come, not just this year. So I go not even tier 2. I think this is going to be I think their starting defensive ends are Pascal and Onzarike. And I think whoever they get here is a role-type player to help fill depth. And I think that guy is, and I went and looked around the league. I said, all right, what team might be looking to move players, right? Just like you guys do. What team sucks? Okay, I'll start at the bottom. The Carolina Panthers suck, and I found a guy right away. Former Detroit Lion, defensive end linebacker Charles Harris. Listen, this is not going to blow the doors off anybody. This is not going to win the fans over. But I think it's a guy they're familiar with, a guy that can play defensive end.
Not A'Shaun Robinson?
Yeah, not A'Shaun Robinson.
He's
more
guy.
of an inside guy. But yes, I think that it's going to cost you like a conditional 7th-round pick.
Yep.
That minimal, but also a guy that can help you a lot more than that conditional 7th-round pick.
I mean, these are the more likely moves. And you're right. That doesn't wow anybody. In fact, right now, I can almost hear the yawns.
Right.
But he played here. They know what they're getting. That would be a possibility. I guess the question we have for the people, the crux of all of this is, do you trust Brad Holmes no matter what he does? If he does a Charles Harris or, a lesser, I mean, today they claimed a guy off the Bengals practice squad, Isaiah Thomas, who was a 7th-round pick out of Oklahoma, and I don't think he's played a game since his rookie season. He's been a practice squatter. Why? I have no idea. Last week, they signed El-Quadin Muhammad, who's bounced around a little bit and seemed like he's more of a bull rusher at the edge and has played for the Colts and was with the Cowboys. But he was drafted by New Orleans when Aaron Glenn and Dan Campbell were there. So you have to think that might have led him to El-Quadin Muhammad. But he's a bull rusher type who also had a PED suspension last year. So these are the kinds of moves that feels like they're looking for the edge rusher version of Tim Patrick. But do you trust Brad Holmes here, even if he decides not to go big at this point? 248-539-9797. We talk to the people next. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Get ready to take on NFL action this week with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. So, Thursday Night Football, Broncos Saints, you can take a look at Bo Nix passing yards. Have him, throw for over 75 yards. Find one of those alternate prop bets and bet your $5, and you're not going to get much of a return. Just find an alternate prop bet that you're almost sure is going to hit. Then you'll get your 300 in bonus bets guaranteed. That's the way you should do this. So go to FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. I don't know that there's ever been an executive in Detroit that has, well, certainly with the Lions. They're probably, I mean, Scotty Bowman had a ton of credibility. But
Scotty probably had the most.
Yeah. But Brad Holmes, before winning a championship, is right there. I mean, he's already right there, and he hasn't won a championship yet. And I don't even want to start a debate over Scotty or Brad, who's more credible. Doesn't matter. They're both wildly credible. If Brad Holmes doesn't go big here, are you okay with it? Are you okay with it? 248-539-9797. Rick writes in, I trust Holmes in the draft, but when it comes to midseason acquisitions, he's got to show me something this go-round.
I think it's fair.
And see, I didn't have a problem with what they did last year. I mean, I guess if I had a problem with anything, it was that Donovan Peoples-Jones didn't work out.
Well, there you go.
But that was such a subtle, lesser move. I don't really think that that's enough to judge whether he's got a problem with midseason acquisitions.
Well, he wants him to prove it, though. Go do something in the midseason. So
I don't think he's got to show me anything. I want him to do whatever he wants to do, which is a weird deal. I mean,
I get it because I love Brad Holmes as well, and I think he's been great. But we haven't seen a midseason acquisition here that we've been excited about. Now, Tim Patrick has worked out. That's looking really good. That's in a plus column, but it's not the trade deadline stuff. I think people saw names last year bandied about at the edge rusher spot and thought they got to get Sweat. They got to get Chase Young. They got to do something. They got to make a bid for Brian Burns. Do something here, and they end up with Donovan Peoples-Jones, which wasn't even a position. One
of the reasons why I'm saying this is this plan has been so successful so far. I kind of want to see what happens if we just let Brad Holmes cook and do what he wants to do.
I get it.
Because I feel like they're setting themselves up to compete for the Super Bowl every year.
But it could also mean that this could be a big splash.
Could be. I'm not expecting it, but I trust him.
You know, speaking of let Brad Holmes cook, I mean, wouldn't it be something if part of what Brad Holmes was cooking the last couple of years was Levi Onwuzurike? Now, me and Gator were pretty skeptical of the preseason hype that came with Onwuzurike because we just never seen him healthy, right? And now he has to move outside most likely for, with this Hutch injury, with Davenport injury. And what if he comes through? That's a guy that Brad Holmes trusted the process. And even though he was hurt, hey, wait till this guy gets healthy. He's going to develop and all that.
That was his guy.
That was his guy, right? Mm-hmm. Couldn't wait to draft him, right? And you know what? Knock on wood, he's still there. And he's a guy they're going to lean on with these injuries, man, because I don't expect a big splash. I just don't think it's in their DNA to how they do things here.
If the Lions had authentically elevated themselves to a top 10 defense, and this injury means they're no longer a top 10 defense, they're a top 20 defense, it's still better than last year. And the offense is better than last year.
Well,
roll with it.
I get the track record of Brad Holmes not making the splash move. He hasn't done it in free agency and hasn't done it with trades and all that. But the Lions also haven't been in this position. They got to the NFC Championship game last year, and look, could they have played in the Super Bowl? Of course they could have played in the Super Bowl. We all know what happened in the game. So now it's a different situation here because we're expecting, their expectations have changed. The team has gotten better each and every year that they've been part of this regime. I think it puts him in a different space where now he can go ahead and do that next move. We all say, well, he's very calculated and does these kind of under the radar stuff until it's time to go ahead and do something that makes a bigger splash. And what better time than right now?
Let's go to Chris here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, how's it going, Doug and Gator?
Okay.
Hey, Chris.
Good. I say we go all in on Myles Garrett. I think even if you have to trade 2 first-round picks, I believe you guys had said earlier in the week or whatever that I think he's on like a 3-year deal or something. Even if we have to pick up that deal, I know we're talking about this year because of where we are. But I look past this year, and even if we don't even go to the Super Bowl, you'll have Myles Garrett once Hutch is healthy, and you will have the best edge rush duo in the league.
Yeah, he's got 2 more years after this year. We brought his name up yesterday, and he'd be an awesome addition. But you can't make a trade happen if the other team doesn't want to trade him. And we don't know where Cleveland's at. I mean, if I were Cleveland, I'd be entertaining anything. You're stuck with the quarterback. You need to get some picks back. But the other thing that's intriguing about this is that the price tag, if you just look at what Hassan Reddick got, Hassan Reddick had a nice track record with Philadelphia. And what they traded him to the Jets, it basically ends up being a second-round pick in 2026 is effectively what it is. So using that as a template, I don't know if you're going to have to give up a ton to get Myles Garrett. Is it a first-round pick? Is it a second-round pick and a third-round pick? Can you get it done with that?
If you acquire Myles Garrett, you basically pay him $1 million the rest of this year in guaranteed money. That's it. Then next year, it's non-guaranteed $20 million, and the year after $25 million non-guaranteed. And the Browns,
let's talk about
in terms of dead cap, hold on for a sec, Chris. The Browns, in terms of dead cap, would have a $19 million hit this year and a $36 million hit next year. I got to tell you, if I'm the Browns, the Lions would have to blow my doors off with a trade offer to assume that kind of cap hit. Now, they might be going for a full-scale rebuild, given Deshaun Watson's contract and how bad it is. But the bottom line here is, if I'm Cleveland, I need my doors blown off, and I also don't want to give away one of the elite players in a league where people turn it around quickly.
I'm just looking at it as before Hutch even got hurt, with Davenport's injury, we were already looking for a filler edge rusher on the other side. And that's now we're like down. Everybody's talking about all these sub 15 edge rushers to just fill a spot. But now that Hutch got hurt, I think you need to elevate your need.
So back to our question, Chris, if Holmes doesn't do it, you're mad. You don't trust him.
I think I'm kind of mad.
Okay, thank you. 248-539-9797.
I'll answer the question too. If they don't make Harold Landry would be fine with me, right?
Yeah, it'd be a pretty big move.
But it's a guy who comes with a big price tag too. If they make a move less than that, I would be disappointed. I'm not mad, but I'll be disappointed because I'm getting my own hopes up and putting what I think is possible. And yet, of course, I don't know. I'm not on the phone with a GM of the Cleveland Browns or the Raiders. I have no idea what the availability is of their top end guys. And would it be laughed at around the league if you throw out first round pick or picks to try to get those guys? You're like, what did you just do? I mean, you know what the going rate is. It's nowhere near that.
I feel as if, seriously, everything Brad Holmes has done, we just keep trending up and up and up as it pertains to our football team in Detroit. If he doesn't want to make a big splash, I'm okay with that because he's got a plan that he's got a short-term plan and a long-term plan. And I do not think that when I looked at the offense and the defense and where they were compared to last year, I feel like this group can still get it done. I'm starting to feel better, Gator, is what I'm saying. 248-539-9797. Get to more of your phone calls coming up. Again, big news today. Davante Adams traded from the Raiders in Vegas to the Jets in New York for a third-round pick that could convert to a second-round pick. The Jets have also given Hassan Reddick a small window to seek a trade, which feels like a direct response to the injury in Detroit. He is a guy that can pressure a quarterback, more of an outside linebacker, but he is a pass rusher. And you have to wonder if Vegas has started a full-scale sell-off with Davante Adams, who wasn't as happy there, and Max Crosby seems to be happy there. But things are afoot right now in the National Football League. Do you trust Brad Holmes no matter what he does? 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. All right, let's talk to the people. Sean's in West Bloomfield, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Sean.
Doug, I love you, buddy, so it hurts me to make this call, but does it always have to be pragmatic, Doug? Isn't there like a wild, excited, outside-the-box thinking Doug in there somewhere? Does he exist? I mean, come on, man.
Is drunk Doug around?
Sometimes on a Saturday night after a good day at work, I might crack a few beers and I might lose my.
I mean, buddy,
get a
I'm
little
with
out
you.
there.
There's no arguing with Holmes. There's just none. I don't care who you are, what you want to say. He's done a fantastic job, but there's another element here. There's your own knowledge of the history of sports, and you don't even have to look outside our backyard, okay? Just look at our championship teams, okay? Does the name Mark McGuire mean anything to you?
Well, hold on.
Brendan Shanahan, does that mean anything to you?
Not as it pertains to the NFL. Not at all.
So are you saying that a finishing touch on a championship team doesn't exist in the NFL?
No, I'm not saying a finishing touch doesn't. I'm just saying that finishing touch doesn't necessarily. I think they've got the finishing touches offensively. What I believe in the National Football League is offense wins championships. They have the best offense in the league right now. They look like they're rounding into form. In fact, they're just scraping the surface of what they could be. If the defense is better than last year's, and I don't think you need to go big to make the defense better than last year's, then I think they're more. I think they don't have to mortgage the future. Look, this is if he decides not to. Let me be clear here. I'm okay with Brad Holmes.
If he does, right?
I will be excited if he does, but I'm okay with Brad Holmes staying the course and doing what he did last year, which is apparently let a ton of people down at the trade deadline. And yet, I don't think Chase Young was ever a fit here. He was never coming in.
How about this as a fair statement, just to appease your pragmatic needs, okay? Can I say that Brad Holmes has done such a good job, such an amazing job, that we're actually in position to make a big splash? We've got all the right. Is that possible?
If he decides that's what he wants, I'm cool with it. And if he decides that's not what he wants, I'm cool with that too. Because Brad Holmes has returned he's been good to us.
You got to get Doug on a Saturday night, Sean.
Yeah, look, I'm not
reckless drunk Doug he's a lot of fun.
You've seen him.
Oh yeah.
Comes out every once in a while.
I've seen the text from him. Hey guys, another thing. Let's buy a bar. How about we buy a barn in the middle of nowhere? We turn it into
to be fair, it was let's get a yogurt bar.
Non-fat Greek.
Thought it would be a good investment. If you open it up in the right community.
Yeah.
The proper demographics. Let's go to Dean next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dean.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
What's up?
So if we're going off a defensive end wish list, obviously Max Crosby, Myles Garrett, and I think with outside edge rush as well, TJ Watt.
TJ Watt's already said he's not coming out of retirement.
JJ.
I'm sorry, that was JJ. My bad. TJ Watt. You think they can get TJ Watt?
Well, just look at the landscape of Pittsburgh right now. It wouldn't. I don't think that it wouldn't hurt to. They could have some more picks. You got Russell Wilson.
They're tied for first.
Yeah, but
they're not. They're not trading TJ Watt.
Well, what do you think, Reddick then?
Well, I mean, Reddick's clearly on the market.
Yeah, they can get Reddick if they wanted to.
Then I don't even think TJ Watt. The Reddick thing is, does he pass the football character test? We asked that question specifically of Goff, and he said you can absolutely tell. Guys that come in here love to be at practice. Guys that come in here love football. And I think that just because you're holding out doesn't mean you don't love football. But there's something about that I can't imagine would sit well with. Because Dan Campbell seems to be the kind of guy that would never pass on an opportunity to play the game if he was healthy enough to play the game.
Got to throw a crazy one at you guys.
Crazier than TJ Watt?
It might be. Is it the same one you threw at me earlier?
Yep. But understand, I think there's some logic behind it.
Well, because there might be bourbon involved.
Could be bourbon. Could be some leftover birthday cake involved too. But the man is not happy.
Do you know what he's doing here, Kang?
No.
Jerry Jones is not happy right now.
Oh, come on.
I'm just saying, follow me on this, all right? He's not happy. He's very pissed at this team. And he is stuck after giving Dak Prescott a ridiculous contract. He is stuck with a big contract that he gave to CeeDee Lamb. He's got Micah Parsons, who is next up for a deal because they picked up his option for next year, the 5th-year option because he's a first-round pick. They're going to have to pay him like $30 million a year, right? Can they afford it? And if they can't, if he's going to blow, and Jerry's kind of nutty. We've seen Crazy Jerry do stuff. Usually it's to acquire players and not to give up on players. But if they look at their books and say, can we actually afford Micah Parsons? And if he wants to blow things up, do you at least call him? Pick up the phone and say, hey, man, what do you think, Micah Parsons?
Not in your wildest dreams, Gator.
It's a wild dream I have.
Not in your wildest dreams.
But why not?
Way.
So tell me, explain to me why not.
First of all, you're the king of cap space doesn't exist.
Right. You can grab out of thin air.
Grab out thin air. So that contract, the Dak, they knew when they signed him, they knew they had to re-sign or extend Micah and all this stuff. So they can do that, and they will do that eventually. He is not. I mean, what would you think he would want for Micah Parsons, by the way?
2 first-round picks?
Minimum. All right?
Would you give him up? I'm asking you. Would you give that up?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Or would you think I would? What I think Brad Holmes would do?
I'm asking you.
Me? I would give up 2 first-round picks for Micah Parsons in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat.
Yeah, I would too. I think Jerry Jones would ask for more than that, but I don't think he'd trade him. Jerry isn't the kind of white flag guy. Jerry just turned 82. Jerry might not see 84, 85. He's trying to win a Super Bowl now.
Well, that's a true comment.
Guy's a window right now guy.
Yeah. But apparently he was a loose cannon today on the radio in Dallas. It was not. He's not happy about the situation. The team is 0-3 at home. They're 3-3 on the season. And
you know who he's likely to trade for?
They just got clowned on by the Detroit Lions.
The deal he's likely to make is Max Crosby.
Yes, exactly. He's probably calling the Lions and says, hey, what do you want for Penei Sewell?
Yeah.
You know, he's going the other way.
But because he's such a loose cannon, would you at least pick up the phone?
I mean, I guess I'd call anybody about
How does it hurt?
But it doesn't hurt to call. But if you're asking, is this a fantasy wrapped in a drunken? Have you been drinking this morning?
Not alcohol.
Okay. No, I don't think they could get Micah Parsons. Let's go to Ted. You're next. Hi, Ted.
Hi, good morning.
What's up?
I trust Brad Holmes. Not only that, but I admire him, and whatever he does is going to be good. But I wonder what happens to the chemistry of the locker room when you bring in these guys that are high price spread, that have big personalities, that you even mentioned a little bit ago about this holdout and what his deal is. I just wonder whether you disrupt the chemistry. I mean, chemistry is a huge part of this team, right? And why they're a large part that you can't pay for that. That's developed, and so you bring somebody in from the outside. Do you think that screws things up?
I think it can. Do I believe that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell and this staff, they probably have a team of people dedicated to background on players. And if it's anybody that's been in the league in the last probably 10 years, they probably had a whole file on every player in terms of who they are as a person coming into the league in the draft. So I think that more than any Lions team we've ever seen, and maybe more than any team in the NFL right now, I think their football character and how they fit in the locker room matters. I think it matters. And so that doesn't mean you can't go get a high-priced guy. You can absolutely go get a high-priced guy. But you really have to do your homework, and I suspect that they will. If they trade today for Hassan Reddick, okay? If that deal gets done, or if the Raiders are unloading and just saying, we're going to start all over and we want 2 first in line and say, boom, we'll do it, and that's it, there's no question in my mind that they have done the homework on the players, Crosby and Reddick. There's no question in my mind.
100%. And we'd have to lay a tarp down in the studio.
I mean,
if Brad Holmes traded for Max Crosby, it'd be the most popular move by any president, GM in Detroit sports history. Honestly, I think that'd be a 1,000% approval rating.
That's
how we do those polls? Can we get,
Yeah.
It's like when the Red Wings acquired Dominik Hasek, Brett Hull, and Luc Robitaille in the offseason. Like, that happened? They traded for Hasek and they signed the other 2 as free agents? Oh. Well, Stanley wants to come back.
I mean, that would be a hell of a move. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
If you look around town, you're going to see the red, white, and blue trucks all over the place, and with good reason. Those trucks belong to the only plumbing and HVAC team that I trust. It's Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They're out there to help you out. It's getting cold, man. I mean, temperatures last night were in the 30s in some places in the state. You got to make sure your furnace is ready to go, and they're going to help keep you warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. Don't just take my word for it. Check out the Better Business Bureau. They've got an A-plus rating. Or how about some of their 5-star reviews that are out there on Google? So whether it's your furnace or water heater or boiler or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Here, I'll circle back. You call Jerry Jones every day. You call him every damn day. That's one guy I call every day and hope to get bourbon-fueled Jerry Jones.
I'm just saying, man. He's unhinged.
Now, the window's closing, not on football with him.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
That's
But you call every day.
called for.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Bernard. You're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Bernard.
Ship to shore call.
What's going on, guys? All right.
Hey.
All right, Bernard.
Listen, I'm starting to think, man, that the Lions' problem is conservatism, and it's systemic. It's been going on. I call myself a veteran fan. I've been watching the Lions be conservative for decades. I mean, we don't go after Warren Sapp. We don't go after anybody that's really shining. We always go after these level B players, and then we always talking about winning the Super Bowl. I mean, even in the draft, it's almost like we avoid great players.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did you say in the draft they've avoided great players?
Even in the draft.
How so?
You know, we okay.
Bernard, hold on. Can I stop you right here? What happened with Warren Sapp or any previous regime has zero to do with Brad Holmes, right? Nothing.
But hold on. That's what I'm saying. It's systemic. I think it comes from the top. We're a conservative organization.
I think, Bernard, I think this is insanity. If you think Brad Holmes has avoided great players in the draft, I don't know that we can have any further football conversations.
Do we have them?
Yes.
Name them. Name the great players that we have on this team. The great players.
Aiden Hutchinson, is he a great player? Is Penei Sewell, is that a great player?
Brian Branch?
Branch is not a great player. He's a good player. He's not a great player.
Second year in the league.
Name them.
I mean, I think that
I thought I just gave you
two
really solid ones. Are those not solid enough? The best offensive lineman in football and maybe one of the best defensive linemen in football?
They're solid players, but they're not good.
Oh, come on, man. All right. Go ahead. Troll somewhere else.
I mean, honestly, that's
just ridiculous.
People off, but that, I mean, this is
a team
insane.
went from 3 wins to 9 wins to 12 wins plus a couple of playoff wins. That's what they've done in 3 years. They've overhauled the entire roster with the exception of like 4 players.
How many fan bases right now, how many GMs would say, I'm going to trade my entire team for your entire team? How many would say no to trade for the entire Lions roster right now? Their team for the Lions roster. Kansas City'd say no.
San Francisco probably say no.
They'd probably say no.
There's less than a handful of teams that would say no.
It sounded more like a rookie fan, not a veteran fan.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
You new here? Must have missed some time, bro.
Brad Holmes, like, you get all those cliches and everything that you said all applied up until 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Up until 4 years ago. All of that. You're taking logic that you're scarred. Bernard, I think you're scarred so deep that everything you grew up with, you can't shake. Even though this regime has been 90% competent, everything doesn't work.
Right. I mean, that's the guy who's citing Warren Sapp because he got caught smoking pot before, and then he started to slide in a draft, and the Lions didn't take him. Lions passed on Randy Moss, right? Mm-hmm. We know who the Lions have passed on in the past. There's a laundry list of those players. But since Brad Holmes took over, it's been nothing but competency when it comes to the draft.
Yeah.
And if you don't think that Penei Sewell and Aiden Hutchinson, if you don't think those are superstar players, then I don't know what you're watching on Sundays, man. You're talking about arguably the best offensive lineman in all of football. That's something Tom Brady said the other day about Penei Sewell. You're talking about one of the best defensive linemen in all of football, who's had more pressures than anybody, who was leading the NFL in sacks this year prior to wrapping his leg around his teammates. And, okay.
I mean, and look, whatever tag you want to put on some of these guys and say, I don't think they're quote-unquote great yet. I will tell you that Brian Branch was a great second-round pick.
Yeah,
Sam Laporta was a great second-round pick.
Sure.
Kirby Joseph was a great third-round pick.
How about Aleem McNeil? Is that a good pick?
Aleem McNeil was a great third-round pick.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, was he any good?
He's a great player.
But did they get him in the first round, right?
No, they got him in the 4th.
Oh, okay. Were there a number of receivers taken
I'm
ahead
sorry,
of him?
Bernard, you lost us.
It's all right.
I don't like doing
it's
that.
okay. I think we spent too much time talking about Bernard.
Let's go to Mac next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mac.
My fault.
Hello, how you doing, Doug? I absolutely do trust Brad Holmes. I think the better question is, can someone give me a legitimate reason not to trust him? I don't think you can. He's proven. The one guy you didn't mention, Jamar Gibbs. I mean, caught me sideways. I didn't see that coming. But he actually has better production with Detroit than he did at Alabama.
So Mac, and we're, the question is, do you trust Brad Holmes no matter what he does? What if he just tries to do it from within and make up for?
I'm okay with whatever he does, even if no matter what he does, if he doesn't grab any players, because he's not going to put the Lions' future at risk just to get one guy. And like you said about the offense being so good, that's a huge loss.
It's a huge loss.
And I love Hutchinson.
Mac, it just got a lot tougher. But as I sat down and really throughout this morning mostly started to feel a lot better because their offense is hitting its stride. And Dallas was a mess defensively. That's fair. But we got to see if the offense, especially, because I don't think they're going to make any significant moves before the Minnesota game Sunday. If they put up a huge total offensively against Minnesota this weekend, I'm fully on board with Brad Holmes doing whatever he wants.
Vikings have a really, really good defense. So, yeah, I agree with you. And, look, I absolutely trust Brad Holmes. And I think he's going to add to this team by the trade deadline. He's got 3 weeks to figure something out. I know people want the sense of urgency. Hey, Devontae Adams just got moved today. We need to make a move. Look, the Lions will make a move when they make a move. And I feel like Brad Holmes is going to be in on the discussions with those teams that have the edge rushers, that are willing to move those edge rushers to be in the discussion of whether or not they want to add them. So it's not a long play. It's a 3-week play, up to a 3-week play. He can make a move this afternoon, or he could wait till after that third game on that Monday going into the trade deadline.
Steve is in Flushing, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Steve.
Hi there. Yeah, I just wanted to say, if you have a good defensive end, that doesn't mean that can carry the team, but a quarterback can. So I suggest maybe a trade with Oakland. We'll give you Hendon Hooker, James Houston, a conditional draft pick for Max Crosby, of course, and we'll take Minshew as our backup quarterback.
Why do you think they would do that? You think they would value Hendon Hooker that much? When you say conditional draft pick, we're talking about Max Crosby.
I understand.
If you say conditional pick, it feels
Lions,
like you're just dumbing down what the trade value would be for Max Crosby.
Well, it goes to a 1 if we win the Super Bowl, and if Hendon Hooker takes 50% or 80% of the snaps, then that conditional pick might go down to a second, or maybe we will throw in another 1.
Why don't you see if they'll throw in Brock Bowers too? I mean, come on, dude. You want to give a conditional pick and 2 backup players for an elite edge rusher?
I get the people wanting, if you're trying to figure out a trade from someone like Max Crosby, and the Raiders don't have a quarterback right now, right? Would they be interested in Hendon Hooker? I imagine Hooker has value on the market, but I don't think it doesn't feel like that's the value that you're getting. With Hendon Hooker in a conditional 3rd round pick that becomes a 2nd round pick. I don't think that's what happens.
Remember when the Lions got 2 firsts and established quarterback for Matt Stafford? They got 2 firsts and established quarterback. This is not an established quarterback.
No,
this is an elite edge rusher. It'd be 2 firsts, Hendon Hooker, and probably something else. Now, maybe not, because the Devontae Adams return stunned me, but
the Hassan Reddick return.
But if they got him for as little as what that caller suggested, I mean, people would be sending drug tests to Vegas or Oakland. Because he said, let's call Oakland.
Oh, there you go.
248-539-9797. Robert, you're next. Hi, Robert.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How we doing?
I'm with you, Doug. First of all, one offseason they screaming about a 3rd receiver, yet Brad Holmes pulled somebody off the practice squad. Now that person is an impact player.
Yep.
Brad's going to take his time. Everybody else going to be in a rush. They've been looking for a DE since Davenport went down. So I'm trust he's going to put the right player. And he got to love ball. He got to be explosive. There are requirements to be on this team. So I'm with you, Doug. Yeah. Whatever Brad do, I'm with.
I mean, until I'm burned, otherwise, I'm kind of in that camp. And you're right. I mean, people were screaming about the third wide receiver, and we were talking about it as well. And it looks like they basically sat back, waited, and they pounced when the right guy became available. Although we tried to praise this move today, and what did Jared Goff say to us? He was a great player already. We didn't make him great. And you're right. And he's not. Look, he hasn't
played in the last couple.
And the truth is, he isn't proven to be great, but he looks like he might be exactly what this team
good
needed.
Out there for him.
He looks like he might be exactly what this team needed.
No, he might be great for the Lions and the role that they need him to play, which is fantastic. But so he sat back. Brad Holmes sat back, and that Tim Patrick kind of fell in his lap in a way, right?
Yep.
But that was replacing a third wideout.
Yes.
Now we're trying to replace two starting defensive ends, and it's a little bit different. So I would love a huge splash move. I agree with you, Gator. The window is now. Go make that move. Make this team unstoppable. Make the Super Bowl. Win it, right? I just don't think that's what's going to happen, you know? And you brought up earlier, has he ever had a better opportunity to do something like this? Probably not. But in the offseason, there was L'Jarius Sneed was out there. They needed a cornerback real bad. You know, instead he went the other way, which was go get Carlton Davis, right, on a 1-year deal, draft a cornerback. So I think they go the safer route, whatever you want to call it, instead of making the big splash.
Just saw this on Twitch. Wolfman2 said, a caller just suggested that we send Las Vegas a hooker. It is Carson Anderson, open lines, 97.1 the ticket.
We had a little beef stew there. What was?
It's just some pasta with chicken. Beef
stew.
What are you serious? What are you new?
It's joking.
Yeah, I hope so.
So you got your baby carrots ready to roll.
I do at some point here. Snack throughout the afternoon. All right, so look, things are afoot in the NFL today, and they really kind of had a show laid out, a schematic and flow chart, and then stuff happened right before the show starts. Diana Rossini reports that the Jets and Hassan Reddick have agreed that he has a small window here to seek out a trade. Hassan Reddick, who hasn't played a down for them after they traded for him from Philadelphia, he's in a holdout. Okay, got it. So this is a bit of a problem in that I shouldn't say a problem. It feels like it's because the Lions have a problem that this might be the impetus for this window to open up. The Jets are like, okay, see if the Lions want you. And Hassan Reddick has changed his agent. He's now got Drew Rosenhaus. He's got some off-the-field issues. He's not playing football. I don't know this guy, okay? Is his football character what they want? I mean, we asked Goff about that earlier in the show about, can you tell when you go out and get a football character guy, can you tell that they'll fit into the locker room? And one of the terms he used, this guy loves to practice. I don't want to imply too much because I don't want to. Hassan Reddick may be a great dude and a great teammate, but the bottom line here is if you are choosing not to play football when you're healthy enough to play football, that sounds to me like something that wouldn't compute for Dan Campbell. Like that would not wait, you could play, but you're choosing not to, even if it is, you're standing on your principles to try and get a contract done. But I mean, I also think that these guys do their homework on players, and they would have a good idea whether or not Reddick would fit in here. He does get to the quarterback. He's more of one of these outside pass rush kind of guys. He's not as big as Hutch, but it wouldn't play the role Hutch played, but he would get to the quarterback. So that could be something that could be percolating right now. Then the show starts and Davante Adams gets traded from Vegas to the Jets for a conditional third rounder. This is two layers. One is only a conditional third rounder, which can convert to a second rounder if he plays, if the Jets make it to the AFC title game or if he's a Pro Bowler. There are some stipulations like that. But only a third rounder, huh? Has Vegas started a cheap sell-off? If they have, you might be able to get Max Crosby for a couple of draft picks, maybe a first and a second. That would be in my view, would be a cheap price to pay to get Max Crosby. The thing about Adams wasn't happy there. Crosby is.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're as inclined to trade Crosby unless it is a full-scale sell-off. So, could Detroit be in conversations right now with Vegas? Dan Campbell went on the morning show and basically tempered people's expectations of what to expect from outside the organization. However, it only stands to reason. The great players are harder to acquire. They aren't as available. Price tag's huge. And then the lesser players, the good ones, the average ones, the slightly above average ones, to the very good ones, you're more likely to be able to pry those away from teams. And you're probably more likely to do it in the coming weeks when teams really start to feel like they're out of it. But our real question is, do you trust Brad Holmes almost no matter what because of what he has done?
Well, there's a bit of unconditional loyalty.
It kind of is, yeah. I mean, I'm in that camp right now because I kind of want to see if we let Brad cook, what comes out of this.
Well, and you've got the unconditional loyalty to Campbell and to Holmes, and it's hard to dispute it. I mean, we kind of joked about it before the season began with the whole Unzarike comments, and Unzarike's played. He's been fine, but he hasn't been that difference-making guy that like maybe he was being billed.
Some people think he has. He's top 20 in the league at defensive tackle and QB pressures.
Well, we'll see how he's going to be playing a lot of defensive end here.
He might be flipping outside. Yep.
We'll see if that improves his stats or not. Look. Do I think he's become a better player than what we've seen? Absolutely, because he's healthy. And do I trust Dan Campbell? Absolutely. I love Dan Campbell. I loved his answer this morning when they asked him about what do you say to people that think that the Super Bowl hopes for his teams are dashed, that you have no chance. And his response was something to the effect of, well, I guess we should stop playing then, huh? I mean, no, absolutely not. You bear down, you dig, and you find ways to win games. And that's hopefully what they're going to do. And they'll find a way with Brad Holmes at the helm to add more players to this team before the trade deadline. I don't think that they have all this cap space for this season. I don't think it's there by accident.
No, it feels like it was a rainy day fund, and they can pounce now. Now, to be clear, I don't think Brad Holmes is infallible either. but he's done so much good. Well, I mean, look,
there's a headline.
Well, did Marcus Davenport work out?
Well, he got hurt.
Well, that was the knock on him, dude.
Yeah, that was
he has taken chance on injured players, and Jamison Williams has worked out, right? I mean, so those are calculated risks. Everything he does isn't going to work out. But our question is, do you trust him even if he doesn't make a big splash? There are a lot of people that wanted to make a big splash last year as an edge rusher. I imagine this year that pressure is only going to be more.
I trust him 100%, Doug. And that means even if he doesn't make a move, which I don't think he will, and if he does make a move, it's going to be very yawn type move where the fan base isn't going to be, who is this guy or is this guy even going to be a part of the rotation? I think it's going to be very minor just for depth reasons. I think Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell have built such a great culture here that it's almost like just do your job and we'll be fine. It's almost like New England Patriot way where, hey, man, one guy goes down, another man steps up. Now, this is not to say Hutch's injury isn't a big injury. The guy was probably on pace to win the Defensive Player of the Year. He was leading the league in pressures, hits, sacks. That's a big blow. But like I said, I think that the mindset of this team is so good right now. Everyone step up and do your job. Do things that you are, go above and beyond. Play for the man next to you. I think it's more than words. I think they actually do it every week.
248-539-9797. We'll get back to your phone calls in a moment. The Red Wings played last night. Gator, I assume you watched.
I did.
Didn't like the third goal given up. Looked to me like a Lion was out of position, and that was kind of the kill shot of that game.
Yeah, there were a couple goals kind of like that, and the Red Wings power play wasn't consistent enough. Dylan Larkin talked about it afterwards and said we kind of fell asleep after the first opportunities, and that's not good. Can't have that. And I also think that they got a little snake bitten too. They had a lot of shots and looked like some scoring opportunities that Shesterkin just steered aside, and the Rangers are a better team. But the Red Wings looked like they were getting frustrated too. It felt like every pass or every shot was deflected by a Rangers stick and went up in the crowd late in the game. There were so many faceoffs, and that's the other area. They couldn't win faceoffs to save their lives last night.
Oh, led directly to that goal.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Jared Goff here, what he had to say today at 1:30. We'll play some of the best of what Brad Holmes told our morning show. Let's get back to your phone calls. Spencer is next on 97.1. Hi, Spencer.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in on a caller that called in a couple calls ago. The fact you have people calling in here and actually saying that Brad Holmes doesn't know how to draft and doesn't know how to do this and that, it's so mind-blowing because the amount of talent that we have in Detroit, people would die to have these guys on their team. So it's like, why would you even think of that being a thought? Like it's asinine.
Look,
some people are never satisfied.
We don't cut off very many people, but that was somebody who was living in the past.
Look, I mean, if he had come out and said like they passed on the big lineman from Georgia, the defensive lineman.
Carter.
Right. Jalen Carter. They passed on Jalen Carter. Okay, you're right. They did. And fair enough. But did they make a decent selection for this team at that spot? I mean, if that's what you're upset about, I don't know what to tell you. His drafting has been damn near perfect.
Well, I mean, and it's like you said. I mean, you look at what he did this year and the year before, and it's like, well, what football team are you watching? Are you watching replays of years back? I mean, what are you doing? But anyway, and as far as accommodating for Hutch being out, if you guys had to guess right now, who would be the best option for us to get if the decision had to be made today?
Well, if they could get Harold Landry, I'd get Harold Landry. That would be a pretty big move. And I like that he worked with Terrell Williams, a D-line coach. If they could get Trey Hendrickson from Cincinnati, that would be a pretty big move.
I think it might be easier to try to get Myles Garrett.
Wow.
Well, because Cleveland's a dumpster fire. They have no prospects of turning good anytime soon because of the quarterback contract. So why not, if you're Cleveland, go ahead and get some picks for Myles Garrett and and start your rebuild process. The other teams, Trey Hendrickson, Cincinnati
is
thinks
good. They could be 5-4.
They think they can turn things around quickly here. So I don't think it's possible. But this is why you wait. You can afford to wait another couple weeks here and see what happens. Now, if Cincinnati goes 0-3, then maybe they're going to start selling. I don't know. I don't think they're going to go 0-3. That's why I think you look at another place, and that is still in the state of Ohio.
Did you just break out quicklier?
If I did, that makes me even awesomer.
248-539-9797.
That's awesome.
I think he said. Did he say quicklier?
I love it.
I do too.
I love myself.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, driving on our Michigan roads can be tough. And with the winter season right around the corner, it's going to get tougher. Doug here, and I'm here to tell you that if you ever get into an accident, I hope you never do, you want an attorney who specializes in auto law. You want Michigan auto law. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. And if someone I care about is injured in an accident, that's who I'm sending them to. They choose to take on fewer cases, so they have more time for your case. Providing faster settlements, larger settlements. Check them out for yourself. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. All right, so let's close a loophole from yesterday. Dan Lanning, the head coach at Oregon, did admit that they put 12 men on the field intentionally, which has led the NCAA to look at the loophole. Which I would think the obvious thing would be to say the offense can choose to have it count as no play, march off the 5 yards, and you get the time back. And for people who missed it late in the game, Oregon put 12 guys on the field defensively. Ohio State ran a play. It was unsuccessful, maybe in part because of the 12 guys on the field defensively.
Sure, that would help.
And they got 5 yards for illegal substitution, but they lost 6 seconds in game time. And then Ohio State ran the next play, and the quarterback slid down, and the clock expired, and the game was over just as they were getting into field goal range. The 4 seconds they lost would have been awfully useful. But Lanning, Pat Forty had reported that he was in the elevator after the game with the Oregon coaches, and they were some of them sounded as though they were rolling their eyes and just talking about how they kind of dodged a bullet with the 12 men. But Lanning, I guess, confirmed it was an intentional thing. So the NCAA is looking into it. In the meantime, let's get back to your phone calls, 248-539-9797. Look, I want to say, yesterday I was pretty down, and I think it came through on the air. I got called a little bitch for how I was whining about the Hutchinson injury, to which I said, yes, I am being a bitch. I was so disappointed because it just felt like we were seeing the best version of the Lions ever when they suffer a huge blow to their season. But the reason I don't think the season is over, and the reason why I'm feeling better today, and the thing that I have focused on is my belief that offense wins championships. And the Lions currently have the best offense in the NFL. They can prove it over the next coming weeks because they played a Dallas team that was devastated by injuries, and I get that. But that doesn't mean that the best offense in the NFL didn't go out and just absolutely exploit everything. But if they do it, they play the Vikings and the Packers and the Texans, 3 of their next 4 games, all on the road. If their offense keeps humming along, yeah, I still think they can win the Super Bowl. Because I think the defense, okay, if they lose Hutch and they go back to what the defense was last year, then it's going to be challenging for sure. But that would prove to me the offense is better.
Well, the game Sunday, it's one of these awesome games to look back at, but you can't ignore that the defense played a massive role in why the outcome was 47-9. Not only holding Dallas to 9 points, but because they got turnovers, because there were 4 turnovers in the game that the defense created, gives the ball right back to the offense. Otherwise, the offense is not scoring 47 in the game.
No, there was
they could have scored 60.
There was also 4 down. They turned it over on downs and plus territory to the Lions. So the defense really did help the offense along. But 248-539-9797. Brandon is next. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How we doing?
Good. All right, so look, man, it's 20-year anniversary of the Rasheed Wallace trade. We need a Rasheed Wallace type of trade for the Lions, man. I've been looking for us to get an edge rusher to help Hutchinson out for a while. And who's on the sideline that ain't been signed or retirement? Who wouldn't want to play for the Lions right now? You know what I'm saying?
Well, apparently J.J. Watt.
Potential of being, huh?
I said apparently J.J. Watt doesn't want to.
I mean, make the phone. Look, all I want Brad Holmes to do, I trust him. He's going to make the right move. But I know we're in panic mode right now, but let's just worry about the Vikings coming up right now. And then we can address that come trade deadline. So we just got to hope Cleveland and Vegas continue to lose the next couple of weeks before the deadline. And let's take a shot. If he makes the phone call for Crosby and they just say no, we tried. I'll be cool with that. But like you just said, offense winning championships. We got probably potential the best offense in the league right now if it keeps clicking like it is.
Brandon, you bring something up. If they go out and they get smoked this weekend in Minnesota, then you might see Panicky Doug return. But I'm looking forward to this game. I think it's a great opportunity for the Lions to prove a lot. And I don't think they're going to not address the edge rusher. I just feel like it's unlikely they're going to go big. It'd be cool. And maybe that window will open. And maybe they'll do something. But it feels to me like we're poised to see, because Brad Holmes has set this thing up for the long haul. I think that they are going to do the type of thing that he has done And he's not always successful. Donovan Peoples-Jones didn't work out. Marcus Davenport didn't work out. But, other guys, Tim Patrick is working out. Josh Reynolds did work out. 248-539-9797.
It's just going to take a collective group effort. I know it's cliche, but it's true. I think that's what's going to end up happening, Doug. I don't think they make a big splash like you said. And you're a big fight fan, Gator. In MMA, one of their weapons got taken away. They still can, punch and kick, but maybe their jiu-jitsu isn't as good, right? They just got to find a different way to win the fight.
Different way to win the fight.
Gator, Doug, you know what I'm talking about. It just, you can still win this fight, people. You lost one of the things that you were really good at, but there's other ways to do it. And I think that's what the Lions are going to do.
Man, you want to be in the guard. You got to have a good sprawl.
Doug, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, good sprawl. Yep.
Don't get taken down. Use the fence, get back up. I don't know.
Yeah. No, but yes, I'm aboard.
Push off the fence.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Mike, you're next. Hi, Mike.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
We're good.
Just wanted to say, we need to blow the boat here a little bit. This team was built through the draft, young players on cheap contracts. We can't afford to take on a Crosby. We have Aleem needs a deal. Kirby needs a deal. Next year after that, you'll have J-Mo needs a deal. And all these young guys that are the heart and soul of our team right now,
Hutch needs a deal.
Who are going to need the money. We need to hang on to it for them. I would be on board with a Hassan Reddick move, seeing that as how it's a one-year deal. Throw some of that extra
He's not
money
going
we
to
have
do
this
it.
year.
He's not going to do it. Hassan Reddick has held out this entire season to this point because he wants a deal. He wants an extension. So you can't trade for him unless you're going to give him the extension.
Not even an extension. Just put extra dollars on his money for this year.
He won't do it.
Give him a little bit extra this year. It's not been like a Zadarius Smith in Cleveland. He's been productive in the division. He's an older guy, I know, but we can't mortgage our future just for one run at it. We're replacing Hutch, but we still have the pieces to do things. This is not a sky is falling situation.
Well, look, they can make some moves. They can make some strong moves, and I hope that they do. But I'm okay with Brad Holmes if he doesn't. I hope I'm conveying that. I'm not endorsing not doing anything. I just trust Brad Holmes. And you did bring up a great point. The reason why future draft picks are so hard for the Lions to give up is because the next phase of what we hope of great Lions football includes re-signing all their draft picks, which means they're going to start getting an imbalanced, top-heavy roster, in which case those draft picks you have to hit on in 2026, 2027, 2028, they have to crush the draft to be sustainable. Now, I know if you have a chance to win a Super Bowl, you mortgage the future. You really do. And as we get closer to the trade deadline, they might start to really feel that. I think they're probably in the early stages of not grief, but early stages of, okay, how are we going to do this? By the way, I just want to throw something out in there that I'm finding a great deal of satisfaction.
Oh.
A little,
you got some smugness going?
No, it's not smug at all. It's
patting yourself on the back at all?
No, not patting myself on the back even. It's a little bit of solace is what it is. It's a little bit of solace.
I feel like, does this require music?
No, not at all.
Doug's moment of solace?
No, but you know how you look for a silver lining in something?
Yes.
I got to tell you, I am pissed and hurt and disappointed what happened in the Tiger season at the end. I'm not mad at the Tigers. It just sucked.
Yeah.
And by the end of that, we talked about who's the guardian that drives you nuts. By the end of that, Rocchio came with a great call on that. Early for me, it was Naylor. Then it was by the end of the series, it was definitely Rocchio. But then there were about 7 other guys.
Then Rocchio had a home run last night.
About 7 other guys, right?
Yep.
I'm taking a little bit of solace in the fact that so many of these Lions trade conversations are talking about trying to take advantage of a dreadful Browns team. Just a dreadful train wreck of a Browns team. That Cleveland team is awful. They are awful on the field. They got terrible contracts. They are a train wreck. Can the Lions take advantage of them? A little bit of solace.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Whole Detroit Cleveland thing.
I hear you. Are you rooting for Cleveland or the Yankees?
I don't even know what to say.
Well,
because I am not rooting for Cleveland.
But that means you're rooting for the Yankees.
I'm not rooting for the Yankees.
No, you can't sit out this one. You can't sit out.
I know. I'm gonna think about when does that series start? When does it start?
Last night.
When is game 8?
I told him Gator this morning. I'm like, both teams can't lose, right?
I want to debate that.
Somebody's got to win.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, if you got a leaky foundation that's putting your home at risk, it's time to call Brickworks Property Restoration. They'll assess your foundation, pinpoint the source of the problem, and give you a custom solution to keep your home dry and safe. I get it. Unexpected repairs can be a hassle. Brickworks makes it easier with 0% financing for 12 months or low monthly payments. Fit just about any budget. They are locally owned and operated. Don't wait. Visit brickworksmi.com today for a free quote. That's brickworksmi.com. Your experts in foundation repair, brick restoration, tuck pointing, chimney services, and more, because nobody works like Brickworks. Yeah, last night I was participating in something that guys like to do.
What's that?
I'm really close to pulling the trigger on a new TV.
Whoa! Here we go. New TV time.
And I took a lot of advice from the listeners in the summer, took a lot of notes, done some research, kind of got the one at the right price. But, you know, I mean, if you start thinking about the list of things that guys like to shop for, TVs are up there.
TVs are definitely up there. This is the one.
TVs, guitars, motorcycles.
Guys do more research for a television than anything.
Golf clubs.
They'll research a TV more than they will their next job. Right? I mean, you start, let me Google Consumer Reports and let me Google this, and you just start Googling weird statements. Best TV for a dimly lit room for sports fans. Boom, and it spits out. Here's your top 10. Yes. Best value. Best picture. Best all.
But you start getting into the ratings for the TVs for things like watching sports, watching movies, sound systems, for gaming, you know, all this stuff. Brightly lit room, darkly room.
Yes. Love it.
That's funny because I'm walking through and a sales guy, and he goes, and if you watch a lot of movies, I'm like, we don't need to look at this one. That's it.
I'm looking 4K sports.
Yep.
That's what I'm looking for.
Basically. 248-539-9797.
With Apple TV capability.
Let's go to Matt in St. Clair Shores. You're next. Hi, Matt.
Hey, boys. Happy Tuesday.
What's up?
Hey, so I think the in-house fix is actually Jack Campbell. You might have to stay seated, Doug. But he's roughly the same size as Aiden. He's a little bit shorter and a little bit smaller. But he and Anzalone don't really stand in the middle together. I feel like they play the same position. So if they kind of play Jack like they've been playing Barnes off the edge, that might be a temporary solution. But one of your callers kind of stole my thunder a second ago. You mentioned David Montgomery's Chauncey Billups. Well, this is Holmes' chance to make that Rashid move. You know, and if we get somebody who's maybe here for a year, maybe even 2 or 3, this could be our window for the next couple of years, right? Aiden comes back next year, and maybe Myles Garrett's on the other side, and you've got DJ Reader in the middle. You might have to lose Aleem McNeil, but you draft over him. Like, that's an offense or defensive line and an offensive line that are the best in football. You've got a hugely grown secondary. This could set us up for 3-4 years, a championship window or a run. So I think we just have to make a splash play here. I don't think we can play it too safe.
Well, if a splash play is available, you know, it's certainly something that I'm not against. I am for whatever Brad Holmes is for, and
you'll have what he's having.
I'll have what he's having. Yeah, I'm sure he's investigating everything. I think they're preparing us for something less than that. The Jack Campbell thing is intriguing, right? I mean, part of this has to do with Derek Barnes' injury, and I don't know what the timetable is on Derek Barnes. But when Derek Barnes was in there, he was rushing the passer. They were liking what they were getting out of him rushing the passer. Now, maybe Rodrigo plays a bigger role, and they line up Jack Campbell on the edge a little bit.
Well, I mean, Noweski was the guy who was doing it on Sunday. Got to the quarterback.
He did. I'm not convinced that he's the solution just yet.
I don't think he's a solution.
Aaron Glenn loved him. Aaron Glenn said it hurt when we lost him. We were glad to have him back.
I think the solution comes in a trade. I think they're going to make I think they're going to make a splash. I think they have the cap space here for a reason. And when you talk about this window of opportunity, you know, if you get somebody who still has a couple years left on their contract, that works out because you're not having to add a signing bonus to it at some point. If you need to restructure, you can restructure. I just think it makes all the sense right now. The impediment to that is to find a team that's willing to give up on that player. If Cleveland is willing to give up a Myles Garrett, if the Raiders are willing to give up a Max Crosby, if Cincinnati and Trey Hendrickson, you know, these are things. I don't think you're going to go down the camp of Hassan Reddick. There's too much off-field stuff that screams that this isn't the type of player they want to bring in here. And part of that is that he's not going to come here unless you sign him to a contract.
Yeah, but he could pull a Matthew Judon, Gator. Like, I think one of the things that happened this morning when they reported that the Hassan Reddick they're going to open up the window for him to find a trade was maybe he's like, you know what? All right, trade me because I'll just play out my year somewhere else and I'll get my contract after the year. Matthew Judon wanted a new deal with the Patriots, didn't get it. They traded him to the Falcons, and he's playing. So he said, hey, new organization, I'm not holding against the Falcons. Maybe Reddick says, you know what? The Lions are a great team. I'm not going to hold it against them. I'll play this thing out, but I'm not playing with the Jets.
So there is some news on the Hassan Reddick front. It's not much, but there's not a lot of news to report. But Jeremy Fowler, Woody Johnson, owner of the Jets, just spoke and said of Hassan Reddick, yes, he has permission to seek a trade, says his new agent, Drew Rosenhaus, quote, knows what he's doing and will relay the best options to the player. So there you go. Again, not much, but there isn't a lot to report on that front.
And also for people that don't know, according to the new reports today, is if Hassan Reddick gets traded to an NFC team,
yes,
the Jets will have to give up a second-round pick in 2026. So I think that's maybe the biggest reason the Lions wouldn't get him. But who knows? He might just stay in the AFC.
They might prefer to trade him to an AFC team. Yeah.
Well, but also they're in a rock and a hard place. The Jets are. They got a player that's not playing for them. They may just take anything to get him, in understanding that if it triggers that third-round pick becoming a second-round pick that they have to give back to the Eagles, so be it. It's next year's. It's a 2026 pick. It's not 2025.
Jeff in Ann Arbor is next. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, like the topic, I trust Brad Holmes, with as much trust as you can have.
Yep.
But I don't like this conciliatory tone. I think this is the year. You can't replace talent. There's no next man up. There's no try harder. You cannot replace that talent. The worst thing Brad Holmes could do is nothing. And that would be a failure, I'd say. You got to get something because the year looks too good. Don't overthink not mortgaging the future. It's now. I don't think to get Max Crosby. That's crazy. Myles Garrett would be a miracle, but you got to do something.
Well, the other thing they can do, of course, finding a talent that's equal to Hutch is highly unlikely. I mean, there are some players out there that you can kick the door, knock on the door, and see if anybody's interested. But what you can do is now you're talking to Aaron Glenn and you're saying, figure out another way, okay? Because it's not going to come with the relentless pressure coming from the edge wherever Hutchinson's at because he's out. But can you find another way to dial up pressure, or is this secondary ready to take the leap to the next level and show that they are so vastly improved over what we had last year that the defense may take a step back, but it's not taking 5 steps back?
Why risk that? You've got it now.
Hey, I'd like to. What I'm saying, Jeff, is that maybe players aren't available. If you go on the trade market and you're calling every GM in the league and you're asking for all these players and they're like, sorry, we're not for sale right now. Then what are you left to do? It wouldn't be for lack of trying.
Yeah, I can't sit here and say that we know what opportunities are actually there and what the price tags are. But here's the other thing too. The Lions are very selective. The intriguing thing is going to be whether or not they ever bend on their principles of having football character guys, right? That is a core principle that they've helped build this roster. Something worth exploring is whether or not the culture is so strong here that the culture influences the player. If they go get a guy that doesn't have all the characteristics they want, maybe he hasn't proven how much he loves football to the head coach, but you bring him in and he sees how things are done here, will that guy assimilate to our culture? It's a valid question to ask, and why you could take those chances. They are close. They still might be. I still like the best offense in the league to always be a Super Bowl contender, and I think this might be the best offense in the league. I think we'll know in the next 3 games against contenders all on the road. And if they can go execute and be this offense, I'm not talking about 47 points, but I'm talking about they're still really damn good offensively, then I think they are still a strong Super Bowl contender even without Hutch. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. The best of what Dan Campbell told the morning show. We'll get to that today at 102 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, so if you missed it earlier, we replayed Dan Campbell. Let's go with 4 here. My bad, King. Dan Campbell was on the morning show and said this about what to expect in if they are to go outside the organization to make up for the loss of Hutch. Okay, that is not Max Crosby. That is not Myles Garrett. It's probably not Trey Hendrickson. It's probably not Hassan Reddick, the way he described that. But he also is speaking rationally in that it's easier to get the role players. I put that in quotes, if that's what we're going to call it, because, I mean, the price tag isn't as much. Teams are more willing to part with them. He didn't rule it out, but he kind of talked about what's more likely. Now, with that said, he said something in the middle of there about how a player supplements with what we're doing inside. This is one of the subtleties that I think has helped the Lions build a really good team is how do you fit with the players that we have? How do you fit? How will you play with the guy next to you? Like, what do you mesh well with the guy next to you? Is your skill set complementary to the guy next to you? And that is, again, some of the subtleties of how they make these decisions. But I'm not against a big move. But I'm preparing myself for a lesser move. And that doesn't mean it's not a bad move. Like Tim Patrick didn't turn heads, and he might not be a great, quote-unquote, great player, but that could be a great move for this football team.
That's the MO that Brad Holmes has operated under with the offseason, with free agency. Hasn't made the giant splash in free agency. He's just made some very calculated moves, and typically not signing guys to longer contracts. Like, they got to earn that. Mm-hmm. Which is what's happened with David Montgomery, getting an extension. And with the trades he's made at the deadline, not a big splash. So I get that's a strong possibility of things that can happen. But it's also perhaps the perfect storm right now for the Lions to go ahead and do that, regardless of the Hutch injury. But now the Hutch injury maybe amps it up even more, that you've got all this cap space that you can absorb right now. And it makes all the sense in the world now, even more so because of the Hutch injury, to try to make a big splash. But you have to find a partner. Is Jacksonville willing to talk to you? Because they've got 2 edge rushers. Are they going to hang on to both of them, or should they trade one of them and try to add to their team with draft picks? They've got Josh Allen and they've got Trayvon Walker. Right? I mean, yep. Trayvon Walker's he's that Hutchinson draft class. He was the first player taken in the draft, and been a little bit disappointed, but he's starting to kind of come into his own now, last season and a half. And would they be willing to give up on him? Or, Josh Allen, who they just signed to this monster deal, but if they're going to have to rebuild in Jacksonville, and that's a dumpster fire of an organization too, right? Jacksonville and Carolina are 2 organizations that just seem clueless of what they're doing. And Cleveland to an extent as well. So, is it possible? I mean, you pick up the phone, you call them all.
Well, you certainly inquire about everybody. Here's some feedback. I would be pissed 100% if we don't make a move for a solid replacement for Hutch. Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn won't be here next year and are huge parts of our success. Our window is this year with all the pieces we have. Be aggressive. Next text from Nick and Heartland. I'm a Gator, not mad but disappointed. Depends on how serious they are about this year. To compete every year means this year. To compete every year means this year. Not happening with Hutch or similar need a pass rush that has ripples into the future. I think Myles Garrett has that effect. I'm not ruling it out because of the offense. Holmes wants a Super Bowl this year. I trust him no matter what he does, but I really believe he's going to make a big splash or try his hardest to. Year 4, primed to go get a ring, and Brad knows it. That's from Caleb at work. 248-539-9797. Chesterfield and Paul, you are next. Hello, Paul.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Okay.
I'm going to try and make my point quicker than the other callers. So what I wanted to say was, and I'm going to make this point real quick. I think sustainability, that's a key word, okay, in this organization. And for us to think that, and I agree with you, Doug, I think that the move that they're going to make is not going to be as dramatic as people may think it is or what they want, okay, because you don't want somebody that's just going to be a plug-and-play player. You want somebody that's going to be around for a while, that's going to help this team being another key word, win a Super Bowl. Yes, I'm not going to say that it's not important that they try and find somebody, that can fill the role of Hutch, but I mean, who's really going to do that? The guy is just stellar. He's been playing out of his mind, and it's really sad to what has happened to him, and I'm really hoping and praying that he comes out of this injury without any hiccups, I guess you could say, because that break that he took, I mean, I know he's young still, and that he can recover from that, but I'm really hoping and praying that he can be the same player that he was.
There's no
before
indication that that's not going to be the case. They say it's a clean break, and that's good news.
That is good news then. I'm happy to hear that. But I really believe that the Lions are on a trajectory to win the Super Bowl. And I trust in Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. I really believe that they're going to make the right move for the team and do what needs to be done. Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Appreciate it. 248-539-9797. Mark, you're next. Hi, Mark.
Hey, guys. How are you?
What's up?
All right, Mark.
Good. Flint native here, buddies. Now living in San Antonio. And, Doug, I had the pleasure real quick of meeting you back in 2005 down here during the NBA Finals. You were at another station broadcasting live on the Riverwalk, and I was the producer for the local Clear Channel sports station and went down there to meet you guys. We talked, and I helped you guys hook up an interview with Dennis Denbo.
Awesome. That's cool. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that.
Back in 2005, no problem.
Good to
Probably
reconnect.
Don't remember, but it's all good. But, guys, talking about the Lions, I'd love Max. I'd love Garrett. I'm wondering if, when it comes to Garrett, does anybody know if he and Campbell, Dan Campbell, have any relationship being both Texas A&M Aggies? And
don't know.
Secondly, guys, no one's mentioned this yet. Yeah, we'd love to have him, for a pass rush, sacking quarterbacks, of course. But, guys, he is a kick-blocking beast. He just blocked another one last Sunday.
All helps. All would help.
Special teams. Gator, you mentioned earlier, real quick, brother, that, pick up the phone and start calling people. Are we sure on J.J. Watt? Is he happily retired?
Yeah, it was kind of debunked yesterday. He actually replied to some people that were sending him tweets, and he said, look, guys, Dan Campbell's great. Lions are doing great things, but I'm really enjoying my time being a dad and walking on the beach with my family. I'm happily retired.
Yeah, it's worth a try.
Yeah.
Hey, take care, Mark. Thanks for checking in.
Nobody said Aaron Donald good, huh?
Oh, Ticket Text has come through on that. Yes. I mean,
I'm waiting for that one.
We should have bingo cards, honestly. I mean, the names that come up. Let me ask you this. One caller mentioned sustainability. Yep. And you know how Brad Holmes and this organization works. They like to draft, develop, re-sign their own, right? If, this is a huge if because I don't think it's happening, but if they were to get a Crosby or Myles Garrett or someone with a big contract to come here, would you guys be willing to sacrifice an Lee McNeil or somebody else? Because
it's my cost. Yeah.
Right. It might cost you someone that they have drafted and developed here.
They'll struggle with that because they love their guys and they think their guys are unique, and that they love being here. They love the practice. They love the football culture. They give everything for this team. So it'd be hard for them to say we're going to have to sacrifice like what like this year with the 49ers almost had to lose Brandon Ayuk because of pending contracts and all that.
And yet they didn't.
They didn't. They sorted it out, but it might cost them somebody else. Honestly, Gator, this is one of the dumbest things I think you ever say, is that you can find cap space out of anywhere. And eventually it catches up to you.
And yet.
You can for a while.
And yet.
But eventually it catches up to you.
And yet.
There's no yet.
What do you mean? I thought Ayuk was gone. Where'd Ayuk go? Kang, where did Ayuk go?
Ask Buffalo if they lost all the guys they lost that they wanted to keep.
They don't have the smart guy heading the team. All right. Kang, where's Ayuk playing?
He plays for the Niners.
He's still there?
Yes. He got a contract.
He got a deal?
What if it cost him like Purdy or McCaffrey or Debo? Debo's probably gone, actually. You think? You think they bring back Debo somehow? I think it's going to cost him Debo.
You know what it is, Kang?
They only can pay one of those.
It's math, and so he doesn't want to play the math.
Oh, I'm
game,
sorry
so
that it really hasn't caught up to teams. It really has.
Dude, teams lose players all the time. They don't want to because of the cap.
Teams don't have players willing to restructure sometimes, and it becomes difficult to do.
So it doesn't matter how much you can fabricate.
Well, the good teams are able to do it.
All right, Gator. Paul, you're next. Hello, Paul.
Doug Gator, love listening to your show. I'm a first-time caller.
Thank you.
I am a season ticket holder. I'm going to be very disappointed, guys, if they don't make a concerted effort to bring someone else in. Doug, I want to push back against your comment. I know that the rules of the NFL very much are tilted in favor of the offense, but I still think defense wins championships, and I think you only need to look to last year to see that. Kansas City Chiefs with a very young defense went into Baltimore and just stopped Lamar Jackson and that offense. It was not Mahomes that necessarily won that game. It was their defense. And now they're sitting on the top of the league with a very physical young defense still. And, I'm not a Super Bowl historian, but another instance I can think of is when the Tampa Bay Bucks with Brady, literally the only time Mahomes lost in the Super Bowl, he was running for his life in that game because the Tampa had a great defense. And so I just think you have to learn from history or you will repeat the mistakes of the past. And I think that last year, I think we were one player away. And I think if they would have acquired Chase Young, he didn't do much, but he had 3 tackles and 1 tackle for loss in that game. I think if they would have had him in that game, we might be talking about going back to the Super Bowl instead of trying to get to the Super Bowl.
97 won the ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. All right, so Dan Campbell joined the morning show. We like to bring you the best of what he had to tell our morning show. And we already did play the one soundbite a couple of times about what to expect if they go outside the organization. But if they stay in the organization, the question is, who steps up? Here's what Dan Campbell told our morning show. So a few things about this. Probably the thing that Houston was the 9th player mentioned. And it's so weird. The trajectory of his career is really surprising to me.
Yeah, I'd love to know what they think has gone on there. Is it just he's never recovered from the injury? Is it the team's figured out how to block him? Does he seem lost right now? Did they screw him up by trying to make him a linebacker when he's just a pass rusher? Nothing wrong with being just a pass rusher when you're really good at it. Is it him? What's going on there?
He mentioned El Quadin Muhammad and Cam Gill.
Well, those are the guys they just brought in.
I know, but he mentioned them before he mentioned a guy who's been here and is in his 3rd year.
I don't read anything into that other than him going down a laundry list of players, and those are the guys they literally just brought in. So, but what I do read into is that James Houston wasn't activated for Sunday, and that Ukwu was. And that as we look forward to this game against the Vikings, that I wouldn't expect James Houston to be activated. But who will be now that Hutchinson's not there? Is it going to be one of the guys they just added? Will it be Mitchell Agude? We'll see. Or will it be James Houston?
So, follow-up question, what do you say to those who say the season is over? We haven't gotten a lot of that, but for the people who say the season is over,
love his response.
With the loss of Aiden Hutchinson, here's what Dan Campbell said. That's right there. That's the coach's job. I mean, at the core of crisis management is that message. That is in the room. That is what Dan Campbell is telling the team, is that others are going to have to pick it up, and it doesn't mean it's an edge rusher. It might be Brian Branch. You're going to be the most dominant defender on the field. It might be Jack Campbell. We're going to have you rush the quarterback more. It might be Malcolm Rodriguez. We're going to have you play more so Jack Campbell can rush the quarterback more.
Well, I think initially it's going to have to be all that stuff before they go out and get another player. Yep. And all these guys have to elevate their games, and this is why I put it all that the mastermind is going to be Aaron Glenn. He's the guy that's going to have to devise schemes and plans to adjust to the fact that it's life without Aiden Hutchinson for the rest of the year.
Final thing is huge game against Minnesota. I mean, look, the next 3 of the next 4 games are on the road against contending type teams, Minnesota, Green Bay, and Houston. This is the real test. If the offense continues to hum along and the defense takes its lumps now without Hutch, I still like their chances in the postseason, the Super Bowl tournament at the end. But they got a big one against Sam Darnold and the Vikings. This could go a variety of directions. I mean, if they lose this game and if they lose it soundly on Sunday, I can already hear Monday's show. But they could also win it, send a message, everything's going to be okay. But sorry, go ahead.
No.
Here's what Dan Campbell has seen in a new and improved Sam Darnold. It's funny. It's still hard for me to wrap my head around Sam Darnold being that good, but he has been. He really has been.
Well, he has been good, but guess what he's got now? People to throw to. You can afford to be patient and look around there when you've got Justin Jefferson, who's going to require double teams from everybody. Okay, he's covered. What's next? Jordan Addison. He's only played in a few games so far this year, but damn, is he good. And then, like Dan Campbell said, I guess I'll check down to Aaron Jones, who's awfully good. And they're about to get T.J. Hawkinson back. And they have Jalen Naylor. They've got a lot of really good players on this team. This is what's making Sam Darnold better. Now, is Sam Darnold at his ceiling right now? Is this as good as he can play?
Probably.
And this is an offense that's averaging 350 yards a game, which is it's good, but it doesn't seem like it's earth-shatteringly good. But I don't want to take the credit away from him. He's doing what needs to be done. He's doing what Nick Mullins didn't do, which was take care of the football better. Nick Mullins was completing all these passes for tons of yards, but he was turning it over. Darnold's got 11 touchdowns to just 4 interceptions on the season.
But you know what Sam Darnold hasn't seen yet? El-Quadim Muhammad. Cam Gill.
I cannot argue that point. It's almost impossible to argue that point.
You know what the thing is? With Brad Holmes, nothing should shock us. Over on Gill and El-Quadim Muhammad sacks this weekend, 3.5.
I'll take the under.
All right, Gator found an amazing stat about the Lions defense. It's incredible. We will get to that today at 1:16. Then more of your phone calls. Jared Goff, how's the offense processing what happened with Hutch? That's at 1:30 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, it's so great to see our teams in the D back to their winning ways, just like the team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet is making sure that the customers win on every deal. And the deals at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield are absolutely unbeatable. Starting with the Equinox EV, it's only $178 a month. The Blazer EV, that's only $239 a month. Chevy Trax, $259 a month. And the Chevy Silverado is only $299 a month. And all these unbeatable payments are with just with $999 down. And that's taxes and fees included. There's no games, no gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for their customers. Need more money for your trade-in? Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. Big money. That's right, huge money for your trade. Up to $2,000 more. Paying too much for service only to feel like you're in the cheap seats? Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles are available. No appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph.
Gator found this earlier. Of course, you can all follow at Detroit Lions PR. This is an amazing stat through the 5 games the Lions have played.
It truly is.
When opposing teams have thrown passes into the end zone against the Lions this year, okay?
5 games.
They are 1 of 14.
1 of 14.
For 10 yards. With obviously 1 touchdown.
Yep.
And 5 interceptions.
Wow.
For a QBR of 23.8. Again, according to Detroit Lions PR, Kirby Joseph is the only NFL player to have 4 interceptions in the end zone in a season since 2006.
How is the QBR that high?
I don't know. That's a great question.
I mean, it's a 10% touchdown percentage, but it's not even because it's 1 of 14.
Yeah.
It's less than that.
It's a 7.1% touchdown percentage.
What's the interception percentage on 5 out of 14?
It's close to
it's over.
It's close to 30. It's like 36%. I mean, passes into the end zone are 5 times as likely to be caught by a Lion as an opposing wide receiver.
And did you have the follow-up stat on Kirby Joseph?
Yeah, I did.
Okay,
I said it. Yeah, if he's got 4 in the end zone, first one since 2006.
Amazing.
Yeah. That's unbelievable.
That is that's how you take care of the red zone.
Yep.
And when you look at teams that are frustrated, this is why you're frustrated. If you go 1 for 14, you're in the is it the red zone? Is that the stats, or is that the goal to go stats?
It's just passes into the end zone.
Passes into the end zone. You can't do that against Lions. Not up in here.
Nope.
That's a no-fly zone.
You have to throw it short and run it in, or run it in.
Yeah.
But 1 of 14, 10 yards, 1 touchdown, 5 interceptions.
That's impressive. And it says a lot about how they're playing defense as a whole, and it says a lot about Kirby Joseph being a ball hawk.
All right, let's get back to your phone calls. BJ is next on 97.1. Hello, BJ.
Hey, how's it going, Doug, Gator, and Kane?
Doing good, thank you.
Yeah, good topic. Kind of makes me think about back in the summer when you had the big topic about trading Tarek Skubal with the Baltimore Orioles.
Yeah.
Kind of feel like the Lions are in a similar situation that the Orioles was in. And during that trade talk, a lot of fans wanted us to trade Skubal to Baltimore, but Baltimore refused to do it. They went the cheap route. I think they went and got a left-hander, somebody else, but obviously it didn't work out for them. Imagine if they had Skubal and Burns on that pitching staff with Baltimore.
Yep.
You know, and I just said that to say I feel like they're in the same situation, and my gut is telling me that Brad Holmes is not going to do anything. And what baffles me is the fact that you can take a third-round pick and use it on a guy from Canada that's unknown, but you won't be bold to go get a guy and get aggressive. Because everybody, and I know like the Rams was like F those picks, but everybody got a price. You know, and then I heard you guys talk about well, what if you get Myles Garrett or Crosby, then you're going to have to let somebody go. Trade them. Pittsburgh, the Packers, and New England, they did that every year. When guys came up for contracts, what did they do? They trade them. So you get something in advance.
Well, first of all, we don't know that Brad Holmes isn't going to try and do anything big. And we don't know that he hasn't already. Yeah, I get it. Your gut might be wrong. He very well, BJ, may try to do something and then opt not to. I can't imagine that he hasn't talked to the Raiders, Cleveland, and the Jets as the teams with the most to dangle right now. But they just might be wanting way too much. It might be the kind of deal that makes you say, I wouldn't even do that. But he also knows what he has in house. Like I get you could trade him, but with a case like a Lee McNeil, if a Lee McNeil is everything they dream about as a football player at that position and a professional in the room, they might say, you know what, we're good with we want to hang on to him at just about any cost. And we think we can win a Super Bowl with him. It's going to be interesting. It's an interesting analogy you draw because Baltimore didn't want to make the big splash. They're different sports, and there's a lot of difference. It's not apples to apples, but they didn't want to make a big splash, and it didn't work out for them. They also are set up for the long haul. And if they win multiple World Series out of this, then they'll probably feel justification. But if they don't, I mean, the Lions are kind of in a situation where they got to get one. But I feel like they're poised to win, to be in the mix for years. And I think they're trying to do both. Get one now and still be in the mix for years.
Yeah, Brad Holmes is clearly trying to walk that tightrope, isn't he?
Yeah.
Like he's just trying to be like, hey, the window is definitely now, but I'm not giving up the future for right now either.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because the Rams said F them picks and they won a Super Bowl. We are so desperate for a Super Bowl. That sounds like an awfully attractive way to go. Like, yeah, we're close. Let's do it this way. And then there are other teams that win multiple Super Bowls. And if they're trying to be that and are successful, then they did it even better than F them picks. F them picks worked. It doesn't always work.
No.
But it worked for the Rams.
Well, they have one trophy. You'll take it.
248-539-9797. Marcus is next. Hi, Marcus.
Hey, what's going on? Good afternoon, fellas.
What's up?
Hey, I just want to let you guys know I listen daily here in Atlanta. I'm definitely with Brad Holmes. Like, I feel like him and his staff, they've took the time and invested in the players like Pascal and Onzarike, and it's too personal for them to just look somewhere else without trying to bring somebody in immediately. I think you go ahead and wait the 2 games out, the Vikings and the Titans. Like, if we're just god-awful, then, yeah, go get somebody. But if we win, if we make just enough stops to get the win, hey, stick with the in-house. It's because of Brad Holmes that we're even talking about Super Bowl. Stick with your guy, whatever he decides.
Well, the last part I think is probably true. Whatever Brad decides, right? Because he's earned the right to he's earned our trust as fans and members of the media. It's hard not to trust him. That being said, I don't think that precludes him from going out and adding somebody to this team of substance. Not just a marginal move or something that, okay, maybe he's an upgrade over one of the practice squad guys that gets elevated. I mean, a move of substance. He can still do it. I feel like we're all bracing ourselves for it not happening, and yet it can absolutely happen. He's got to find a team that's willing to give up those players.
Ed is in Ann Arbor, and he is next. Hello, Ed.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my telephone call.
Sure.
Gator is happening, okay?
Hey.
Dan is running a master class on how to build a long-serving, successful team from the bottom up, okay? They're not going outside, okay? And if he gets a player, it'll be somebody that can complement. Because here's the truth. Every team who has ever won a championship or a Super Bowl has had this happen to them with a player. It's just the nature of the game, okay? The solution is generally in your locker room, in the players that you have there, and the mentality of those players to cover for each other, to build their family unit, okay? He's telling you guys this. And that's the way they're going about it. And I got no problems with that because that goes to long-term success. And as for that frog up there in Minnesota, Darnold, he is who he is, man. We're going to kiss that frog on Sunday, and that's going to be it for him.
Are you saying he's a prince that will turn into a frog?
He's a frog. No.
Fraud?
He looks like a prince. He's a frog.
Fraud?
Is he saying frog or fraud?
Fraud. Well, you kiss a frog, but I thought he said frog at first, and then he meant fraud, but then he went back to the frog. This is a commercial. We've already seen this, right, Kang? Frog insurance?
Yes.
Fraud?
Frog. Fraud? Peyton Manning?
Yeah, I don't know if it was fraud or frog, man. I don't know.
We don't get French benefits?
No, we don't get French benefits. Jason in Sterling Heights. Hi, Jason.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Okay, I think everyone needs to understand something. If we were to trade hypothetically for, let's say, a guy like Crosby, okay, yes, we're giving up, let's just say hypothetically again, I don't know what the market would dictate. Let's just say 3 first-round future picks, okay? Now, Crosby is an asset, so we can always turn around, trade him next season, and maybe recoup 2 first-round picks from a different team. So, yes, in the long run, we give up 1 first-round pick, which is a small price to pay for a Super Bowl. So I don't know if you follow what I'm saying, but I think a lot of people lose the fact that you have that leverage where, and I know there's salary cap and other issues involved, his contract. It's just not as simple as that, but I just, again, want to stress the point that he is an asset, and we can always, we're not necessarily, giving up the future, because we can always, again, turn around next year and get 2 first-round picks back. Does that make any sense?
I mean, if you can. I mean, I don't know if you can or you can't. I don't know if I've ever heard of a team approaching it that way. We're going to trade for the guy now, and our plan is to trade him next year, but sure. Hey, attention fans, UMCU is the official credit union of the Detroit Lions, and they're proud to partner with Detroit Lions superstars like Jahmyr Gibbs, Brian Branch, and Terrion Arnold to celebrate this winning combination. And the Lions' new sleek black uniforms, UMCU has something special for you, an exclusive access to the Detroit Lions Black Debit Card. Now's the perfect time to become a member and join the Detroit Pride. This exclusive Lions Black Debit Card is only available to UMCU members. Choose the black one or one of other 3 designs. UMCU has been servicing customers for over 70 years. I'm a member now, too, and signing up was easy. Show off your pride and passion with the new Detroit Lions Black Card, only from UMCU. Just visit umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. Visit website for full details. Insured by NCUA. UMCU, where success deserves celebrating. Straight ahead, Jared Goff. What are the nicknames of some of the trick plays that they ran against Dallas? That is next here on 97.1.
Look, these days it can be really hard to find reliable service. I know. I'm with you. I'm a homeowner. We've all gone through the same thing, right? You try to get something done. You call the company. They give you a window of like 6 hours. It doesn't work for you. And they say, tougho, this is how we got to do it. And then you got to take a day off work in order to have something fixed. That's not how things go at Precision Garage Door. They believe in customer service. In fact, you can schedule your appointment on their website for a time that works for your schedule. You don't even have to call them. But if you do, all calls are answered 24/7. They offer the industry's leading warranty, and they're available on weekends at no extra charge. I needed my garage door service. I called the only people you should call, Precision Garage Door. They were amazing. They came out right away, took care of everything, and even told me, hey, down the road, you're going to have to get these doors replaced. And when that had to happen, you know who I called, Precision Garage Door. If you want your garage doors done right, do what I did and call them. Precision Garage Door. Call them today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So, I don't expect. Do you expect a trade this week? I don't expect anything.
No, I don't.
Kang, do you expect anything this week?
No, I don't.
No. Think they're probably getting a feel for the market a little bit. Think they'll kind of see how things go. I mean, if they beat Minnesota, I mean, they might be able to legitimately say to some team that's asked them for the sun and the moon, hey, we're fine. We'll give you the sun. We're not giving you the sun and the moon. But we'll see how it plays itself out. Everybody's weighing in, though. This is the hot topic this week is, should the Lions make a big splash? Should the Lions go all in to try and replace Aiden Hutchinson with a like player? And there appears to be a market. Now, we don't know what they see as the real market. Like, who do they like? Who do they not like? I'm kind of torn on the whole football character thing. Because, Gator, we spent, I don't know, like 25 years talking about how bad the Lions culture was. And now they actually seem to have a good culture.
Seem to have a great culture.
And part of it probably has to do with their emphasis on this. So I respect it. I think it's worked. But do you go out and get somebody and hope they assimilate to your culture if they don't check all the boxes?
Yeah, I think you can. I think they're at a point right now they can take a chance. And I would be willing to take that chance because you've got enough guys in the room. And when we talked to Jared Goff, we asked him about leadership. And, he lists off like 7 or 8 guys on the team that are effective leaders. And it's not just him. And, on the defensive side, you got Anzalone and all these other players that I would think that they can absorb that they can keep whatever it is that needs to be in check, they can keep it in check, and they can find a way to accentuate what's best. The other thing you have to keep in mind is this is different. Coming to Detroit in 2024 is different than coming to Detroit in 2018. Right? This is a team that is completely flipped over and is absolutely not heading in the right direction. They are in the right direction. They're a mid. They have an opportunity to do something special and compete for a Super Bowl if they keep going here. And they could use some help on the defense because of what happened with Aiden Hutchinson, for sure. But players around the league, I think that they would have to know and understand. There's an expectation now coming to Detroit. All right, this isn't some country club place you're just going to collect a big paycheck and here we go. This is a team that's competing, and they expect to win. So in order to win, you have to buy into it.
Yeah.
And there's enough people that will hold you accountable. I think it's a great spot.
Well, it's something that may have them, rethinking how they're going to do things and say, okay, we've done it. It's worked up till here, but now's a time where we might need to bend a little. Might need to reshape our criteria for any player we want to introduce into the locker room. I mean, it's not like you can't talk to those guys before they get here too and say, hey, look, I have my concerns about you. Are you going to be able to, do things the way we do them? It's certainly, remember the Mike Utley thing. I mean, that was tragic, certainly but that team went on and
Eric Andelsick.
Yeah, that was in the offseason, but I'm just thinking about that team in the middle of that year.
Yeah. Went
on and won a division and went 12-4.
And won a playoff game.
Yep. But they didn't win it all. And, that's sometimes you can rally around those things, but that can only take you so far. So Rico Beard has wandered in studio. Hello, sir.
Gentlemen, how you doing?
Okay. And you? I'm feeling better today than I did yesterday.
Really?
Yep.
Okay. Why are you feeling better today?
Because of how good the Lions offense is, and I believe offense wins championships. And the defense was top 10. The offense is arguably the tops in the league. And we'll get a sense for that in the next few weeks. Because they're doing top of the league characteristic stuff. Mm-hmm. If they look this good offensively against Minnesota, Green Bay, and Houston all on the road, 3 of the next 4 games, then I'll fully buy into the offense is the best in the league and offense wins championships. Actually, in my opinion.
No, I'll buy into that, yes, with the games that they have coming up because you did great against Seattle. You did great against Dallas. Both of those defenses were missing a ton of starters.
Mm-hmm.
That's not your problem. That's not your fault. And you do what you got to do. You destroy them, okay? Let me see what you do against a full defense. If you're still doing – like, are you more towards earlier in the year when you played the Rams and you played the Bucs, or are you more the team that we're seeing now? So
yeah, I think what's happened in recent weeks is one part Dallas, one part Detroit. Like, I think both contributed to the –
Yeah, I mean like Seattle was missing 6 starters. Like, you're missing a lot of –
They could have scored 60 in these games, and just because they're missing starters doesn't mean you punch button get 60 points. But they, I'm watching it over the next few weeks really to see if they can do that. Then I think they're still in line to do great things.
Because here's what I don't want them to turn into: last year's Miami Dolphins. Miami was fun. They put up 70 in a game. They scored a ton of points, and in the end, they had to play a wild card game in freezing Kansas City and lost.
Good news.
They were fun.
Lions can run it,
right?
And Miami couldn't, or didn't as well. The thing, I guess the question is, are they better than last year's Lions? If the offense is better, is the defense without Hutch? No. Is it? You think it's as bad as last year's?
Without Hutch?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. But if the offense is better, then they're better.
No.
They're overall better.
Here's what's going to have to happen. This team's going to have to go out there and they're going to have to score, and they're going to have to put up in the 30s every game and just keep the other team off the field, running the ball, using David Montgomery, TOP. That's how you got to do it, because without Hutch, no, defense not.
All right, you guys got a show coming up next. We'll be listening. It's Carson Anderson. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. Hey, get ready to tackle NFL action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. So what I would recommend you do, take that Thursday night game, go find yourself a prop bet, and they have alternative spreads, right? Alvin Kamara rushing yards, you can go over like 25 yards rushing. You bet your $5 and you get your $300 in bonus bets. To do so, just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to make every moment mean more this NFL season. FanDuel is an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. Tigers catcher Jake Rogers has been named a finalist for an American League Gold Glove Award, along with Cal Raleigh of the Mariners and Freddie Fermin of the Royals. According to Jeremy Fowler, the Lions have signed Isaiah Thomas off the practice squad of the Bengals. Thomas was a 7th-round pick of the Browns in 2022. He played 10 games for Cleveland in that year, logging 1 sack. Campbell joined the morning show talking about potential additions today. Kyle Peko, who also exited the game for the Lions on Sunday, along with Hutchinson, is also likely out for the year with the torn pec muscle. Peko injured it while attempting to tackle Ezekiel Elliott. After their March Madness run last season, Oakland was picked to finish 4th in the Horizon League. Detroit Mercy tabbed last. Hassan Reddick has been holding out for a new contract since he was traded to the Jets, which also means he's been fined $5 million over that time. Today, New York granted him permission to look for a trade. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Rico, I got to tell you, you were doing the Lord's work, brother. You really were. I salute you.
Why is that, my friend?
You were trying so hard to have a conversation, and Doug just was not having it. He was just not going to give you a centimeter. Everything is all good all the time.
Everything is awesome.
I was laughing because I'm like, man, that's his college roommate. I know. I could see that argument about the Lions and the playoffs, 30 years ago at Michigan State going a whole different way. Lots of spicy language. But you tried, and I want to salute you. I mean that.
I had 4 minutes to do it, Mike. So therefore, I couldn't go. You know what, Doug? We'll continue this battle another day.
Yeah. We're going to get to the Lions because we're not done by a long shot with the Lions and Aiden Hutchinson. Dan Campbell was on the morning show, Odyssey.com Rewind, if you want to go listen to that. And some of the emotion has settled, and we'll be able to get into it a little bit. And I don't know that we're going to change where we're at, but I think Dan Campbell is giving you a window into what they're thinking. So we're going to get there. But I said to you guys yesterday, Enrico, we had a plan. We were going to mix the Tigers in, and it never came to fruition because the Lions own the town. But the Tiger season did end this weekend, and Scott Harris did talk on Monday. So I wanted to bring something up. This is day 1 of the offseason, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where you are, Rico. I am not going to fight with people. That is my policy, okay? Here's my political ad. You think 2 + 2 is 5? Good for you. I'm only going to tell you how I feel. But what I'm not going to do is argue because I have a way I want a baseball team run, and I don't need to change because I have history on my side. I like certain things. Like if you like chocolate ice cream and Rico likes vanilla, you don't get to tell Rico he's stupid because he likes vanilla. They're both flavors of ice cream. I can just tell you there's only one flavor of ice cream that will net you a parade. So Scott Harris spoke. And we are going to have battles this offseason, battles I don't want to have. And look, they are going to run their team one particular way. I am scared they're going to run it like a small market baseball team. I don't want that. I'm scared they're going to be seduced by what they did this season. You'll never win a World Series playing the way you played. Facts. Just won't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what about the Oakland A's? You know what? Moneyball, that famous movie, netted? Never getting past the ALDS in 11 seasons. So I don't care. So I wanted to ask a question. So I'm going to give you some facts. Rico, if you want to get your professorial glasses out, you want to take a note or 12. Okay. People, all I want you to do is hear me. And then I'm going to ask you a question. And you can answer it however you like. And we'll mix in some Scott Harris sound. But I want to read this to you, and this comes from what I think is a solid source. Everybody have a little bit of respect for Baseball America?
Yeah.
So I want to read something, and you tell me what you want to do. So with no salary cap, MLB has had 16 different World Series champions since 2000. That's more teams that have won a title in that time than the NBA, who's had 11 different champions, the NFL, which is a parity-based league with 13, and hockey, where hockey's crazy. Puck luck, 13. So all of those leagues, though, have a salary cap. What's more, every MLB team has made at least one appearance in the last 10 seasons. No other league can do that. Now, why is it relevant? Well, because it would be a mistake, according to Baseball America, to suggest spending doesn't matter. When it comes to winning a World Series, the teams that win are always among baseball's biggest spenders, close quote. Now, why is it relevant? Because until or unless we see the payroll go up and go up in a big way, we're going to continue having these conversations. So you go, well, hold on. Show me the Carfax. Glad you asked. So here's some relevant data from Baseball America. In the wild card era, Rico Beard, 1995 to today, 26 of the 29 teams to win a World Series ranked in the top half of MLB's opening day payroll. In the same time frame, 20 of 29 champions ranked in the top 10 in opening day payroll. Mm-hmm. Only 3 champions, the 17 Astros, cheaters, the 2015 Royals, and the 2003 Marlins ranked in the bottom half. One problem. The 17 Astros acquired Justin Verlander, and the 15 Royals acquired Johnny Cueto and Ben Zobrist, pushing them into the top half of payroll. So there's exactly one team in 30 years that didn't rank in the top half of payroll to win a championship. The 2003 Marlins. One. Okay? 30 years of data, one doing it on the cheap. Now, the trend goes beyond the wild card era if you factored in teams like the Toronto Blue Jays, who were the top spenders in the sport in the early 90s, winning 2 championships. Now, here's the key. It doesn't guarantee success, but for 3 decades, you've been shown you want a parade, it requires large sums of money. Now, why is it relevant? Okay. Oh, and by the way, here are your payrolls of World Series champions, starting from last year. 9th, 10th, 14th, 2nd, 4th, 1st, 17th, 6th, 17th, 7th, 4th, 8th, 10th, 11th, 1st, 13th, 2nd, 10th, 13th, 2nd. I mean, that's 20 years of data, brother. So here's my point. The Tigers went into this postseason with a $19 million functional payroll. Now, obviously, you have Miggy Cabrera's dead body. You have Javi's dead body. Your payroll was higher than that. Your payroll was roughly, what, 25th in baseball and $60 million below just league average. Mm-hmm. Now, my question to you is the following. No arguing. It's a question. If now isn't the right time to demand spending from this regime, then when is it? Don't know. There's no speech I'm going to deliver, Rico.
Oh, no.
That's the question.
Okay.
If not now, when?
It
Tell
has
me.
to be now. No, Mike, it has to be absolutely right now. You can't wait, because here's the unfortunate thing that happened to this Tiger team that Chris Ilitch and management and Scott Harris didn't foretell coming. They started winning. They made the playoffs. These young players, the kids, the one that you didn't want to block, they got a taste of what success is. They're not going to want to go backwards. They're going to want to go forward. You see what you can do. You have to add pieces now, because you can't walk in there and say, well, guys, we're still going to take our time with this. No, Skip, you need to go tell management to bring in some extra pieces, because we don't think that we're that far away. If they believe that, and the fans, Mike, the Tigers have to see it is now. You have to go out there and you have to bring in 2 bats. I think you need to bring in an additional arm or 2, because what you did to end the season, you can't replicate that over 162 games. And I think we all know that.
So the question is 248-539-9797. If now is not the time to demand spending from Chris Ilitch, when is it? And make no mistake, don't deconstruct this discussion and try to get cute with me. No one is saying you just spend it to spend it or spend it to make yourself feel better. But if you don't believe there is a way to make this team World Series caliber next season, and money won't do that for you, well, I've got a bridge I'd love to sell you for $1, because it's just not true. But see, what I'm concerned with is, and we'll play some of this audio, and David, I want to bring you into the fold here. You have all the audio. You hear words like, well, we don't want to upset team chemistry. We have 7 of the top 100 prospects. We have a lot of young guys. Young players get better. All of those things are true. That has nothing to do with needing 2 legitimate right-handed thumpers and needing a legit number 2 arm to go with Tarek Skubal, because for all the excitement about Jackson Jobe, he's not pitching 200 innings next year. Not even close. That's just not what you do with young arms. No. And Scott Harris has said, well, we want to have a 5-arm rotation. Respect. So do I. But when we start to talk about the offseason, what I'm not going to do, Rico, and what I'm not going to do, guys, I'm not going to make fun of people when they call up and say, I want Alex Bregman. I'm not making fun of them for that. You know what? I'm not going to make fun of Kenny if he brings up the fact that Vladdy Guerrero's entering the last year of his contract and Toronto might be rebuilding. And you know what? I'll be the guy to tell you, 25 years old, one of the great right-handed hitters in the game, $300 million contract, and I'm going to trade some of those prospects and put Vladito at first base. Yes, I am. Mm-hmm. Because you win with stars. You don't win with try-hard guy. You win with stars. You're seeing it with your Lions. Do you like your Lions? Do you like what you did to Jerry Jones' birthday cake? Treating it as your own personal toilet seat? You did it with stars. You have the best right tackle in the sport. You got a top 10 quarterback. You got 2 stars at running back. You got arguably the best receiver in the sport. You got arguably the best tight end in the sport. You've got an explosive trinket toy that would be a number 1 receiver on other teams, and he's just your number 2 or 3 here. Stars with a Z. Do you like Brian Branch? Star. Do you like Aiden Hutchinson? Why do you think we're talking about him so much? Because your biggest star just died. Not literally, but his leg blew up. Mm-hmm. Guys, you win with stars. So we're going to play some of the Scott Harris audio. There's no arguing, and I'm not mocking anyone. But if you want a small market baseball team, then we will never agree. There is no scenario if I own this team, I'm not adding stars. And I'm not doing this right now. They showed you. Yeah. You got the manager. You got the young core here. Let's go give these young players some legit teammates.
And
can you imagine?
Yeah. No, Mike, and let me add this caveat as well. We're not saying that some of the young guys cannot turn into stars. We are not saying that, because some people might, well, we already have them. We just got to let them grow and get better. You need some instant stars, some guys that can sit in the clubhouse and tell the younger guys, hey, fix this, do this. This is how you can get better. You know what? Follow my example. You need people who could walk in right now and make this team monumentally better.
Yes. And again, there will be expenditures. Obviously, I want them to buy out Javi Baez. If Baez is on the opening day roster, I know what I think. I'm not asking you to think like I do. I can just tell you, if you have him on your opening day roster, you're not serious. You're not serious people. I also know they have to pay Tarek Skubal. It'd be the first thing I would do. Riley Green might be up for conversation in a contract. Most of your young players are just about to hit arbitration years. You have so much time. Now's the time. Let's add some dogs to this deal. Let's go win the whole effing thing next year. So I want to have that conversation. And David, I want you to have the sound lined up. We can bump back with something. Let's stay away from all Baez things. Can we do that? And let's focus on, what do you want your baseball team to do? And if you're going to call up and say, well, now I'm not demanding Chris Ilitch spend, then tell me when, just so I know when to take you seriously. That's all. There's no argument. I don't care if you call it potato and I call it potato. I'm not interested in arguing about individual players. I want to argue about production. 248-539-9797. Does that sound good? We'll get to the Lions at 3. We're going to get you bleeping in Jerry Jones's birthday cake at 4. We've got audio of Jerry Jones melting down today live on radio, and I want you to know you did this to him. You should be so proud, Detroit. You ruined Jerry Jones's life. We got a jam-packed show for you. Don't make a move. 97.1. America's favorite place to watch football. Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games, best viewing experience built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view with a massive screen, located at Circa Resort and Casino, right in downtown Vegas. Stadium Swim, book that spot today at circalasvegas.com. That's Scott Harris yesterday. We got a lot of audio from him. And we're leaving the Baez thing to the side. I mean, that has been beaten to death. He's left himself an out. I have to let it play out. Shout out John Jansen. It's very simple. If Javier Baez is here on opening day, it's a joke. You're not a serious organization. And if he's not, kudos. I tip my cap to Chris Ilitch and Scott and AJ and go, look, you're getting serious about doing this. But I want to know if now isn't the right time to spend, when. I've given you what it takes to win a World Series. Not an opinion, factually. And not over 5 years, not getting cute and saying 8, 10, 12. Out of 30 years of baseball data, here's what it takes. There's one outlier who got it done and did it cheap, the 03 Marlins. So I want to know what you think they should do. I don't control Chris Ilitch's wallet. I can't force Scott Harris to do anything. You guys asked me the question last year. Yes, I would have added a bat. I never got seduced by any one individual. But yes, the Matt Chapman thing became this weird battle line. And then people, when Chapman would have a good day, wanted to do receipt theater. Both guys on the air here and over the phones. And they did it with Cookies and Rieger. And it's just weird to me. Because the reality is we all are on the same team. We want to win. And I'm just telling you factually, you will never win doing it cheap. Why? Because no one has. And I don't want to try to be some trailblazer. We're not finding a cure for cancer. We're trying to hit baseballs. People who do it well cost a lot of money. People who miss bats cost money. Yes, you have young talent. Yes, we're excited. Well, for that reason, if the core is here, isn't it time? Now, if it's not time and you're going to vilify anyone who says that it is, then just tell us when. I'll do a Google calendar, and that way I'll know when to take you seriously. 248-539-9797. Rico, before we get back to you, David, do you have anything you want to add? And more Harris audio. And certainly, if ticket texts are pouring in, let's get after it.
Yeah, listening to you go through those stats when you have one team in 30 years, which is the 2003 Marlins, who were not top half of payroll there that won it, that concerns me with this team because I don't believe they will spend. I don't believe they'll do what they need to do to have that type of offseason. So that concerns me as a fan. And while I jokingly tweeted out after the game, see you in 10 years to the fans, I was trolling fans. But I truly feel you have to spend to win. Mike, you're right. You have to spend to win. And if they don't, they may not be in this position for a very long time. You had to go on a miracle run to even get to the playoffs, and it's great, but you should not just sit on that and say, oh, I'm comfortable with what we did, and we'll go right back to doing that same thing next year. That's not how it works.
You know what, David?
Fellas, real quick, Rico, and then it's over to you. Real quick. Hey, who's left in the playoffs, by the way? Mets, Dodgers, Yankees, and then a team with no hope.
Yep.
The Guardians. Who's the one who doesn't have the money? The Guardians.
Yeah.
Carry on.
But see, I think here's the problem, guys. It's going to be the ultimate catch-22. I think in the offseason, they're actually going to get serious, and they're going to go and try add some arms to this team. I don't think you're going to get everyday players because they're going to tell you, we believe in these kids. Look at how they finished the season. Why go out and spend and bring in somebody else when we may already have that person right here in the dugout? I think they're going to add arms. I do. I think that how the season ended is going to put blinders on. And Mike, I agree with you. I think they should go out and get a couple bats. I don't see that because, well, do you really want to, Torque may end up being that guy. So do we really want to make a trade and get rid of Torque? And no, yeah, you do, but I don't think they see it the same way we do.
Well, and again, I'm not interested in arguing it. I really don't care how they see it. The beauty of sports is it's how we see it. We're all fans. Mm-hmm. I don't care what they do. And I'll never understand why people drink the bathwater of billionaires. They're not your friends. They wouldn't bleep on you if you were on fire on the side of the road. So why the hell are you worried about their purse strings? You own a baseball team? I want to win. Spend the money. Mm-hmm. I'm not interested in your bottom line. And if it wasn't profitable to own this thing, you wouldn't own it. So, let's cut the bull and let's have a conversation. I want to win. I want to be at a parade with all our friends. I want to be at a parade with our listeners. I want to win the World Series. And they took a nice step this year, an unexpected one. one that I don't think is very sustainable. It'll be a moment in time. It'll be a book. It'll be something incredible. But I just don't buy running it back. These young guys need help.
They do.
And if you don't, and I'm sorry, but like Rico, I'm already hearing it. Like when certain people appeared on our station who may or may not do television for this team, and they're telling you, well, I don't know where you'd put a bat. Do you want me to bring up the offensive numbers from your playoff run?
Yes, I'm 100% with you, but I think that person and the team is seduced. Like, well, Jace Young, look at Torkin, look at all these young guys. They're going to be something. Let's just be patient and let them develop instead
that's why I
of
asked
going
the
to
question,
get that.
If not now, when? You don't get to say be patient. Tell me when. Now, look, expenditures can include buying out Javi. That's an expenditure. That's real money. Paying Tarek Skubal, real money. But then we get to the phase of, when are we adding stuff? And I'm not going to knock people. I'm not. I mean, if you call up and say they should sign Juan Soto, I'm not knocking the idea. Problem, he's left-handed. But it's also, I can't get this team to spend a penny on anyone I care about. I don't know if I'm going to get them to do $700 million. So just understand, I'm not knocking you. You have every right to say he's one of the best baseball players in the game. Why not try? But guys, come on. Who are we kidding? If I can't get 30-year-old Alec Bregman, how the hell am I getting Juan Soto? 248-539-9797. David, you want to give us a few ticket texts and we will go to the callers?
Oh, I love this first one here. Hey, guys, 2 words, feared bats. We have no legitimate feared bats. We need 2 of them. That is from Toro.
I'm scared of one of your bats, and it's only if I'm a right-handed pitcher.
I was about to say,
Gary Carpenter.
One. Yep, that's it. Other than that,
I'm not afraid of any of your other bats.
Yeah, nobody's going to walk you. Nobody's going to pitch around you. Just go ahead and throw it to them. Chances are they'll leave the runners stranded on base.
Like right here, right now, the 3 guys in this lineup I respect the most, be Carp, Parker Meadows, post-minor league tune-up, and certainly Riley Green. Outside of that, like, look, again, why don't you, if I have to hear about Matt Vierling again, I'm going to throw up. Pull up Vierling's playoff numbers. I think he was 3 for 28. Like you know what Matt Vierling is on the Yankees? A guy who hands out sunflower seeds.
But it was an awesome 3.
No, that's fine. My point is, Matt Vierling's a good ball player. I'd love to have him in my clubhouse as a depth piece.
Go get that broken bat is what I need him to do.
Right, but like Matt Vierling can't be a guy that I'm playing every day and batting up in the order. I mean, do you realize for most of the year, Jake Rogers, who hit like 180, was batting 5th or 6th in this order? Oh, but where would we put a bat? I mean, really? Go ahead, David.
Mike Rico, I want to buy season tickets for next year so bad, but I will not do it until I see them spend some good money this offseason.
Agree totally. And I'll tell you what, if they're going to sit there and roll out new premium seating for 4, 5, 10x the cost of what it should be to go to a baseball game, make them earn your money. I'm not telling you not to buy it. I'm just saying, why don't you guys spend some money before I give you mine?
Interesting concept.
Weird, isn't it? Yes, David.
Scott did say that Torkelson needed to have a big offseason. To me, that shows that Harris is serious about players getting better.
That's fine. If you believe in Torkelson, go for it. See, I told you, I'm not doing this. I'll tell you how I feel. But this isn't a holy war to me. I don't have this psychosis that some people in this town have with this team. And I'm not interested in being friends with anybody. I just want to watch good baseball.
No, I mean, think about it. Just in the Guardians series, like there were certain players when they got up to bat, you were thinking, oh my God, let's just hope that we can get this guy out. You had one.
Oh, Jose Ramirez was every time he came up, I'm like, oh gosh, here we go.
Yeah.
How about Quan?
Yes.
I got news for you too. I know people won't validate this. They'll make fun of what I'm about to say, but go check the numbers. Brian Rocchio is becoming a legitimate player, and I think he's like 9 for 17 in the playoffs right now. Rocchio is a complete pain in the ass to you. Yeah. And he hit a bomb last night, even though the Guardians lost.
So
he's 23 and makes $10 an hour.
Ugh.
And he's a Gold Glove shortstop. No, I'm just making a point. Now, look, Trey Sweeney's a nice ball player. Why? Because he's not Javi. The reality is Javi's the worst baseball player in the history of baseball with a 510 OPS.
Right.
Trey Sweeney might be okay, but Trey Sweeney also hit like 180.
Right. When you're only good because of who you compare it to. Like, well, new stepdad doesn't come home drunk, so you know what? I like him.
Right, he does crack instead. But hey. All right. We will get
and Mike, here's one for a deep tease for you. You may have been onto something. We'll explain that later on in the show.
I can't wait. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more than Northville. Last year, contractors, homeowners, they bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields, and there is a reason they can do it. It's all in stock all the time. Some as low as $1.59 a foot. What are you waiting on? You could be on your deck this next week. It's going to be 65 to 70 degrees. That's like San Diego living in late October. Let's do it. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. All right, straight to the people. We're going back and forth today. Tigers, Lions, you ruining Jerry Jones's birthday. We got a ton to do. I'm asking the question. Scott Harris spoke. Tiger season's over. And it's not a fight. I really don't care anymore. If now isn't the right time to spend and to demand more of Chris Ilitch, then when is it? Mm-hmm. You get to dictate terms because I'm not fighting with you. But the data's the data, and I gave it at the top of the show. Odyssey.com rewind. You want to win the World Series, you must have a top half payroll, period. You don't believe me? Then go bitch at Baseball America. Go to Joe. He's batting leadoff. What's up, Joe? How you doing, buddy?
Hold on, Mike. Mike, before we go to Joe, real quick, in the Mike Valeni may be on to something, the evil genius.
Uh-oh.
Amari Cooper just got dealt to the Buffalo Bills. Something you may want to think about. Maybe the Browns are breaking up.
Aha.
Just wanted to throw that out there.
No, I know. And again, I don't even pretend. I told you yesterday, you look 3 different spots, you get 3 different answers on Myles Garrett's contract. All my point is you try. You got Ivy League people running this damn thing. You figure it out. Now, I'm not the only one who's after Myles Garrett. Chris Long, who was a Philadelphia Eagle, hosts one of the most successful football podcasts out there. He wants the Eagles to go and get the damn guy. You know, Chris Canty, who does media in New York. Chris Canty is talking about Myles Garrett. Like, I don't know. If we're all insane, so be it. I make a call. Oh, but the dead cap hit. The Browns are dead regardless. So how many first-round draft picks do you want while you die? That's basically their options. Die with picks or die without. But okay. Thank you, Rico. And by the way, I like that move for the Bills. Not that anyone cares. Go to Joe, 97.1. What's up, JoJo?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it. So I think the Tigers found themselves in a conundrum. They caught lightning in a bottle, and this was unforeseen by everybody, including Hinch and Harris. And now what they've done is that they've raised the expectations that this team is going to get off the sidelines and start to participate in spending and getting some people. There's no one that expects the Tigers to spend like they did when Mike was alive. That's just not realistic. But I don't think it's unfair to ask these guys to spend the league average, which is about $160 million, and they are well below that. They could easily re-up Skubal, and they could get rid of Baez. And I don't want to talk about Baez other than to say that if Scott Harris were on right now, he said these guys pull for each other. So I'm pretty sure that they're not going to be pulling for Baez when he's held to a different standard as everybody else. Whereas you don't have to produce and you get to stay on the team. They have to go out and get somebody like a Bregman, who probably would cost $20 or $25 million a year. That's not that big of a deal. But it's unrealistic to think that the Tigers are going to be successful with their infield. I think the outfield, we all agree with Meadows and Green and Carpenter are all superior outfielders. The problem is that the infield has tons of question marks. Keith was horrible the last couple months of the season. We like Sweeney because he can field well and he can occasionally hit, but the bar's pretty low to jump over for shortstop. Torkelson is anybody's guess what's going to happen with that guy. He gets 2 doubles in the last game, and everyone thinks he's going to be great next year, but that's just not realistic.
No, and to your point, Joe, to your point, I just, again, you're nailing it. When you look at the all-in estimated payroll for next year, they're sitting at $85 million. That's half of league average, and it's 23% of the New York Mets.
Yeah, that's right. And I think the other thing, the real issue, I think, is the relationship between Harris and Ilitch. That's the one thing that we don't know. Is Harris saying this because he knows that the payroll is going to be hamstrung? And I'm pretty sure that Harris is a smart guy and that he probably wouldn't have come here if he doesn't think that he's going to have the ability to go out and fill in a couple of pieces. Would I like to have Soto? Of course, but that's not realistic. If Mike were alive, it might be. But I'm just asking for Bregman. Just give me Bregman and realize that, some of these infielders are not going to make it. where there's no way that all four of these guys are going to be legit players. The other thing I want to say
hold on one second, Joe, because I think something else is important, and I'm not blind to it either, is I don't want to take away AJ's ability to mix and match. But instead of doing it with like 7 spots in the order, how about we try it with 3? Mm-hmm. See, that's the difference. I'm with you, Joe. You know, if you get a Bregman, I don't really care about blocking Chase Young because there is no scenario he's as good as Bregman now or potentially ever. Alex Bregman is a fabulous baseball player. No, he's not Mike Schmidt, but he's really good. This idea, like, if I have to hear about the prospects one more time, I'm going to scream because you're ready to throw one of your best prospects in the garbage, Torque. Everyone thinks Mize stinks, another one. Jace Young did nothing up here. Doesn't mean his story's written, but my point is you're not going to bat 1,000. It's like batting 1,000 with first-round draft picks in any sport. It doesn't happen.
Correct.
Hello, Zadina. Like, please. When you are presented with an opportunity to get proven resources, why don't we do that? Mix some of that in. You're still going to be incredibly young. You're still going to be incredibly financially responsible. But come on. And again, if you don't agree that it's now, when? You choose. Go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Could not agree with you more. The Tigers need to move, and they need to move on now from some of these guys. You know, when for me, I knew they were losing to Cleveland, when Chase Young was brought in to the game, I'm like, we are done. I don't have any faith in him. I think Torkelson is completely done. Although I will say I felt bad for the guy a couple times. You know, looked like he was going to cry after he made a big out time to time. But they need to do it now. There's no waiting with this team. We got guys that are not proven, and this year was fun, but it is not sustainable.
No. Rico, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I mean, he said everything, John. It's not, and you would just hope that management sees. Let's not worry about blocking these guys. Let's add some pieces to get this better. And if that means that some guys got to go down to the minors, or that means some guys are relegated to the bench, or that means some guys get moved to get better. Getting better is the end goal because you saw you can win with a lot of these guys, but you were nowhere close. We called it. It was magical. It was
Here's
voodoo.
the other thing, boys. And Rico, think about this, buddy. So I'm just going to pick some random names. And then I'm going to tell you when they're free agents, okay?
Okay.
So when people say, well, the time's not now, all right, I'd argue exactly the opposite. So, like, for instance, face of the franchise, Matt Vierling, he's not a free agent until 2028. Riley Green, 2029. Who else? Oh, Akil Baddoo, what are you doing in my car? I'm just kidding. We're not doing that. You signed Colt Keith. He's here in Continuum. I mean, you want to go here. Bo Brisky, this year's Hall of Fame, inductee Bo Brisky. He's not a free agent until 2029.
Yeah, I got to think Parker Meadows is a long way away.
Parker Meadows, not a free agent until 2030. Years of arbitration, years of pre-arb still to use. You know when you should spend? Now.
Yeah.
So if you don't agree with now, then tell me when. We'll have more Scott Harris audio. We'll get more of the phone calls. I do want to mix football. Rico, what are we hitting next? Is this one of your receipt segments? Are we doing a QB ranking, Big Ten power ranking? What are we doing?
No, David. David has some NFL stuff.
All right, we'll do that next. Okay. 97.1. Summer's over. I know that is sad, but that does bring about fall, which brings about clean, crisp fall beers. That's right. Old Nation has them. Their Oktoberfest, it destroys everyone else's. It is brewed independently, respectfully, right in Williamston. They're not owned by some Dutch overlords. This is a real microbrewery who continues to be a leader in the industry, and they do it independent. So support local, support Old Nation. Their Oktoberfest, top of the charts. Get involved. 21 and up. Old Nation Brewing Company reminds you always to please drink responsibly. All right. You heard the man. It's time for some damn football. David, what do you got, buddy?
So let's get to the latest breaking news, because there's a lot going on today in the NFL. The latest is what Rico mentioned earlier. Amari Cooper gets traded to the Buffalo Bills for a third-round selection in 2025 and a seventh-round selection in 2026. Let's focus on the Bills portion of that. Do you like that deal, them getting Cooper?
Yes. They just need another option. Keon Coleman's not ready. Shakur is just a tiny little guy. They needed another dude. And Amari's a great route runner. Amari's a big body, good red zone target. Yeah, I'm down. What did they give up, by the way? I apologize.
Third-round selection next year, seventh-round selection year after.
Yeah, I'm good with it. Yeah, I mean, this helps them immediately because now you have a number one guy, and now, like you said, Keon Coleman, you can become a number two. Like, everybody take one step to the left because we have somebody who can help us win right now. When the play breaks down, Josh Allen can say, hey, Amari, go get this. I love it.
Now let's focus on the Browns portion of it, and not necessarily the Myles Garrett thing, but if now they're trading Cooper, does that Zadarius Smith available?
Yes.
Other players are now open for trades.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Zadarius might be the guy who ends up a Lion, be honest with you.
No, don't take my name.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
No, because, yes, it is telling me that Cleveland's in full sell mode, and if you're Detroit, listening to some of the things that Dan Campbell said on the morning show, I think they're willing to make a deal, but I don't think they're willing to break the bank. So if that's the case, then yes, Zadarius Smith would be the perfect compromise. Not going to cost a lot, but can help you immediately.
You want another name, but you got to go to a pet shelter to find him?
Okay.
Jadeveon Clowney.
Wow.
The mutt. He's down in Carolina. I don't like him. Never have.
I've been saying
Plus, I don't think he's their kind of dude.
Yeah, I've been saying that for years, Mike. But here's the thing about our kind of dude. If anything, you're short term. You're 1 year. You're a Band-Aid. Okay, now if you fit in this locker room, great. But I just need a Band-Aid right now. I don't need you to do Secret Santas with the team. Can you help me win?
Breaking news, David. Rico hates the community. Rico Beard loads poor children.
No, here's the thing.
You don't deserve presents.
No, it's not that. It's if you're a Lions fan and you're winning, you don't really care about this person's personality. Newsflash, you don't. You can go out and bring in a Kirk Cousins, but if you're in dead last, you don't care.
Well, let's get to the other wide receiver news for today. Something else happened this morning.
Okay.
And the Jets have traded a conditional third-round pick for Devontae Adams. And they will take on his salary, the Jets will, and that news just came through. They just restructured his deal for this year. We'll have to deal with whatever the rest of the year.
Can I just say it to the congregation?
Sure.
This is a reading from Corinthians. The salary capeth is not reeleth. Can I get an amen?
So the conditions, it can turn into a second-round pick. Here are the conditions to that. Adams must be a first or second team AP All-Pro, and he must be on the roster, active for the AFC Championship game or the Super Bowl if they happen to make it. Good move for them?
I mean,
just the move they had to make, right?
It's a move we all saw coming. I think they're still going to fall flat on their face. I don't believe in the Jets. As a matter of fact, I didn't believe in the Jets so much, I got a free lunch out of it. I'll leave it at that.
I'm right here, man. Dude, when they called Braylon Allen, okay, first of all, can we just, two separate notes. I'll address the Adams thing, but fellas, 22 accepted penalties for north of 200 yards. That's an atrocious job by the officials. Second of all...
Hold on, Mike. I'll let you finish. Is it an atrocious job by the officials, or was it just bad football being played by both teams? They have a job to do, right? Just saying. Go ahead.
Okay. You're not wrong. I guess there has to be a balance is what I would say. When they called holding on a fullback dive from the 1 yard line, chalk it up. I've been waiting to cross that square off on my bingo card since I was 9 years old. I have never in my life seen a holding call from the 1 yard line on a fullback dive. It was that kind of night. I digress.
No,
you have lunch when you want it, you win. Also, shout out Greg Zuerlein. You're garbage. Human filth.
How about this? Since we're talking, that wasn't even the most egregious call in the game. Still trying to wrap my head over how is it roughing the passer when you just sack the quarterback? And then you not only tackle him, you move off to the side so you don't fully land on the man, and you bounce and hit the ground. And they're like, well, you hit something. It was the ground. No, penalty. Aaron Rodgers was like, yeah, sorry, dude. That was a legitimate hit. But you know what? The football gods balanced it out and said, don't worry. The kick will go off the field, off the goal post. So no harm, no foul.
Thanks. Thank you for that.
Lunch.
I stayed up for every snap of that game. Oh, by the way, Devontae Adams, whatever. They look dysfunctional. But go for it. Maybe Aaron Rodgers can throw Devontae under the bus the same way he did Mike Williams last night.
Ooh, which, along with this, now Mike Williams has been made available for trade. Which, of course he is, right?
Yeah.
For what, a hot and ready? Come on.
A 20, 30 second round selection.
He ran
the Let me go get you some Howie bread. Here you go. Would I win, Mike Williams?
All right, guys. So I have a question because I'm wondering what the heck is wrong with Nick Sirianni. Nick Sirianni issued an apology for his interaction with a group of fans at the end of Sunday's game. For those that did not see, Nick Sirianni was booed during the game. The fans were booing the Eagles during the game at one point. 46 seconds left in the game. The game is in hand. They're going to win the game. And he decides to put his hand to his ear and go to the fans and say, let me hear you now. Here's his quote. I was trying to bring energy and enthusiasm yesterday, and I'm sorry and disappointed at how my energy was directed at the end of the game. Energy? You were winning the game. It was 46 seconds left. What do you mean? What are you doing?
David, here's what I think is going to happen, Mike. Let me take this one first. I think what Sirianni is doing is trying to distract the public and the media away from his team. His team has not looked right in a long time. So you know what we're talking about? Nick Sirianni. We're not talking about the Eagles who barely won a game over a team that they should have beat by a lot more. We're not talking about the Eagles who have been struggling. The Eagles who you acquire Saquon, but yet and still something still isn't right. So I think he fell on the sword and said, I'll be the Huckleberry, make fun of me, leave my team alone.
Okay, I was going to go a different way. I actually think this dude's just a knob. What does Nick Sirianni even do? I mean, you don't call plays. You don't run the offense or the defense. And once your brilliant coordinators both got head coaching jobs, you look like a knob. I mean, cool haircut. Yeah, I you know what, Rico? If he's pulling a supervillain Jedi mind trick thing, kudos to you. I just think he's a knob.
And that's a great
It's not nuanced. I'm sorry, but it's the best I could offer.
That is a great way to end
it. David, what can I say? I can't argue that point. I mean, yes, because here's the thing. Here's what I don't like what he does. You can't go out there, address the crowd, try to be the supervillain, and then bring your kids up to the press conference to shield yourself from difficult questions. No, Nick, you don't get to do both. Your kids are not going to save you because, don't want to talk about this. My kids are right here. And then you're still swearing in front of your kids. Like, no, leave the kids at home. Don't bring them up there.
Well, Mike said it. Nick Sirianni's a knob. That is in Football Today.
All right, on to more nuanced commentary. NFL. It's around the corner. We just wrapped another week, and guess what? You got football in 48 hours. Thursday night, Broncos Saints. Yeah, you probably got to bet that one if you're going to watch it because, ooh-wee, that's pretty ugly. Right now, new customers, $5, get 300 in bonus bets if you win. SGP of, maybe Rashid Shaheed, like an over receiving yards or a deep touchdown, and you correlate them, or I don't know, Bo Nix rushing yards, whatever. FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You have a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. The Athletic released their list of the best and worst coaching decisions from Week 6. Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson took top honors for the team's offensive efficiency and creativity against the Cowboys. Vikings defensive coordinator, on the other hand, Brian Flores, spoke today about how Goff prevents getting sacked. After their 4-1 loss to the Rangers on the road last night, the Red Wings are off until Thursday. News broke earlier that the Jets were acquiring Devontae Adams. Now Cleveland is making a move, sending receiver Amari Cooper to the Bills, along with a 2026 7th-round pick. The Browns will receive a 25 third-round selection and a 26 7th-round pick for Adam Schefter. Mike Tomlin said today they're considering playing QB Russell Wilson this week as a starter as well. Wilson has been dealing with a calf injury. Super Bowl 62 in 2028 will be hosted in Atlanta. Mercedes-Benz Stadium opened in 2017 and hosted its first big game 2 years later. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, hour number 2. Good to have you with us. I'm not going to do the same grandiose presentation. I'll try to streamline it, and then we're going to get some of the people. We'll continue with the Lions, but Scott Harris spoke. Tigers season ended. This marks really the one time we're going to get to talk Tigers, until or unless they do something. But David has plenty of sound to play. We're staying away from the Baez thing because there's nothing else that needs to be said. He said he went about 90% of the way of saying something egregious, and he left himself a 10% window where mystically Javi won't be here in the spring. But I have to let that one play out. I'm not going to yell and scream. You know my thoughts. There is just no scenario a serious baseball team run by serious people would have Javi Baez here opening day next year. It wouldn't happen. So their actions will dictate when we do that show. I wouldn't even have him in spring training. Well, it's not your money, and it isn't yours. You have the 6th or 7th richest owner in the sport. I don't want to hear it. The man can't be here, period. Now, all other things are this. They're saying a lot of buzzy things down at Comerica. We have a great room. These guys believe in each other. We have team chemistry. I have full backing. I have to justify the expense, but of course Chris will spend. Okay, so here's the deal. I opened the show, and I gave you the last 30 years of data. Baseball America is the source. There's only been one team in 30 years who didn't have a top half payroll who won a World Series, the 03 Marlins. So you can have a 1 in 30 shot. I'll take the 29 out of 30. You got to begin having a league average payroll. I'm not asking them to spend like Mike Ilitch. I'm not asking for a top 5 payroll, not even asking for top 10. But you got to be in the top half of the league. Now, if now isn't the right time, then when? And I'll set a Google notification for myself, and you can tell me when I have to take you seriously. I'm not arguing with these. No. And for all the water carriers, for Chris Ilitch and the rest of this franchise, God bless. Do your thing. You're living in hog heaven then. He won't have to spend. You'll have a cheap payroll. You think you're Brad Pitt and Moneyball. And at the end of the day, I'll be there at the end of the tunnel laughing in your face when you don't win a World Series. Because I'm about one thing. I want to have a parade. You don't play the game for anything else. And now the Guardians will play the Yankees, and they'll get bombed. And the other 2 teams in the NL are the Mets and Dodgers, huge spenders. And once again, I'll be proven right. It'll be a high payroll team winning a World Series, while you pretend you're Brad Pitt. So I'm asking you, if not now, when? Just you can choose your adventure, Rico. It's like a children's book.
Mike, I think it's absolutely now because your young players got the taste of winning, taste of the playoffs. So we want to go back. And you're not strapped for cash. It's not like, oh, well, you got top name free agent that you got to figure out to pay. You don't have to figure, we can only keep 3 of these 4 guys because we can't afford all of them. You're not paying anybody anything except for Javi and still the Cabrera contract. So you have the money to spend. All your other guys are under team control. This is absolutely the time to spend because your young guys are young and stupid. They don't know any better. And you could bring in guys who can help them, who can elevate their game because now the pressure won't be on them to go up there and hope to get a hit. You'll have some people in, especially an everyday bat, you'll have people that other teams will fear when they step up to the plate like, oh, man, maybe we should just go ahead and walk him, pitch around him. You only had really one guy like that on this team, and that was Carpenter. So I think absolutely you have to spend now. You have to be serious because you made it to the playoffs, and you owe it to your team. You owe it to these fans to continue this because you saw how much this city backed you in a team that I think we all knew was not going to win the World Series. But, man, what a hell of a ride. Let's do this again.
248-539-9797. David, where are you at with it? And if you have a relevant piece of audio, because we're not going to play everything Scott said, feel free. And there's no smarm with this. I have ways. Look, I like chocolate ice cream. I have a way I believe you run a baseball team, especially when there's no salary cap. I don't respect owners who do it cheaply. Well, you may like vanilla, and you may enjoy running your little Tampa Bay Rays light operation. God bless. Not interested because it doesn't bear fruit.
Here's the thing with the Tigers, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I can't remember all the numbers here. What were they, like 30-14 or whatever they end the year? They went on just this amazing run to end up making the playoffs and do what they did. But in the midst of that, you also needed the utter collapse of the Minnesota Twins. So miss me if you're going to use that and say, well, this is exactly who we are. This is great. We did wonderful. We won the wild card series, and we're great with what we have. That cannot be the answer. It cannot be the answer at all, because 2 months left in the season, you were nowhere close to being a playoff team. And you were, yes, giving the young guys a chance. But in this run, you also found out that many of these young guys still can't hit. Many of these young guys still can't be that and what you need. And while Sweeney, yes, was better than what Javi Baez was giving you, he's still not great at the plate. So it would be great if you add bats in the offseason. You have to get stars to win. That's how it works in every league. That's how it works.
Here's the comp, boys. And I mean, if you get upset by it, just remember, do you enjoy watching your Lions? Yes or no? They have stars. Why are you a Super Bowl team? It's not because you try hard. It's not because you care about each other. It's because you have dogs. You have arguably the best receiver in the sport, arguably the best tight end in the sport, arguably the best tackle in the sport. You have 2 stars at running back. You have a Pro Bowl quarterback. You have Brian Branch, who's a developing star. You have Aiden Hutchinson. I know he's hurt, but you get the point. Possible Defensive Player of the Year. You have Aleem McNeil, who's a star. He's a top 10 defensive tackle in this sport. Guys, you win with stars. So this was fun, and it was illuminating. And look, the value was seeing Parker Meadows get fixed, right? And seeing him become a guy, okay, Parker Meadows part of the core. Riley Green's part of the core. Carpenter, as long as he's facing righties, part of the core. You know, Cole Keith, you paid him. You didn't pay him much money, but he's a part of the core. Up and down season, wish it finished on and up, but Cole Keith. All right, there's my core. You can miss me with the rest of this. Oh, just wait until what? Until I don't sign a third baseman because I have a fantasy that Jace Young will be better than Alex Bregman? I'm not interested. I want to win. So I want to know where you're at. If now is not the time to make a demand of the owner, tell me when. No smarm, no anger. You can just shoot straight on this. Because I'm not interested in running a baseball team this way. 248-539-9797. David, a few of the ticket texts.
Stop saying Soto's not realistic. Look, all options are on the table. Please spend money. Bring in the best players.
Okay, if I can't get them to pay $200 million for a guy, how am I going to get them to pay $700? I mean, like Alex Bregman might be $125 million over 5 years or something. Guys, Soto's going to be $700 million. Boy, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to bleep ball in the punch bowl.
So is Soto, is he at that Shohei level where just don't even bother? Because that was the only guy that you told me, no, I'm not even going to make the call.
Right, I'm a dreamer. I don't mind when people bring ideas up and stuff. No, I don't see that. Man, look, I even allowed Kenny's idea. I wasn't even mad at it. Until or unless the Blue Jays pay Vladdy Guerrero, I'd absolutely make a phone call. Yeah. Oh, we got 7 top 50 prospects. Good. Send 3 of them over that way. 25-year-old, unbelievable right-handed bat at first base, a thumper, a 900 OPS guy. Can you imagine what the top of that order would look like? Here you go. Like, I don't know. You want to go Meadows 1? You want to go Riley Green 2? Or Vlad 2? Carp 3? Or Green 3? Like, do you start to see how that shapes up?
Yeah, but that means that you may have to ship Torque out to Toronto and,
Toronto? To do what? Go work at a restaurant? They don't want him. Nobody wants him. Hey, if you want to keep Torque, keep Torque. You can live in whatever world you want. Not you, Rico. I'm saying Tiger fans. Because all I'm asking is, if I'm not going to be the bad guy because I want to spend and I want to win. I want to be more informed. I want people to tell me, when is it acceptable? Because it sure feels like right now. David?
Thoughts on the Tigers picking up Hassan Kim? As a Padres fan, his defense is well worth the price point. Coming back from shoulder surgery, you might get a discount.
And he's a good ball player. I mean, I haven't heard about him moving.
Yeah, me neither.
And again, I have look, this is not, I'm not reporting anything. It's just I have a feeling there's been a bit of a seduction here with Trey Sweeney. Well, good luck, because you're going to need a right-handed shortstop too. Trey Sweeney got to hit the ball. I mean, hey, look, just because he's not a corpse like Javi doesn't mean he's good. He's good enough.
Tigers went 1 for 45 with runners in scoring position in the final 2 games. Get some bats to drive the young guys in.
You'd have to get permission from Benetti. He's the one who tells you there's nowhere to put any bats. Ask him where we can park our car. You have him let us know.
Oh, man, this team has to move off the Frankenstein third base. Platoon Veerling with Carey in right field and sign Bregman to play third base if we get Flaherty back or maybe Walker Buehler, but they have to make moves. You guys are right.
Yeah, and again, there's familiarity with A.J. Hinch and Bregman. And I know Bregman's on the older age profile of 29, 30 years old. There will be some risk. I don't argue it. But third basemen that are all-stars don't grow on trees. All right, you didn't like Matt Chapman. Fine. Do you like Bregman? Can you get involved there? Look, I am open to all ideas, guys. You know what I'm not open to? Exactly what that texter said. Franken third. I'm not interested. Look, for all of the value that Matt Veerling has, I don't want to look at Matt Veerling every day. Period. Matt Veerling is a guy who'd be a backup on the teams that are left in the playoffs. I'm not interested. That's how you end up with 3 for 28 from a guy hitting up in your order. He's just not a big-time ball player. And that's not a crime. It doesn't mean Matt Veerling doesn't have value. But his value goes up when he's a depth guy. Not some head face of franchise Matt Veerling. Like, ask any team in baseball, you want Matt Veerling or you want Anthony Santander? You know, one guy had 44 home runs and an OPS of 850. I mean, it's just, I try to live in the real world with it, Rico.
Yeah, and you're letting facts get in the way right now.
That's my
emotion.
Bad. You're right.
It's all about emotion.
248-539-9797. We will get to the phone calls next. We're going to get to the Lions a little later as well. You've heard us talk about injury attorney David Feminino for a long time. And listen to some of the results David and his team have gotten for injured clients. $3.5 million, $5 million, up to $11.5 million. You need an attorney that'll fight for you. That's a given. But you've got to call David right now. He will answer at 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
Hey, from our very first breath, curiosity is why we question everything. Are you ready to unleash your creativity and curiosity? Well, Specs at LTU is for you. You want that career in radio, TV, or graphic design artist. You hear what we do on the radio all the time. You're like, man, I think I can do that. Specs at LTU can help you take those first steps in turning your dreams into a reality. So what are you waiting for? You need to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business. And you're like, Rico, what does that mean? It means we're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in the respective business that you want to go to, whether it's TV, radio, or graphic design artists. And with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Straight to the people. Let's see what everybody's got to say. If now's not the time to demand more from Chris Ilitch and Scott Harris, then when is it? Feel free to tell us it's 2020 never. Whatever you want. Let's go to Jim, 97.1. Jimmy, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, guys, I'm glad you're dealing with data and facts, and I hope for sure that they do approach at least an average payroll this year. But I thought there was one more fact that I've had a hard time coming to terms with that should be part of the discussion. And that is, by almost every objective measure in the last few years, the Tigers have become a smaller market team. And, I hope they raise the payroll, but I have a feeling they might be stuck with like Mark Canna type moves, something like that.
Jim, I think what's strange, and I want you to tell me why it's the case, is why is it if you ask for more in this town, you're vilified? Or maybe another way of asking it, Jim, is why don't we ask for more in this town? Why are we so comfortable?
Right. We can ask for it, but they don't have to give it to us. Now maybe the attendance would go up if they spent more. Maybe the success at the end of the year will bring the attendance up and they will spend more. I don't know. It's a guess. But, I don't know how we demand, because if we demand and then say we're not going to show up, then that just makes it worse.
Well, right. I guess it's like, Jim, I'll give you an example, right? You say spend it to make it. Like, imagine if they came out of this offseason with Alex Bregman at third and they traded for Vladdy Guerrero at first. There's your two right-handed bats. Do you not think attendance goes up?
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying that's what they should do or will do. I'm trying to make a point. Any business, ask any business owner, you have to spend money to make money.
But even Dave Dombrowski said he had a budget back in the old spending days. But,
sure.
I'm sure they have a budget, and they're just not saying it.
Well, listen, ultimately, and this is unfortunate, and Jim, appreciate the call, we do have to let certain things play out. Shout out John Johnson. They're going to tell us everything I need to know this offseason. I mean, if it's back-to-back off seasons with no major expenditures, no major additions to the ball club, even after a magical playoff run, I'm not interested. And you know what? Great. You can roll out your premium seating. Good luck selling it.
Mike, what if all they did was they went out and they got two arms to go along with School Bowl, but they kept all the everyday lineup stayed the same?
No, thank you. Okay. I mean, and I'm not being flippant towards you. Please don't take it.
No, I don't. But I just think that's where they're going. That I do think they're going to get arms, but they're going to tell you, you know what? We can do it with these young players. Look how far they got last year. Imagine what another year of seasoning will do.
And then I'll simply check my chart and I'll show you that you're not winning a World Series. But I mean, that's it. Baseball America. Here, I'll do it once this hour. Rico, you can put the earbuds in. Put on your Richard Sherman Tune Out the World headphones. Here are your payrolls of World Series champions. 9th, 10th, 14th, 2nd, 4th, 1st, 17th, 8th. 17th, 7th, 4th, 8th, 10th, 10th, 1st, 13th, 2nd, 11th, 13th, 2nd. That goes all the way back to the 03 Marlins, the one outlier. And then it's 15, 8, 1, 1, 2, 5, 1, 4, 3rd, 1st, 1st. Guys, I don't make the rules. and I don't make the news. I just report it. Let's spend a little. Let's get the kids some help. They desperately need right-handed bats. Now, to Rico's point, you do need a number 2 arm. Maybe it is bringing back Jack Flash. Maybe, and full credit to Scott Harris, by the way, because he has found arms. He did find Lorenzen. He did find Jack Flaherty. Now, he also had Kenta Maeda, but you're not going to bat 1,000. I'm not going to hold it against him. Although, why did you give him a second year? I'll never understand. The point is, you do need an arm. Rico's right. But you need 2 right-handed bats. Real ones. I just, that's not even debatable.
I'm with you. I just have a feeling. I'm not trying to think like myself. I'm trying to think like Tigers management. I believe that they are in love with the young players that they have. They realize now they've come out and said, AJ said, we can't do this pitching chaos thing throughout the season, which means that's high up on the priority list. But the everyday bat, I think they feel like they could get by with another year like that.
Okay, then fine. But I'm not a bad person if I say I don't want that.
No, you're not. You're not.
But,
you're realistic.
No, but in this town, this is a holy war for people, both fans and media. Now, I don't understand how people who want more are somehow bad.
Here's the problem.
I mean, I'm sorry. Is Chris paying your mortgage? I must have missed it. Or what are you, in the hot tub? No. You're relaxing? You hanging? Are you at the pool house of Chris? Not you. I'm saying, what is it in this town where we should all be on the same team? Win. And win big. Win multiply. Win the World Series.
I don't think that you're asking for too much. I don't think the fans are asking too much because you know what? The team is asking you, hey, buy these special tickets, pay more money. Okay, we'll pay more money. You invest more in the team. It's a trade-off. Don't ask for my money if you're not willing to spend yours.
And as it would sit right now, the Tigers would sit 26th in baseball, and this will change. I am just saying today, do you know what your total payroll is?
What, like 68?
$42 million.
Okay. That's including Javi?
Actually, hold on. I want to hit the sort button here and make sure we're. Oh, actually, no. You ranked 27th. Yeah, $41.9 million. There's the Athletics, who basically have a lower payroll than a Mexican League baseball team. Then you have Washington at 28, Miami at 31, you at 41, Cleveland at 43, Tampa 46. I mean, you got to go all the way up to get a league average payroll. This is pre-winter meetings. 108 Seattle, 114 Minnesota. That's what you got to go league average. Now, again, those numbers, that'll change quickly once the offseason and contract renewal and different things, but you get the point here. Mm-hmm. Come on, we can do better. We can be better. So let's do that. 248-539-9797. I want to get more of the people coming up next. We'll get more football. I do have something fun for everybody, and Rico hasn't even heard this. Do you want to see what it's like if you bleep in an 82-year-old's birthday cake? Because it happened live on radio in Dallas. I want you guys to luxuriate in the tears of Jerry Jones. We're going to play some audio for you at 4. Got a lot to do today. 97.1. All right, so it is football season. Upgrade the tailgate with Moran Buick GMC. You could lease a 24 Sierra 4-wheel drive LT Elevation Crew Cab. $239 a month, 24 months, $90.99 down. Moran also has employee pricing for everyone. The 25 Buick Encore GX Preferred, lease it, $239 a month, 0 down, 39 months. Sign and drive. No employee discount required. New stock arriving daily. They've got the vehicle you're looking for. And yes, Denali's are back and they're in stock. Moran Buick GMC, where you always get that best price period. All certified service, MoranExpress.com. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor. Or you can visit them at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Doors Services of Southeast Michigan. After losing both Kyle Pecco and Aiden Hutchinson for the year, potentially, the Lions made a move today, signing D lineman Isaiah Thomas from the Cincinnati practice squad. The Red Wings have assigned Austin Watson and Justin Holt to Grand Rapids. No corresponding move quite yet. After Oregon sent 12 players on the field on purpose over the weekend against Ohio State, according to a Yahoo Sports article, quote, the NCAA Football Playing Rules Committee is actively engaged in examining the play for possible action. The Big Ten officiating crew handled the play appropriately, but the Rules Committee is discussing a way to address the play, end quote. Play-by-play man Brian Anderson has signed a multi-year extension with TNT Sports. Anderson is Turner's MLB voice, who's fresh off the Tigers Guardian series, along with calling NBA and NCAA tournament games. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97.1theticket.com.
David, remind me, I do want to go right to the phones, but I wouldn't mind spending a minute on this because, listen, I thought Dan Lanning, that was the most Belichickian rules loophole I've ever seen, but we can get to it later. I know we got a lot of people who want to talk. Let's go to Bernard. He's up next, 97.1. Bernard, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. Man, that Tiger thing it's what it is. We definitely need pickups. We need changes. Watching the Tigers, from the opening game all the way through, you would be, unfortunately, you would be crazy to think that, the talent that we have is going to get us to the next level. It's going to get us to the ALCS, to the World Series. It's not going to get it. We need a Vladimir Guerrero. We need somebody to stick in that middle part of the lineup, and score runs. You got Riley Green, Scooble, maybe Sweeney. I'll put him in the package. Colt Keith. You got a handful of players that are pretty much rock solid. I can't forget Meadows. That's your next all-star right there. Is Parker Meadows.
Sure.
But
he's also not. Hold on, Bernard. Here's the key. You're right in everything you're saying, but the players you're listing, I mean, Keith's signed forever, and most of these other dudes are not free agents till 28 or 29. Like, the time is now. These guys make no money right now.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that, you keep these young players, everybody else is expendable. The reason why I say Sweeney is because we got a youngster that's in the minor leagues that's coming up, from what I'm hearing. This guy, he's doing well. So maybe in the next two or three years, if he shows promise, we have a shortstop. Sweeney can become trade bait. We have to learn how to use what we have to get what we want.
Well, there's the key now. See, now you're hitting on something because, you know what? I'm not a fan of hoarding prospects. Prospects are brighter tomorrow, but they can go straight neon today. Now, again, believe it, I'm not one of these devotees of Scott Harris like some people in this town, but I have never said he's anything other than a smart baseball man. I just don't agree with all of the decisions. I don't have to. Right. Free thought is a part of being an adult. But yes, trading some of the prospects, why do you think I don't laugh at Kenny when he brings up Vladdy Guerrero? Until I see the Blue Jays sign that man to a $300 million contract, yes, I would make a phone call, and how do I attempt to do this? And yes, I will have to give up some things that are going to hurt. But if I can get a 25-year-old MVP, all-star, right-handed first baseman who is an absolute monster at the plate, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do that.
Absolutely. But I get you have no, Mike.
There's always an uh-oh with you. Go ahead. What?
No, because you're preaching to the choir. I totally agree with you. I wish that they would make a move like that. Are you kidding me? Detroit would love to see that. And yeah, as much as people are like, well, what about Torque? What about Torque?
Who cares?
Right.
And like, if you acquire Vladdy Guerrero, that's like asking about your ex-girlfriend. Who cares?
Okay. And
I'm
right
with Vladdy now.
Right, you're win. I heard she's doing well. Don't care.
Don't care.
She's lost 40 pounds. And
Good
I
for
got
her.
Vladdy.
Right.
And again, nobody get bent out of shape. I'm not pounding the table and screaming. I'm making a point as to why I don't make fun of Kenny when he has brought that up. Because they don't have a contract. He is in the last year of his deal. The winter meetings are when you can strike. And don't you dare tell me you ever saw the Tigers getting Prince Fielder. The biggest names you will acquire are the ones you don't hear about. It's about, do they want to do it? And for me, you make an acquisition like that, look at what it does to your batting order. Look at what it does to what being a Detroit Tiger is. And yes, conversations with free agents, that should be different already. It would be a lot different if you had a big name and you go, hey, would you like to join that party? Yeah. But I have to let it play out a bit. Shout out John Jansen. And I'm telling you, everything I need to know is going to be this offseason, period. Let's go to Mo, 97.1. What's up, Mo?
Good afternoon, guys.
What's up, Mo?
Hold on.
There it is.
Thank you. I waited a little too long. All right, so I think the reason why the fans are hesitant of spending money is because we've gotten burned before with let's take for recent history with Baez, and we just feel like spending money doesn't necessarily equate to a good player in the lineup. But the thing is, though, fans are stupid, present company included. You would think that Harris is smarter than that and that he would do the right thing. And as far as him saying stuff about Baez, well, we don't know what to do. We're going to bring him, looking forward to having him in spring training. I think maybe he's dangling that carrot out there because perhaps we could get something from him as far as trade bait. Well, even if it's a washing machine or something like that, because what can you do with him? You owe him this money and this ridiculous contract, and we're stuck. But they should go after these high-end talents to just come in there and add some hits. Because expect Minnesota to come out.
I think we lost Mo.
We lost Mo. Yeah, he started to get disgusted, and the phone signal went right out on him. I'm sorry about that. David, give us a few ticket texts before we touch table with football, shall we?
Now is the time for the Tigers to spin. Any other answer is unacceptable. Kevin in Ann Arbor says, spin, please spin. I'll be devastated if they don't make a real attempt to go for it next year.
Yeah, and I think what'll be interesting is definition of spend. I mean, re-signing Skubal would be spending, but it's not adding anything. Buying out Baez is spending, but that's not adding anything. My definition of spending is, what did you add to this ball club? New faces, new places. Mm-hmm. And I have to see it. I'm not saying it's impossible, and I'll be the first person to give Chris Ilitch credit if and when he does it. But if it's not now, when is it? Because I just can't tell my audience, hey, I hope you enjoyed the magical run. We're just going to, diddle along. You do realize this was a 90-loss ball club for 75% of the season. Or am I not allowed to say that?
No, you're not allowed to say that because everybody's going to remember, it was magical. You didn't believe, and look at what
no one
happened.
believes. I don't care. You can take those receipts, roll them up nice and tight, and pound them right up your... Make sure to drive them right on up there.
Okay. Speaking of receipts.
What a say. People, do you want to be taught by people in the industry? Hi, I'm Rico Beard for Specs Hour. Incredible. Great job by you. Receipts are coming up next. 97.1. NFL with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book right now. New customers bet $5, get $300 in bonus bets if you win. An SGP for Thursday night, Broncos Saints. Only way to watch that dreck. Maybe a little Alvin Kamara touchdown. Rashid Shaheed seems to catch a bomb every week. I don't know. Rico's the prop bet guy. Just go to FanDuel.com/ticket and make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's touch the table. Rico's been secretive. Hit some music. I'll know what I'm in for here. No. Unbelievable.
What? What's that?
God, the sounder at the end that I know you didn't just hear. And I'm not getting blamed for that.
No idea what you're talking about. Mike, we're going to go ahead and just say this. As of last week, Oregon is the top dog in the Big Ten, and then it's Ohio State, and then a fist fight of bums fighting over the last piece of cheese. So,
could we spend a moment on that?
Yeah.
Because isn't that a bit of an issue, right? You're promised that bigger is better, more teams, more conference, more matchups. And the reality is it's still right back to like 1973, Big 2, Little 8, except now it's Big 2, Little, whatever, Little 30. Rico, that's what bums me out. I don't think the Big Ten's a good conference. Is that an overreaction by me?
It is a little bit of an overreaction, Mike, because when you look at it, college football, really not that great. There's a handful of teams, and then nationally, it's a bunch of bums fighting over the last piece of cheese. Big Ten is a microcosm of what college football is right now, if you think about it. So,
oh my,
yeah, I mean, this is a good year for the 12-team playoff. So how about we just jump right in?
Okay, buddy.
I'm going to give you the honorable mentions. I'm going to give you teams 13, 14, and 15 before I get into the 12. At 15, shout out to the Fighting Narduzzi's, the University of Pittsburgh at 15. 6-0, Mike.
Wrong. I will wait to see if you have the team that should be ahead of Pitt. But I totally disagree, and I was one of the 11 people who watched Pitt and Cal Saturday. Shame. Go ahead.
Shame. At 14. Let's head down to Bloomington, Indiana, the Fighting Cincinnati's.
Excellent. A quality choice, but not the team I'm thinking of. Go ahead with the also-rans.
At number 13, fresh off of their first loss, we're going to go Tennessee.
Okay, I hate saying this. Rico, their offense looks broken.
Mm-hmm.
It looks completely broken.
It does. I mean, I don't know if it was, okay, let's see what you have, but they just, it wasn't there. At number 12, they're just kind of hanging around and people have forgotten about them, Mike. Notre Dame.
All right, you left a team out of here that, to me, would beat a couple of the teams you just listed, and certainly Pitt. Can we just have a moment, and I know you're a communist and you're not going to like this, but can we just give a shout out to Army? They are an absolute freight train, or as Kenny likes to say, a wagon. And I will select Army to beat Notre Dame straight up when they play.
Really? Okay. You know what? But Mike, kind of like the Big Ten power rankings, this is fluid.
No, I know. I know you don't like America or apple pie or beaches or freedom. Army.
No, I like the Marines.
Will you please? All right, go ahead. Keep rolling.
At number 11, I'm going to go with the guy who should win the Heisman Trophy winner, and Boise State. Boise State.
I didn't like the performance. I didn't like the performance at Hawaii. They were up 6, fumbled. To me, Hawaii, that should have been Hawaii's ball. I digress. They're good. They have a showdown with UNLV in 2 weeks. That'll be a lot of fun. They got to play better. That's all I can tell you. And they have got to lock in and look impressive. But right now, yes, that's going to be your poverty group of 4 playoff rep.
I do wonder.
It was Army.
Yeah, I do wonder if the travel kicked in, if maybe getting some national attention, and the pressure is now starting to get to because at the beginning of the year, no one really cared about them. Nobody paid attention. After they lost to Oregon, it was like, oh yeah, they got this running back and it's Boise. But now they're becoming that hot new team that's going to come out of the group of 5.
Yep.
All right, at number 10, fresh off of their victory in Baton Rouge, LSU.
Can't believe it, but defense playing pretty well. Offensively, they just have admitted what they are. They don't run it. Nussmeier's going to sling it. Yeah, and I think it's more about college football. It's not very good this year than it is LSU being one of the 8 or 10 best teams. So, yes, Rico. And they've actually played a schedule. And you have to give them credit for that.
Yeah, you do. And that's why. In the college football is no good, and I think this is one of the reasons why at number 9, they're struggling. Alabama.
If you're asking me to argue, I won't. Yeah. Their secondary is a complete mess. I'm just not certain of what they are. And look, this week, I mean, you have a battle of 2 teams that are limping into this like wounded deer with Tennessee and Bama. Mm-hmm. Somebody's got to win that game, but neither of them look right.
No, I got a feeling that the loser of this Alabama-Tennessee game, you can say bye-bye to the playoffs.
Agreed.
I don't think you can recoup. At number 8, another reason why this season looks so bad, University of Georgia. Georgia just, for some reason, has not been able to kick into that next gear. You beat Mississippi State by 10 points.
Okay.
I count that as a win for Mississippi State.
This is it right here this weekend. Earth is on Texas. Georgia is an underdog for like the first time in 5 years. And they are now up to 4.5-point dogs at Texas. If there's any merit to the, hey, they're bored, Kirby will get them right, big game, big performance, it's Saturday. But this is it. And I don't know if Kenny disagrees, but if they go out and they look sleepy or they look anything other than dominant, my answer is no, you're just not that good. True or false?
True. Because I've come to reach that point with Alabama, and this is going to tell me a lot about Georgia in this week that maybe
we kind of want to bet them.
Bet Georgia?
Yeah. Come on, man. 4.5 points? Are they really going to go get smoked in Austin?
Hey, man. Quinn Ewers is
I
back.
Know. Fair.
Yeah. Texas is back. At number 7, Iowa State Cyclones. Mike?
Oh, good God. Good grief.
Hey, you say what you want. They may be the quietest team sitting there undefeated. They're just beating teams.
They're the best team in a terrible Big 12. That's the best compliment I can pay.
Yeah. But they're getting it done.
I know. And my cousin Rocco Becht at quarterback. I know. Man, please, I ain't sleeping on them. I'm just telling you. If they're one of the 10 best teams in America, we need a new America.
No, but see, I think it's because Alabama and Georgia aren't good. So we kind of downgrade college football because the big dogs aren't the big dogs this year.
Go ahead. What other mutt you got in here in the top 10?
You know what? This one is surprising even for me. At number 6, I got Clemson. We wrote them off after week 1.
Be still my heart.
And Mike?
David, where's that drop? Where's that drop of you having a heart attack? Oh, my God. This man has Clemson at 6? I thought they were in D2 right. I thought they were playing Mount Union this weekend the way he talks about this program.
No.
Oh, my God. Jesus, take me now. I'm coming to see you.
I mean,
oh, my goodness.
We will find out later in the year if they can keep this thing going. Mike, they'll just keep winning. At number 5, we got Miami.
They're on upset alert this weekend.
They are.
In Louisville. You can't dress a Cardinal in a varsity sweater and be bad at football. It's going down this weekend.
Yeah, and then now if you thought the Clemson was at 6 was bad, this one, number 4, Penn State.
Don't say Penn State. No, I gotta go. Penn Rico State will take you to 6, everybody.
Penn State.
It's gross, but you know it and I know it. They're not that good. And USC blew that game, but you got to rank somebody here, so I can't be mad at you. Who's number 3?
Ohio State.
Okay.
I got Ohio State.
I'm not impressed by their D-line, Rico. I'll continue to say it. It's the separator between what they were and what they are. There's no Bosa here. There's no Chase Young here. There's no difference makers. I don't want to hear about Sawyer or whatever, JT, Tuialolo. I don't care. They're just not tough up front, and I don't buy either line of scrimmage. Call me a hater.
No worries. At number 2, I got Texas. I have Texas at 2 only because I like Oregon's strength of schedule more.
No issue. Then again, for Oregon. They beat Ohio State without Brian Birch, leader in sacks, TFLs, and pressures. He got hurt at practice on Thursday. And they lost one of their best weapons in Holden because he decided to spit in another man's face.
Still don't understand that. Yeah,
I don't either, but look, they won the game without two critical pieces. I think their kicker sounds like a rich, spoiled kid. If your name is Atticus Sappington, your parents are senators or something. I mean, I can't take you seriously.
I don't
Atticus Sappington.
Don't think he's going to be kicking for them much longer.
He ain't no good either. Yeah, ain't that the truth?
He was money last year, and he's nothing this year. So that's your top 12 preview, a la Rico Beard, 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks, Tigers catcher Jake Rogers has been named a finalist for an American League Gold Glove Award along with Cal Raleigh of the Mariners and Freddie Fermin of the Royals. Riley Green was left off. Lions coach Dan Campbell joined the morning show today and had a message for fans who think their Super Bowl dreams are over this season after the Hutchinson interview. Jim Bowden, former MLB GM and The Athletic writer, posted the following on X. Hurricane Milton damage to the roof at Tropicana Field is a bigger deal than most understand. It would cost 9 figures to replace, and moving into a new park in a few years doesn't make sense. Rays can't play there with no draining system for rain. Where will they play in 2025? At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Four o'clock. Good to have you aboard. We have spent a copious amount of time on the Tigers, Scott Harris, the end of the season, and kind of, okay, what now? And I've asked the question, if now's not the right time to demand more of Chris Ilitch, then when is it? Don't just get mad at people who say they want more. Tell us when. And if you want the whole presentation, Odyssey.com rewind. I wanted to catch up. Rico, I want to play this for people. I know it's been sadness, and I know the Lions dropping a bomb on the Cowboys was wrecked by Aiden Hutchinson's leg injury and him out for the year. But I want to provide people with some joy. Is that fair?
Let's go, because I think the people need this.
Yes.
You did
I want
this.
you to. Yeah, you did this to this man. You. So Jerry Jones does a weekly hit on Dallas radio, and rightfully so. The hosts at The Fan down in Dallas asked some really good questions about the offseason and things they didn't do. Reminder, Jerry Jones turned 82 on Sunday, and you popped a squat on his birthday cake. So, with that in mind, do you think Jerry's having a good week? Take a listen to this audio. David, hit it. Hey, if you had NFL owner threatening to fire radio hosts on your bingo card, you're right. You're right. It's not your job to sit there and answer questions about the dog bleep franchise you run. Or actually it is.
Yeah.
Because that's why most owners don't do a weekly radio hit, Jerry. Holy mercy. Happy birthday, Jera.
Don't
Love
ask me
the city of Detroit.
Yeah. Don't ask me questions I don't want to answer. Don't ask me happy questions. What flavor was the cake that I had? You know what? What did I do on my birthday? Don't ask me this.
That's part of the problem with where we've arrived at in sports. We have created so many echo chambers for these front office people who, I'll say it again to you, oh, you're disrespectful. No, I don't pay fealty to people who play fantasy sports for a living. You work in a front office. You use billionaires' money to buy millionaires to play a kid's game. You're not curing cancer, all right? You're not down at Carmanos. You're also not keeping our streets safe. You're not educating our children. I don't care about you. This idea that we owe fealty to these people. So, yeah, Jerry's probably ticked, Rico, because he wasn't on DallasCowboys.com or CowboysGiveMeErection.net. And it's like, really? Yeah, no, Jerry, you got to answer the question. Your team just got dump trucked 47-9. You've given up 800 points the last 2 games at home. You haven't beaten anyone with a pulse in 2 years. Yeah. Just answer the question, man. It ain't that real.
Yeah. Because, right, I would say you're trying to get rid of me. Why don't you have the same amount of integrity with your coach and hold him to this standard? But, I mean, I get it. The guys, they didn't know how to answer that. They were kind of in yuck mode and was like, well, did we attack back? Well, maybe not. But, like, come on, man, don't threaten my job because your team stinks. You built this. I didn't. This is all your money.
Right. It's not like the host got on the air and farted into the microphone. I mean, they didn't pull a Kenny whoopee cushion. I mean, it's laughable. Right. But Detroit, I want you to know, you did that to that man. You ruined him.
Yeah.
Happy birthday. Love Detroit. Man, if there's one positive we can take out, it's that. You wrecked this guy.
So,
and the Aiden thing, it's not going to go away. Yes, David, go ahead.
I was going to say there's more to what Jerry, not what he said on the radio, but the owners are meeting. They're having their fall meetings in Atlanta today. So you know how they do. Owners show up and media members are there. They want to get questions answered. They want to talk to them. And they pretty much talked to everyone but Jerry because the meeting started at noon. Jerry showed up at 11:59 and said, I'm sorry, I can't take questions. I'm running late.
Well, and Mike McCarthy showed up 2 hours late for his press engagement back in Dallas.
Yes, he did.
Things are going great. And look, I know it's not all roses. And I know Aiden being out for the year is a death blow. I mean, we're the only ones at the station who feel like it's a huge deal. Everybody else is just like, well, they're still good. They'll be fine. It's all fine. Okay. Look, I'm just trying to tell you, if I'm on an airplane and we lose an engine, I don't feel good about it. No, he's still got an engine. We're still in the air. Yeah, I still don't feel good about it. Mm-hmm. You lost your jet engine on defense.
Well, you're right. But here's one more thing that's good for Lions fans.
Tell me.
Not only are you the team that broke Dallas, you broke Dallas at the right time. Dallas is in a bye week. You know what that means? For 2 weeks. 2 weeks, not one. For 2 weeks, your highlights, your trick plays. Ben Johnson pretty much looking like the usher from Michael Jordan and the Bulls going, huh? Yes, these are the things that are going to get ran for the next, 12 or so days until Dallas plays again. This hurts. Take the victory lap because it was personal. You went out there and you embarrassed them.
I got to say this. All right, and I shouldn't, but it's just not in my nature not to speak my mind. I'm not mad about it, but I will tell you, that got a little tacky. I mean, is it fun in the moment? Sure. But, Rico, I've never watched an NFL game that devolved into, Steve Spurrier running it up on CMU in 1998, 82-3. I mean, the NFL, you just don't see what went down there. And the Lions were attempting to, exercise demons against a team that had quit. I mean, you're running offensive lineman routes. You're running a hook and ladder to a tackle. You've already done the trick plays. You already broke into the house. You stole their food. You did it all. Do you have to burn the house down, too, on your way out? That got a little bit weird to me. It was like this demonic thing of no, we're not done with revenge. And it's like, guys, you've already proven your point.
Yeah.
What more do you have to do?
It gets to a point where, you all of a sudden start feeling sorry for the team. Okay, enough. It's like a boxer. He's bleeding. And then after a while, you're like, hey, stop the fight, man. This is why his man's got a wife and kids. Stop this beating. And that's what it was. You were sitting there saying, throw in the damn towel. Because it was like I didn't get it. It's
wrong.
Okay, was this all because of the Dan Skipper thing? But then it went past that, and it was utter embarrassment. So I just took it as this: hey, Minnesota, you're watching. Green Bay, you're watching. Guess what? Yeah, we just did that.
Well, I don't know if it was about letting the other teams see this, because then after the game, I'm seeing the Lions social media account, they're responding, showing this video of, I guess, CeeDee Lamb disrespecting the Lions in the Pro Bowl, saying, oh, they won a couple games and they think they're this, they think they're America's team. And it was just a bunch of video of highlights from the game. And I'm like, yeah, this franchise took this personal, man. They took it personal.
Oh, big time. And look, I'm not sitting here crying for the Cowboys. I'm just making a point.
Right.
It was at a certain point I'm going, why are we still doing this?
Right. Now,
you've already destroyed this team.
Right.
Enough, man. Jesus.
And the only thing I'll say about that is, here's what I don't ever want to hear from this town. If somebody does that to you,
oh yeah, here it is.
You don't get to do this. You don't get to say, oh, that was classless. And that, nope.
No ambulance.
No.
It ain't coming for you now.
No.
You've kind of invited something here. Now, I'm not mad. I'm not like shrieking about it. I'm just saying, like, hey, you may want to chill on that.
No, because in the end, everyone hates the Cowboys. So it's just like, okay, that's fine.
Bro,
Go ahead and do it.
You don't think I was excited to see the Lions destroy the Cowboys? I hate the Cowboys.
Yeah.
The problem is my team hasn't beaten them in 15 years. But even I got to a point where I was like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
Seriously, we were all screaming the same. It went from cheering because you were knocking them down again and again until, man, just throw in the towel. Don't get up again, Dallas. Stay down. No. Uncomfortable.
It was just weird. You know what it felt like? It felt college.
It did.
It felt like when one team, it's like Kent State at Tennessee, and it was 62-0 at the half.
Yeah.
And I mean, you're sitting there going, Tennessee, really? Squirrel White needs another touchdown. What is his mom at the game? Like, come on, man. Really? It's Kent State. These poor kids are going to be in wheelchairs by the end of this.
No, but see, I think it was more personal, Mike, to me. As I told you yesterday, this felt like last year's Michigan State game, and Harbaugh was like, no, we're not going to just beat you. We're going to take your soul. You remember what you did to us in the tunnel? Watch this. We're angry, and we're going to show you on the field, and there's nothing you can do about this. That's what that game felt like to me. It was just like, come on, guys. Dallas quit. Dallas quit at halftime. Do we really need to run, hook and ladders for the tackles now?
Yes.
This is what we're doing?
Okay.
Okay.
Look, I'm not mad about it. I'm just telling you. Don't cry when someone does it to you. Invariably, someone's going to do it to you. So buckle up. 248-539-9797. But enjoy what you did to Jerry Jones. You should be very proud of yourselves. It's a blessed moment. I know I'm proud of you. You've heard us talk about David Femininio for a long time, injury attorney. David and his team, they just get results, man. $3.5 million, $5 million, up to $11.5 million. You're injured, you need an attorney that'll fight for you, that can call. And when you call, we'll answer. It's really that simple. Call David, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
Xfinity gives me a chance to be on the go and still watch all my great shows and sports. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price so I can keep up with the latest football action from the season. And you too can get the speed you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows without interruptions. We all know it's football season, and with Xfinity, I get all the out-of-market scores and stats, the latest injury updates, and the latest scores from the baseball playoffs and for football as well. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
All right, coming up at 5 o'clock, we will get into the Lions. Another day later. I know yesterday was raw, it was emotional. I want to see if the dust has settled. Dan Campbell appeared on the morning show, Odyssey.com rewind if you want to hear it, but we'll bring you some of that audio. But it's the question about, okay, what now? I mean, Rico and I are basically aliens because, no, we do believe you need to replace Hutch if you truly want to win a Super Bowl. I just don't subscribe to next man up when you lose a player of that caliber. If you lost Jared Goff, you wouldn't be saying next man up. You know, when certain guys are just not replaceable. So I want to see him make a move. Rico wants to see him make a move. A lot of the other shows are just way more comfortable than we are. So I want to see where you guys are at with it and start to generate a realistic list. Now, I do think it's noteworthy. And I know we'll touch on it later in the hour in football today, but like Cleveland just traded Amari Cooper. That's a veteran. That's one of their 5-6 best players. That's a guy they just fire sale. They can't move Deshaun Watson. If they want to, it's going to take a draft pick, and it would have to happen later this summer for cap reasons. The point is, Myles Garrett and his dead cap, and whether it's 50 mil, 25 mil, if they can restock their shelves, get first-round picks, they're dead anyways. The dead cap doesn't mean anything. They know they're about to be terrible. They are, in fact, terrible now. It is why I think it's at least worth a phone call. Not pounding the desk. I'm not mad if all I want to read is a report that they called and got laughed at. It's the same thing with Max Crosby. I was talking to Cookies, Rick. I was talking to him this morning. We were doing the podcast, and I'm like, I love the JMO laugh thing they're doing. It's their walleye for Max Crosby. But I said, you do realize there's no sin in calling. And I understand Crosby probably won't come here. But with Devontae Adams gone, another lost season of Max's prime, I understand he's got Raider tattoos. He's also got the Old English D. You call and ask. You just try. And if you get rejected, cool. I just want to read about it.
Right.
But I want to see a big-time move. I don't know that that's what they're doing, though. We'll play some audio for you at 5. David, you want me to knock out a couple of calls here?
Sure.
All right, we can do that. Let's go to Ian, 97.1. What's up, Ian?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Ian. Hey. How are you?
Doing well, thanks. Love the show. Been listening every day for years.
Thank you very much.
I first of all, you just hate to see it with Jerry Jones. My younger brother, we lived in Texas for a while when I was a kid. My younger brother was born there, so he's a big Cowboys fan, and I've just been bombarding him with troll memes the past couple of days, so that's been really nice for me as an older brother. As far as the Lions go, I mean, a lot of fans that I've been seeing on social media have been talking about, if they make a big move for one of these big name guys, Crosby, Garrett, whoever it may be, they're not going to have the money if they want to re-sign people later down the line. Hutchinson would be one, Brian Branch would be another, possibly Jamison Williams coming up in the next few years. But, the Lions in 2025, they have $77 million plus to work with in cap space. That's fifth most in the league. And then things drop off a cliff in 2026. They got $61 million then. Max Crosby right now would only cost about $23 million, I believe, is his contract, and they've already paid him some of that this year. The Raiders have. So you wouldn't even necessarily be on the hook for all of that. Garrett's even cheaper. So I don't think it's a question of whether they could afford these guys.
Ian, I just want to say one thing, and maybe you can teach me something. This is important. I feel like in this town, we have a collection of fans with each team that will make whatever excuse they have to so the team never has to do something bold. It is a town that lives in fear. This idea of, well, if we do this, what will we do in, checks notes, 3 years? Not my problem. And the cap isn't real. So help me understand it. Why, when we're in a Super Bowl or bust season, why are fans talking that way?
I mean, personally, I have no idea. I mean, like you said, the cap right now, it isn't real the way that they've, structured it in the NFL, and it's going to continue to go up. So, you already have all this money to work with, and then you're going to have more money down the line when they eventually raise the cap again, whenever that is.
Right. And eventually you're going to let players walk away because you don't keep everyone. Like the idea of anyone thinking about a Jamison Williams contract is laughable. We're not even at the halfway mark of his first remotely productive season. You think I care about what I got to do with J-Mo in a few years? That's ridiculous.
Well, and his rookie contract isn't even up until 2026, so you're not thinking about an extension until at least after next year. And, if you have Aiden Hutchinson, Max Crosby / Myles Garrett / insert dark man here, and then you have Brian Branch, I'm fine with anybody else from this defense walking away. I mean, sorry, Anzalone, you're going to pack your bags and go to Jacksonville or wherever it is.
Right, you're not going to pay Carlton Davis. You're probably not paying Aleem McNeil. He's probably going to price himself out, and that's okay. It's the idea of you're not keeping the whole band together. People have to lose that illusion.
Well, and if we win a Super Bowl this year with Crosby, and then we bring back Aiden Hutchinson next year and win another Super Bowl, I'm good. Blow the whole thing up. At that point, I've gotten what I wanted out of this.
Yeah, that's it. I'm with you totally. I don't know, Rico, if it's just the older I get, I just start to feel like I'm on an island. I'm on my own little planet because everything's about winning the Super Bowl. And the one thing I've never cared about is, well, guys, listen, the cap table in 2027. Dude, I don't know if I'm waking up tomorrow. Like, I'm not making moves that are injurious or willy-nilly. But Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, we just lost Aiden Hutchinson, who was on his way to becoming a Defensive Player of the Year this year. Mm-hmm. Pardon me if I don't care about the financial situation 3 years from now, because I can change it. Yeah. You can alter deals. You can restructure, kick cans down the road. Here's the other thing Ian said. He's right, Rico. The cap's going up 10% every single year. Yep. The NFL, all these games, NFL Europe. I mean, hell, when we playing a game in Zimbabwe at this point? I'm sure they'll sell it for $250 million.
2029.
Exactly. Why do we care?
We care because not only do you want to win the Super Bowls, but you want what the Patriots did. You want what the Chiefs have right now. You want to win Super Bowls, and you want to keep doing it over and over again, whereas I would simply say you were part of the new strategy of winning Super Bowls, and it's what the Rams did. Here, we're going to blow this thing up. All we want is one Super Bowl, and right now we'll deal with all the repercussions later because we could all look back at that Super Bowl trophy that's in the collection case and say, at least we got one. Just try to focus on one.
Let me ask this question. Let's just bump this up. Let's have some fun. And again, I'll say this for the people in the back, because I've already talked to Jim today. This isn't me versus him or us versus them. No. It's different perspectives. But which one do you subscribe to? Rico and I believe it's time to be bold. It's time to be splashy. It's time to keep the freight train rolling. And I want to go out and get a big-time pass rusher. Now, I can play the Dan Campbell audio for you, and I'll play it next. Doesn't sound like they're going to do that. I want to know what you guys want. You tell me. You've waited 70 years for this team to be this relevant. My answer is if I'm picking 29th and 30th and 24th, I don't care. I'll do what it takes to get a Crosby or a Myles Garrett or a player of that caliber. Because in the end, it always ends. You don't get to do this forever. This whole thing you've been sold in this town from basically every general manager is, well, we're planning to be built for a long time. I didn't ask for that. I don't care. If you're good for a long time but never great, you're going to end up miserable. Mm-hmm. So how about we just be great?
Yeah.
I'm willing to live with the repercussions.
I can't. I forgot how many statues are in Buffalo for all the Super Bowls and things that they've lost.
That'd be 0.
Okay.
Sorry. Oh, you mean there's not a "we were good for a long time" plaque at Ralph Wilson Stadium?
No, the Jim Kelly, hey, we were pretty damn good award.
Yeah, the "we built a sustained winner" award. Yeah. Really, where's the Lombardi Trophy?
Yeah.
I mean, hey, David, question. You've been good for a long time. How you feeling? How you living right now?
Not going good, according to Stoney.
Yeah. May as well hit that whoopee.
Well, David, you got a quarterback change coming, so you should feel really good.
No, my point is the Steelers been good for a long time.
Yeah.
Where's the Super Bowls?
Yep. No, I get
248-539-9797. Let's get to the people. We'll do it all coming up next, 97.1. If you look at reviews of roofing companies, whoa, boy. Whoa, Nelly, as Keith Jackson used to say. Not a pretty scene. But you don't get that with Victor's because they got a system in place. They have a project manager. Other places don't do that. It's expensive. It's another human being you got to pay. The bottom line is their job is simple. A, make sure when you call they answer. And B, make sure it's a perfect installation. That's how you end up with a 50-year leak-free guarantee on your roof, and that's how the competition can barely muster a 5-year. Victor's, more 5-star reviews on Google than anyone else. Just call today. Set up your free 21-point roof inspection and estimate. 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100, or you can book an appointment online anytime at victors.com.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The Lions have officially placed Aiden Hutchinson and Kyle Pecco on the injured list, matter of formality. Yesterday, we learned that Hutch would miss 4 to 6 months after his emergency surgery Sunday. Pecco hurt his pec after trying to tackle Zeke Elliott in the Cowboys game as well. After their March Madness run last season, Oakland was picked to finish 4th in the Horizon League, Detroit Mercy last. Yesterday, the AP preseason poll was released as well. Both Michigan and Michigan State were receiving votes. Hassan Reddick has been holding out for a new contract since he was traded to the Jets, which also means he's been fined $5 million over that time. Today, New York granted him permission to look for a trade. Tom Brady has been approved by the NFL owners as a limited partner of the Raiders, his stake 5%, but between him and his partners, the purchase totals 10%, according to Ian Rappaport. The MLB playoffs continue tonight. The Yankees look for a 2-0 lead over the Guardians with the win. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, David, hit me with a few ticket texts. We'll go to the people. I mean, we just bumped up the Lions coverage because people want to talk about it. You know, Rico and I are kind of outliers. I believe you absolutely have to make a move before the November 4th or 5th trade deadline. It's a Tuesday at 4 in the afternoon. I just don't think you can do next man up when you lose a player like Hutchinson. Not with the player he had become, and not really what he means to the team. And I don't want to get all sappy and all that, but it's reality. I mean, he is the living embodiment of work ethic. He embodies everything they want in that room. You don't just next man up that. So I want to get after it. Now, I think the Lions are good. I think the Lions are very good. But I'm sorry. Like, Super Bowl? No, not when you lose a player like that. That's the equivalent of Kansas City losing Chris Jones. Mm-hmm. And if you want me to be direct, like, oh, would you say the same thing? Yes, I would. I would tell you straight up Kansas City would not win a Super Bowl without Chris Jones. That important to their defense. Mm-hmm. So you've been spoiled. You take it for granted when he faces a double or a triple. Well, that's all gone now. It's going to hurt the productivity of everybody else.
And, Mike, with it being gone, it means that there's going to be extra people now going out for routes instead of staying in to block him. So that's going to hurt you.
Let's go to the people. Does that work? Who's held the longest, David? I want to make sure we get it right.
Mark, yeah.
Then Mark is up next, 97.1. Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Well, hello, gentlemen. I'm going to be I'm going to disagree, which I try not to do because, damn, you know your stuff. But how did you feel going into this season about our receiver room? There was a lot of conversation about the need to get a wide receiver one. How did you feel about that going into the season?
Wide receiver
one?
No, I
talking about, we need that guy, that Amon-Ra wasn't enough, that we need to get more help in that room.
All right. All I can tell you, Mark, on this show, I've said Amon-Ra is the best receiver in the league. So you got the wrong guy on that one.
And then
Amon-Ra is a superstar and a stud.
Yeah, and I think you're also – it was talk about wide receiver 3, and I remember saying you got wide receiver 3 already on the team. It's Jahmyr Gibbs. Just put him in the slot, and he'll be fine. J-Mo can be that other guy. So I thought that you had enough pieces in place.
So I'll fall on that sword. I was one of those people. There was a lot of that conversation around, and I was like, man, there may be an argument here. I was wrong. And Brad Holmes has consistently acted in this way. Like, in the same way that you were talking about, it would be hard to get on Campbell for going for it on 4th down when that's your DNA and the makeup of who you are. Like, you're ride or die with that one way or another. And Brad Holmes has been, we're going to use our draft picks to get where we're going, and we're not going to make the big splashy move. And I think we've gotten to this point through that leadership. And as much as I agree with you that I would like that person, I also kind of fundamentally don't think that that's who Brad Holmes is.
You're right.
And we got here on this horse.
No, you're 100% right. There's no argument. My only thing would be, once you've arrived here, I do think you have to seize the moment. But you're 100% right. And I don't have any faith that they will do what I want to do. But, I mean, Mark, like, you're asking what would I do or how do I feel? Mark, I'm not in the business of lying to you. You know what I mean? I'm not going to come on the air and tell you, I'm not going to bleep on your head and tell you it's raining. You just lost a possible defensive player of the year. And you lost the guy who plays opposite him for the season as well, in Marcus Davenport. No, I don't believe you're winning the Super Bowl. And I do believe you have a Super Bowl roster. So that leaves me one out. I got to go get somebody who can help. Aiden had 7.5 sacks. The rest of this team has 7.5. Like, it's not going to function. Not the way you need to make a Super Bowl run. So you're right in everything. I mean, Rico, I'm not arguing with how the team's been built. I'm not arguing with the fundamentals of what has gotten them here. But once you're here, you do have to adjust a little bit, no?
You do, but as I stated, I think a lot of people got seduced by the fact that they've scored a ton of points in the last 2 games, and you just feel like they'll just outscore people because they got the best offense. And that's good, but eventually you're going to have to play that game where it's first 1 to 20 wins. You're going to have to be able to play defense and get a stop in the fourth quarter. And without Aiden Hutchinson, that takes away a lot of what your defense can do, because now that means your secondary is going to get exposed more. And I don't know if you can handle that. So it's not saying that you're going to be a top 10 team in the draft. What I'm saying is, and I'm not speaking for you, Mike, but I think you agree, you're a playoff team. You're a playoff contending team.
Yep.
But I don't think you're a Super Bowl contending team. There are 2 different levels to this.
Agree totally. I'm on board. And again, I think the biggest misnomer with the Kansas City Chiefs is that offense has carried the day. No, it hasn't. It's their defense.
Mm-hmm.
When Chris Jones plays, they're a top 10 defense. When he doesn't, they're bottom 10.
Yeah. And if you don't
what
believe,
won them the Super Bowl against you this year?
There it is.
Wait a minute. Was that an illusion, or was that not Chris Jones blowing up the game?
3 straight plays, Mike. He was in the backfield. And again. And another one. And game's over.
Yep.
Right. That was it.
Pardon me if I'm not comfortable watching the best of John Kaminsky. 248-539-97. I mean, I don't want to see Kaminsky catch strays. You get my point.
Yes.
It's just, yes, I do believe now, I'm not saying corrupt your whole franchise. I'm not asking you to do something stupid. But would I like to see some reports that phone calls are being made that you at least tried and got hung up on? Yes. All right, if Max Crosby is Margot Robbie, I'd like to think you at least took a shot. 248-539-9797. Do we have time? No, let me keep it timely. I don't want to get yelled at by David. It's football. Time to elevate your tailgating. Moran Buick GMC, where you can lease the 24 Sierra 4-wheel drive. LT Elevation. Lease it. $239 a month, 24 months, $999 down. GM employees and immediate family members. Moran also has employee pricing. Everyone on the 25 Buick Encore GX Preferred, you can lease that. $239 a month, 0 down, 39 months. Just sign and drive. No employee discount required. New stock arriving daily. They'll have the vehicle you're looking for. And yes, Denali's are in stock. Something's off with that current car. You know the drill. MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor. Or visit them online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Lions are getting ready to face the Vikings this Sunday. Offensive coordinator Wes Phillips says their players are always on the move. Aiden Hutchinson and Kyle Pecco have officially hit the injured reserve for the Lions. The Red Wings had the day off after a 4-1 loss to the Rangers last night. The team has had a constant shuttle from Grand Rapids to Detroit, it seems, to begin this season. Yesterday, Ville Husso cleared waivers. It was sent down. Justin Holl, who played last night and was waived earlier this season, is heading back to Grand Rapids. Christian Fisher and Jeff Petrie were both classified as day-to-day yesterday. Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta is getting its second Super Bowl in its young history. Super Bowl 62 will be played there in 2028. They also had the big game in 2019. Two-star NFL wide receivers are on the move today. Devontae Adams is heading to the Jets, while Amari Cooper lands with the Bills. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, again, with the sounder for Rico, you got to stop. You got to stop. 5 o'clock, good to have everybody with us. If you're looking
see, I
for
thought that was for Kenny. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. We all know about your dental care.
Okay.
Okay, then. Like I
Let's
said,
move on.
let's just move on. So my point is, if you want to hear about Tigers, Odyssey.com Rewind. We did about 2 hours on it. Scott Harris spoke. We debated some of the payroll stuff. Go and get it. And honestly, if now's not the time, tell me when. We have moved into Lions phase, day 2. And with Aiden Hutchinson done for the year, there's a real divide at this station, and I think there's a divide in the fan base. I don't think you're just fine. I don't think you're the same team without Hutch as you are with. And that's not negativity. It's called respect to the player. If the 49ers lose Trent Williams tomorrow, they're not winning a Super Bowl. Like if the Chiefs lose Chris Jones, you're not winning. Like that's the world we exist in. So yes, we are going to have conversations, and some of you won't like them, or some of you will. I don't know. I really don't care. I'm just at a point where it's like, this is how I feel, and whatever. Yes, I would pick up the phone and call about Max Crosby. Laugh. I don't care. Because you know what else I don't care about? Draft picks. Not once I've gotten to the mountaintop. I don't care about picking 30th. I don't care about picking 28th. I care about a team that is good enough right now to win a Super Bowl, and I just lost my difference maker, my biggest difference maker on defense. One of the 2 players on this team that are wholly irreplaceable. The other's Jared Goff. Yes, I would call about Myles Garrett. Why? Well, they just traded Amari Cooper. Oh, but what about the dead money? Dude, they're dead regardless. Go look at their cap table. They're not winning. They can't win with Deshaun Watson. They have to burn it to the ground. Go ahead, get rejected. Have the Browns say they want 12 first-round picks. Have Myles Garrett say he wants to live out his days in Cleveland. I don't care. Pick up the phone. And when Aiden comes back, what a problem to have. That I've got Crosby and Aiden, or I've got Myles and Aiden. No, I don't want to just do the Detroit thing. Safe and sound and, well, we're just going to get a cute little complimentary piece. I'm not interested. That's not what wins Super Bowls. You can't watch this team and be enthralled with them because of their stars and then be mad when I tell you you can't win without those players. Aiden is your only star on defense, and he's gone, and it's over. And by the way, I know the midday didn't want to hear it, and I know mornings don't want to hear it. If you think that's the last injury you're going to incur, I can't help you. So looking at the team as they sit here right now, That's not real. By December, 3 or 4 other starters won't be around. So consider it future-proofing. You don't wait until there's a hole in your roof.
Very fair.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, Rico, so let's talk about it. Like, look, the Browns traded Amari Cooper today. The Raiders traded Devontae Adams. You have to at least pick up the phone. Get laughed at. Who cares? You got to try.
Yeah, what you can't do is just simply say, it's got to be the right fit, and we got this thing, we're culture, we're building. Guys, I understand that, and that's all fine and well, but trust me, you win a title, and you know what that malcontent will become? He'll become your version of Rasheed Wallace. Not necessarily a great teammate, but he was your guy, and he helped you win a title. You need to go out.
Campbell audio?
Yeah.
Here, David, do you have that queued up? Morning
Sure
show
do.
again, Odyssey.com rewind if you want to hear the interview, but take a listen when Cookie's asked about replacing Hutch. You tell me if this sounds like a coach who thinks they're going to do big things.
Doesn't sound like they're going to be swinging for the fences, Mike. Doesn't sound like they're going to be going after the Myles Garretts of the world, trying to go and get that splash player, somebody who can help you replace Hutchinson. And then when Hutch comes back, now you got a fantastic duel.
Well, David, you asked a question to me when I was talking to you before the show, and now's the appropriate time for you to ask it on the air. Just say it with your chest, as Dan Campbell said.
Say it!
Say it.
Why can't we ask for more in this town? Why can't we? This Lions team is the team in this town that's expected to win it all. And you're dealing with an injury now to a key player. So what's wrong with saying, go get a guy? What's wrong with asking for more? That's with every team in this city. Why not?
You want me to answer that for you, David? Because if you did that, it actually means that you're raising the bar and you're putting expectations out there. And this city doesn't like expectations. This city likes to be the underdog. This city likes Detroit versus everybody. But if you put expectations out there, well, we're disappointing. This team let me down. And Detroiters can't handle being let down. Now, the Lions look to be that team because they did so well. You feel like that's the safe bet. But let them fall short of the Super Bowl and just wait for those shows.
Well, but here's the thing. Okay, fall short of the Super Bowl. You lost Hutch. Now you need to get a guy so you won't fall short of the Super Bowl. But everyone, we'll be fine. Everything will be ask for more. Ask for your GM to go get you a guy.
Because, David, in this town, the logo for pretty much every team should just be a person kicking a can. That should be the logo for all the teams because that's what they all do. They kick, yes, just like that. They kick the can. Give us a few more years. The young guys, the youth movement. Just wait.
Yeah, I blame the media. It's the media's fault. Media drives that bus. They drive that narrative. They carry that water. Demand more. Why is it not acceptable in other towns? Because the media doesn't allow it. And the public follows. You create a culture here of patience. You create a culture here of fear. I mean, hell, look at it. We're in year 6 of the Iser plan, and you still have people vilifying people if they don't drink his bathwater. You got to be kidding me. I mean, the Pistons nobody cares about, so that's just different. They've achieved a special notoriety. But with the Tigers and Lions, it's the same thing. I mean, look at Cookies and Rieger. They had the audacity to ask for Matt Chapman, and they got vilified for an entire summer. We're sitting here today, and I'm just like, look, Lions are going to be good, but the goal was the Super Bowl. And I just don't think you can do it without Hutch. And it's like, oh, my God, I mean, let Brad cook. And it's like, then why watch the games? Like, if you're just going to sit there and just eat whatever you're fed. I mean, dude, think for yourself. You're a fan. What the hell's the problem with wanting to read an Adam Schefter report that the Lions inquired about Max Crosby? Why is that bad? I'm not demanding it. I'm not calling Brad Holmes a failure if he can't execute it. But I am saying I think it is part of your job description. You don't always get to do what you want to do. Sometimes you got to do what you need to do. You know what that's called? Being an adult. Mm-hmm. Why would it be any different when you're running a team? You think you just get to do what you want to do? I don't know. I live in the upside down. I'm out of my mind. Let's go to the people, shall we? David, who's held the longest? That's where we're going.
Let's go to Kenny's on the phone, so he can't. I'm looking at it. Go to Sam. I'm sorry, Adam.
Adam
is yelling at me.
97.1. Adam, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How about yourself?
Excellent.
So I don't see how we don't go after a Crosby, a Myles Garrett, Son Reddick. The arguments I hear are, salary cap, which A, doesn't exist. B, having the problem of we got so many valuable guys, we got to pick who to pay, and we got to get rid of someone. I mean, do they not remember the last few decades or what I at least grew up with? I mean, it's an awesome problem to have. I would hope to have that for the Lions. And then the only other arguments that I hear all revolve around, I don't know if that's what Brad Holmes would do or something with Brad Holmes. I feel like people are personally trying to back what they think Brad Holmes would do when it's not what the Lions need. The Lions need to try and get someone, and it's like everyone's forgot the beginning of the year when we were looking for someone to pair on the other side to make Hutch effective. And now that we've lost Hutch, I just don't get how people are thinking, yeah, you know what, we lost our main guy. We were looking for someone to help him out, but somehow it's going to be fine because our offense scores a lot. I just don't get it.
Ask yourself this, right? And it's easy for us to say, but just work with me on this. Will you miss 3 first-round picks if you add Max Crosby? If you believe you're picking 28th, 32nd, 27th, 29th, if I add Max Crosby to this team, are you really going to miss those picks?
No, especially not with what Holmes has shown has been his number one talent, which unfortunately isn't going and acquiring, big.
No, I agree with you. Look, I'm just making a point. Like Adam Schefter reported that, the Raiders were offered a first-round pick this summer, for Crosby, and they wouldn't even entertain it, nor should they have. But after you've traded Davante Adams, you're going to be firing Antonio Pierce. The franchise is in disrepair. They're going to draft a rookie quarterback. Max Crosby is not going to play winning football. Now, if he wants to be there, that is his prerogative. The point I'm making is if you call the Raiders and you go, look, we're offering 2 firsts plus, get shut down. Mm-hmm. Get shut down. But I would love to know Max Crosby's feelings today after they've left him on an island. Because now Davante Adams is gone. This season is gone. Call and ask.
Yeah, you've already made the quarterback switch, so... Yeah, this is pretty much it's O'Connell or bust, and you're probably looking at bust. You're hoping now to get a Shedeur Sanders or somebody else to come in here and lead your team next year.
And I'm looking at the future. You're looking at Max. You're not playing winning football for 2 years now, right? So, again, if he wants to stay that bad, I tip my cap. Do your thing. He has a right to want to stay. But my job, if I'm Brad Holmes, is to offer him an off-ramp. Do you want to go and compete for the Super Bowl the next 3 years? Because that's what we're doing over here. Mm-hmm. I don't care about the picks.
Yep.
At a certain point, the picks don't mean anything because those players aren't starting for you.
Man, you're preaching to the choir. Yeah, I want.
No, I know. I'm not yelling at you, Rico. I get so flustered.
I want it to be that whoever the assistant is like, it's Detroit on the line again. They got a new offer. What is it this time? Tell them no. It's Detroit on the line again. That's not bad. Tell them to sweeten it with this. Like, you're calling so much that the guy is sticking his head in the room. It's Detroit. Is it? Okay. All right. 313.
I want to hear that Sheila had Davis over in the corner saying, you know what, dude? Brad Holmes wants to talk to you guys right now.
Yeah. Answer his calls. Your team stinks.
248-539-9797. Being number one not easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, and determination. The number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. They have the experience, 111 years in fact. They make the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they are made right here in Michigan. Great night's sleep after watching Michigan State lose yet again in a night game yet again, and do it on a Serta mattress. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com.
Hey, guys, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. You listen to us on the radio all the time. You're thinking, man, those guys have so much fun every day. That could be you. If radio is what you want to do, Specs at LTU can help you achieve that dream. Or you know what? You want to go into television, or you're a graphics design artist, Specs at LTU can help you achieve those dreams as well. It is very simple. You just need to go to the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business. That means with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you will learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So if you want to make that change, let Specs at LTU help you achieve your goal. What are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, David, couple ticket texts, and we'll go right to the phones. We're talking to the people. I mean, I do feel situationally, two players we talked about yesterday, their situations have changed. Amari Cooper traded from Cleveland today to Buffalo. Is Cleveland admitting it's a fire sale? And also, Devontae Adams to the Jets. Yeah, things have changed since Max said, I'm a Raider for life. No, Max, you got 2.5 years left on your deal. This year's a wash, and they're taking a rookie QB next year, so that's a wash. If you're the Raiders, yeah, make them say no. At least try. Because I just don't I'm not comfortable sitting here going next man up. I don't think that's disrespectful to Aiden Hutchinson, to be quite honest, if you think it's next man up. David, what do the texters have to say?
I want a Super Bowl now before I die. Go out and make a trade now. Wow, that's dark.
Well, no, it's realistic. I mean, tomorrow's not promised.
Nick and Rod.
Unless you got the line to JC and you can give me that Google Calendar when I'm going to expire. I mean, David, the whole point is we're in it right now. We get the team to do this right now.
Yeah, but would you really want to know?
The date of when I'm going to die?
Yeah, you don't want to know that.
I think I would. Nah, because then it alters how you live.
Right, but then it's a gigantic countdown clock wherever you go.
Yeah, but think about the shows we would do in the lead up to it. I'd be saying some crazy stuff.
You'd probably be fired, Mike. Let's just be
and
real.
I wouldn't care. I mean,
I got 3 days left. Here we go.
You would get the Robert Saleh treatment.
Rico wins.
Oh, man.
David, go ahead.
Tony from Richmond says, I'm with you both. We need to win now. No more rebuilding. The fan base must have a Super Bowl now. Someone else says, I'm hoping Dan and Brad are being a little coy and not coming across as desperate to other teams, to the media, but internally, no, they have to go out and get a player.
And look, I just think Crosby lines up, much like Myles Garrett, with a 3-year Super Bowl window. This year, 25 and 26. Those are your 3 years. Nothing beyond that is promised. And nothing, quite frankly, is realistic. It's these 3 years. Well, where do their contracts line up? The 3 years.
Nick in Rochester says, I feel like most fans in this city would rather be relevant and really good for 5 to 10 years with 0 Super Bowls rather than be great for a couple and win a Super Bowl.
Yes, I have a nickname for those people. Losers. Parade or death.
Hutch is a game changer. We don't win without him. Sell the farm to save this season and any chance at a Super Bowl. That is Tony driving home from work.
My man, Tony. All right, let's go to Sam, see what he's got to say. 97.1. Sammy, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing great. How about you guys?
Good. Excellent. What's up?
That's good to hear. So basically what I was thinking, I mean, Amari Cooper went to the Bills for practically pocket change. Like, we really wouldn't have to give much for Myles Garrett, and I feel like we should just go for it because it looks like the Browns are clearing house. They're not going to win anytime soon. And so, like, we wouldn't really have to give much. I feel like, yeah, like what you guys have been saying this whole time, just give him a call. Like, it's not going to hurt much just to at least take a shot.
No, Sam, you're right. Now, the only problem is because of the wheelings and dealings that you did over last year's draft, you don't have a third-round selection in the upcoming 2025 draft. You would, if you tried to go low, you would still have to part with a second-round pick, which is fine for me. But you're seeing a lot of teams trading for a third-round selection. You don't have one if you're a Lions fan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and then also look at what the Rams did when they got Matthew Stafford and all that stuff. Like, they didn't have a first-round pick for what, like 3-5 years, something like that. I mean, like, we need to win now. We're in a win-now situation, and I feel like we can just go for it and really not lose much and get a Super Bowl finally.
No, and Sam, hold on. I'm sorry, Mike, but Sam, you're right, because and I'm going to give you the downside of that because everybody speaks about the Rams and, they won the title. The downside of that is what happened with the Niners. They gave away their first-round picks for McCaffrey, and they haven't won. And they just finally drafted in the first round. So it's not a guarantee, Sam, that you win.
You gave up 3 first-round picks for Trey Lance, too.
Yeah.
You've been to 2 Super Bowls.
They haven't won.
No, but you had the lead in both fourth quarters.
And you're trying,
You know what, Mike?
No,
don't do this to me.
You're making an attempt, though, right?
Yes. I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm saying it's gotten so close to working, and you've done it where you took the biggest swing and biggest miss you can. There's no scenario that Max Crosby is the amount of ass that Trey Lance was.
Yeah.
And one more funny thing was at the game on the game on Sunday. Can we just talk about how we saw Ben Johnson have some emotion on his face when his offense was doing well? That was pretty wild.
Yeah, he was also like furious that they were not allowing the Sewell touchdown. They were out for blood. They were coaching that game like a video game. They were absolutely trying to just go out and, in a football sense, kill people. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Nick, 97.1. What's up, Nick?
Hey, how's it going, guys? How you doing?
Hey, Nick. Good, Nick. What's going on, bud?
Good. I love you guys' perspective on this situation. I really do get frustrated about the fact that we sit here and, we want to, wait for these picks to happen in terms of the draft. But the one thing I think people need to realize, too, is that didn't Ben Johnson come back this year, even though he may have not said it, with the idea that this team wants to go to the Super Bowl? So, and with the way that the offense is working right now, I get really scared about waiting because what if the offense isn't working as well as we are next year without Ben Johnson? What if Ben Johnson leaves? Are we going to wait for these picks to pan out, or do we go for it now?
Well, Nick, that's a great point. And when you're looking at it, when we're talking about the players we're talking about, we're not talking about rentals. If you added a Max Crosby or a Myles Garrett, and I understand the price will be steep, but would you not immediately view them as a centerpiece, a core piece of your franchise the next 2 to 3 years? Yes. And that's how I look at it is, okay, it's about this year, but it's also about Hutch's prime. It's about this team's prime. Like, think about it, Nick. How would you scheme a defensive line that's Max Crosby, DJ Reader, Aleem McNeil, and Aiden Hutchinson? You're Liam. You're the guy. You're Liam Neeson. I have a particular set of skills. Yeah. Right, like you're dead. You just don't know it yet. So I don't particularly see the risk. Yeah, I don't.
And like
these picks. Here's the other thing. Newsflash: these picks won't all pan out, and don't you dare tell me they've all panned out. Hendon Hooker, mystery dude from North Carolina, D tackle. Jack Campbell. So far, are we all like doing cartwheels over him? Yeah. Like, I'm just making a point. Like, it's okay to just admit Brad Holmes is human. There will be regression. He will miss on some picks. I'd rather have Max Crosby.
Mm-hmm. Or at least I'd rather you go out there and try to replace him other than getting somebody off of somebody's practice squad. Go get somebody who can help you.
You know what? Maybe that's the new name for the city of Detroit. Practice Squad City. That's all we do here.
With the logo of somebody kicking a can.
Actually, it should be the Spirit of Detroit holding a can. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. We'll see. We'll let it play out. And like I said, man, I'm not going to hold it against them if they can't pull it off, but pick up the phone. Trying to win the damn Super Bowl. No, I don't believe going from Aiden to practice squad player is something acceptable. You'll still make the playoffs, but is that our goal?
Mike, you'll make the playoffs, and as we let this play out, we're going to find out very quickly when you go on the road to Green Bay, when you go on the road to Minnesota, and we'll see where you're at, because I think maybe that will jumpstart the team. If things don't go well, maybe a sense of urgency kicks in.
248-539-9797. When you order Hungry Howie's, you are getting delicious pizza and dinner on the table in 20 minutes. But in the month of October, you're also donating to a great cause. You just don't realize it. It's October. It's their 15-year anniversary with the National Breast Cancer Foundation and trying to find a cure. A portion of the proceeds of every dollar spent with Hungry Howie's in the month of October goes towards breast cancer research. So when you're ordering, you're David, you're stuck out at the ball field, you got to get dinner on the table. You're not only getting great pizza, but you're going to make a donation. And to incentivize a little more, you're getting free Howie bread with any online order of $25 or more. So tonight, don't just order pizza, order some Love, Hope, and Pizza only at Hungry Howie's and only in the month of October.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. ESPN released their first half of their top 100 active NBA players today. Cade Cunningham ranked just 67th. Quote, the 2021 number one pick is entering his fourth season, but Pistons fans are still waiting for his true breakout season. Cunningham averaged 22.7 points and 7.5 assists in 62 games, but Detroit had a historic losing streak and an NBA worst 14-68 record. After another summer of change, including the arrival of coach J.B. Bickerstaff, the Pistons hope they have found the formula to unlock Cunningham's potential, end quote. Philadelphia 76ers star Paul George hyperextended his knee yesterday in a preseason game with the Hawks. Head coach Nick Nurse said that it checks out okay, but the team is still waiting for further imaging to identify the exact injury. Tom Brady is not the only former NFL player buying stake in the Raiders. Hall of Famer Richard Seymour has joined him. Columbus and Florida play tonight in the NHL. Both teams will wear Johnny Gaudreau jerseys in warm-ups after his tragic passing. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, NFL FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook right now. You bet $5, you get $300 in bonus bets. This Thursday night, Broncos Saints. You figure it out. Game's gross. Maybe Rashid Shaheed for like 1,000,000 yards. He catches what feels like an 80-yarder every week. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more this season with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, David, give me a few of the ticket texts before we wrap this. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? Covered the Tigers in a big way, transitioned into the Lions with the news of the day being the two teams with the two pass rushers that I would target or at least get hung up on trying, both traded some of their best players today. And while it doesn't necessarily mean full fire sale, if I were Myles Garrett or Max Crosby, I wouldn't be happy. So pick up the damn phone. Give it a rip. Get hung up on. That's all I'm asking to do. David, what do you got?
Maurice says, I am a Lions fan that wants to be bold. We are close. Super Bowl window's close fast, though. Let's go get Myles Garrett. Tim in Grosse Pointe says, you absolutely have to go get a high-end defensive player to fill the gap that Hutch leaves. We are too good not to. This is why we wanted to improve our D-line depth in the offseason.
Yeah, and again, it's not just Hutch. I can't overstate it. You lost Marcus Davenport for the season. You've lost both starting defensive ends.
It's demoralizing to see the Lions team so close to a Super Bowl and know your GM will merely put a Band-Aid on the void. That is frustrating.
Well, let's give the man a chance.
Right.
We can talk about what we want. We've got until Tuesday, November 4th to do it. But if we get to the 4th and they don't make a move, I'm not going to be the one to yell at you. Rest of the station will. Oh, boy, you can't say nothing about Brad Holmes. Oh, boy.
Let me give you this quote here. Mark Davis just spoke. I know this is not, Las Vegas radio here, but it's kind of funny that they're in the middle of their season. I guess we all know what the future of their team looks like this season. But Mark Davis, on Tom Brady becoming minority owner, says, although Brady can't play quarterback for them, he can help them select the QB in the future. Thanks for giving your QB room hope for the rest of this season.
When did Tom Brady become a minority? What happened there?
Well, he's big. Amazing. I'm going to allow it. That's good. Good for Bob. Excellent.
Good.
Bob, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Just because I want you to weigh in on this.
Oh, okay.
I feel like it's Rico and I versus the rest of the station.
Oh, what?
We're taking the Hutchinson thing hard. I think it's a huge loss. And I want to swing for the fences and essentially F them picks. Like, show me an Adam Schefter report that we tried to get Max Crosby and got hung up on. The point is, where are you at with this? Are you next man up, it's all good? Or are you Team Mike and Rico? We got to do something here.
Well, I legally cannot be on Team Mike and Rico. That would really ruin my reputation, to be honest with you. So
you imagine the looks you would get in the press box?
I know. But I do agree with you from this standpoint. I think it's a huge loss. Now, I don't think it means they can't win the Super Bowl, but I do think they will have to make some sort of move. And if it doesn't turn out to be a gigantic move, that's okay. I mean, you still can bring in somebody. And I think Brad Holmes will. He's just not going to show his hand right now. And then everybody goes, well, he's got to get somebody. Let's rip him
part
off.
Two.
But see, that's
part
hurtful.
Two.
Why can't you be Team Mike and Rico?
No,
well,
because
you know
people,
why he can't be on your team. I think that's obvious.
He won't get invited to all those media luncheons that he goes to.
Now, hold on. This is important, Rico.
Okay.
And Rieger's going to love this.
Oh.
Now, we open the show with a question. I said, if now is not the time to demand more from Chris Ilitch, then when? Tigers related.
Now is the perfect time. Absolutely. And I do think he will deliver more. I do. And
define more, though.
They're going to get a right-handed bat, and I think it's going to be a pretty good one. They're going to get a starting pitcher, and I think it's going to be a pretty good one. I haven't scanned the free agency list, but they also, don't forget, they touted all their young. I detected a hint of Dave Dombrowski in Scott Harris talking about how great their farm system is and all those young guys. Don't rule out the possibility of them dealing some of them.
Okay. Do you want me to tell you who I want to go
He
get?
said that, by the way. He said, well, we have so many good prospects that we can deal, and he has dealt the last 2 years.
Can I offer you something of who I want to go and get?
What do you got?
Yeah, give me a name.
Right-handed bat, 25 years old.
Matt Chapman.
Ooh. No, he's already under
Position of
contract.
need, and is entering the final year under team control.
No, I know who you're
and they
talking
have
about.
not given him a contract yet.
Wait, I think I know this.
And he used to be beloved, and now he's kind of fallen out of favor a little bit. And he plays, Wojo, not in this country.
Oh. Cecil
Vladdy.
Fielder?
No.
Oh,
Vladdy Jr.
Oh, Vlad Jr. You know what? That was sort of bandied about during the season, right?
Oh, no, we were mocked for it, but yes, it was bandied about. No, I mean, remember, anyone who wanted to do anything this year was Satan.
No, I listen. I think the difference between the Tigers and the Guardians was simply one big bat in the middle of whether it was
Stephen Kwan.
Yeah, whether it was Kwan or whether it was Ramirez. One big bat, one big hit was the difference.
I heard, Mikey. I heard something about Wojo.
What'd you hear?
And I heard you were there on Saturday. I don't want to out you, but you went up to Tarek Skubal after that pitch to Lane Thomas for the Grand Slam.
I did do this,
and I heard you say to Tarek Skubal, You just missed by a little, right? And he looked at you. He's like, no.
I was being
he missed by a lot. He didn't look at the heat map.
No, but I didn't realize. I hadn't seen the replay. And I was just, hey, so what happened on that pitch? You missed it a little bit there. He goes, no, I missed by a lot. I said, go look at it. I said, all right, I was cutting you slack.
Trying to make you feel better.
Yeah. He wanted that pitch up where Lane Thomas doesn't handle high heat well, and that thing was center cut.
He said he hadn't thrown a pitch that badly in about 30 innings, he meaning Scooble. And you know how pitchers are. They remember every pitch they've thrown.
They do, but it's also how insane unfair it was to expect the young man to be perfect.
No, you're
that's
right.
just
For
not
sure.
sports.
Yeah,
So.
I also think he probably screwed himself up a little bit mentally when he hit Ramirez.
That was right one pitch before. You're right. Is that series over now? Have we moved
That's
on?
sad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mikey, how about you got a game 2 today? You gotta be so excited.
Our Bombers.
And you pretty much have a toothless team that you're playing. The Guardians are all beat up from that Tiger series.
I got bad news for you, Jeff.
Oh boy.
The best thing that happened to you was losing to Cleveland.
Yeah.
You didn't want to watch what was going to.
No, I agree with you. You already saw how exposed Tigers relievers were in a 5-game series.
What did I say before you walked in here?
Yeah,
Mr. Rieger.
You said you didn't want it anyway.
No, you said you don't want to watch the Tigers lose 13-1 to the Yankees, do you?
You did say
No,
that.
you didn't want that.
No.
You ended up right where you did. Enjoy the memories. I'm sure there'll be a little book written by somebody.
So you're not worried about Tanner Bybee today?
No.
No. Okay.
Is he still pitching for them?
Garrett Cole versus Tanner Bybee?
Jeff, I don't worry about poverty teams.
Oh! Oh!
Go Guardians!
Yeah!
What you guys got next?
We're going to talk golf, and we're going to talk Tigers.
Yeah.
Harris. Oh, and by the way, Wojo Damas. Sorry, I keep screwing that up. He made it's going to be Rieger Receipts Radio.
All right.
Because he made a
please.
proclamation about a Detroit Tiger, and I think he was wrong.
The only receipt you have is from
Hey guys, that sounds
Burrito
great.
Place.
You'll hear that next.
From a Taco Bell, yeah.
Wait, where's he going? Rico's gone?